The road to Los Angeles 2028 begins in Indianapolis from Carroll Stadium on the campus of IU Indianapolis. Welcome to the USA Lacrosse Experience. Glenn Clark alongside Cornell and Boston Cannons legend Mitch Belisle as we get ready for the first of 8 games today. Puerto Rico taking on Great Britain. Mitch, we are 4 years away from the first ever Olympic lacrosse sixes experience. For a lot of these players that we're going to see during the course of the day, this will be their first high-level sixes competition. For every one of them, the dream of representing their country and playing in Los Angeles is very real, and this is the path to getting there.
Yeah, to think that some of these players could potentially be suiting up for their countries in LA 4 years from now, and this is the starting point. So exciting, and so it'll be so interesting to see the development between now and then, as we're going to see really a proving ground out here today of what works, what doesn't work, what do we need on our rosters. We've talked to a lot of the coaches, and they said we need to figure out what kind of player is best for sixes. Is it that two-way midfielder? Is it a scorer? Is it a defender who can sub on and off? So we're going to see a lot of guessing and testing and experimentation out here over the course of these 12 games.
It really feels like we're in a bit of a lacrosse laboratory, if you will. As again, there have been players that have played. There have been high-level sixes competitions so far. Of course, the PLL hosts the championship series every year, and the World Games in Birmingham in 2022 provided that opportunity for a lot of these players to get a taste of it, but not all of them, and certainly not all of the coaches. And so they've got to figure out who's going to be a part of the pipeline, and this is their first opportunity to do that. We got a lot of lacrosse ahead of us over the course of the next 2 days. Mentioned 8 games today, 4 more tomorrow. The 4 countries that we have here, the first 2 that we'll see today, Puerto Rico and Great Britain, and then later on we'll see the United States and Colombia. Men's and women's teams from those countries will be playing throughout the course of the day. So both teams will play twice a day, once here in the morning or early afternoon, and then again later on during the day, and then again tomorrow evening. So a busy day of lacrosse, a busy weekend of lacrosse. Let's pause now for the playing of the national anthems. Boys from Great Britain fired up to represent their country as we get ready for the first of 8 games today, day 1 of the USA Lacrosse Experience. Great Britain in the white shirts, and it'll be Puerto Rico in the blue shirts here in this first matchup. Mitch, there are certainly still many lacrosse fans that are not completely familiar with the sixes format. They understand that there are 6 players on the field, but They don't understand exactly what makes it different. You want to give us a quick rundown of what fans should expect if they're tuning in for the first time to watch Sixes today?
Absolutely. Think of fast basketball / box lacrosse style, up and down, back and forth. Only face-offs take place at the beginning of the quarters. The goalie, after a goal, will pick it up out of his goal. He has 5 seconds to get the ball, or a player can get it out of the crease, and then they got to get it out of their crease in 5 seconds, and the shot clock is on once possession is gained. So a 30-second shot clock on both sides. There's no over and back, just like basketball. It's high pace, it's nonstop action, and there's no time for celebrating goals. As soon as that goal is scored, you got to get back and play defense, much like basketball. So look for, we talked about the laboratory here, look for some full court presses, look for a little bit of zone on defense, and look for just up and down action continually. As soon as that shot is taken, you're going to have defensive players streaking towards the offensive end looking for the quick strike on offense.
And obviously what we're seeing right now between Daniel Mercado and Tomas Rosser is not something we will see a lot. That's a face-off, not a big part of Sixes lacrosse. As we are underway, first game of the day, and the opportunity was there for Puerto Rico to come up with it. Not able to. The battle for the ball continues, and it will go back to Puerto Rico to start things off.
The other big difference is the body checking. So you're not allowed to throw the body in Sixes. It's more of a fast-paced game, and there we have the first goal.
Didn't take long as David Emili gets Puerto Rico on the board just seconds into this contest. And that's what we're talking about, obviously. Goal quickly out and quickly going the other way for Great Britain. Their head coach, Tom Wenham, as this British lacrosse team not able to convert on their first opportunity. And it gives us the first chance to talk about Puerto Rico's goalie, Will Mark. Very impressive player, obviously. 4-time All-American. And boy, Puerto Rico wasting no time.
Yeah, Will Mark, I got a chance to coach that young man when he was very young, and it was pretty exciting to see how he's progressed. He has seen a lot of shots in his career. He was the all-time saves leader at Long Island University, and then played his graduate year at Syracuse. So he is a spectacular player who's seen a lot of rubber, kind of custom built or trained for this, with all those shots that he saw over the course of his years at LIU.
Donovan Lacey, who played 1 year at Maryland after his career at Sacred Heart, scores the second goal. Then Ben Page-Laycock denied by Will Mark.
And here's the press by England. You can see they're just matched up on everyone. Will Mark cannot cross the midline as that finally finds an open player who's denied by William Baxter there.
Of course, off the save, a missed shot does not retain the ball. There is no race to the end line, but off a save out of bounds, it does stay with Puerto Rico. Already in front 2-0. Lacey flips it back to the opposite side. Dodging and shooting hard and scoring. Alex Rodriguez makes it 3-0 Puerto Rico. Rodriguez, who played at VMI, dealt with some injury issues during his collegiate career, on the board for the first time today. And we're going the other way. All Puerto Rico in the early going. Transition cashed in. An onslaught right now for Team Puerto Rico. 4-0 after Thomas O'Connell, the former Maryland Terrapin, makes it 4-0. Great Britain trying to figure out a way to get on the board. Of course, not easy when you're going up against Will Mark. The other thing that's different than perhaps when you see the PLL Championship Series, no 2-point arc.
That really allows defenses to pack in a little bit. And when you have a goalie like Will Mark, as we hear the shot clock, 30-second shot clock, that's quick. So Great Britain there, they got a good possession, but just came up empty as they weren't able to find any open cutters because Puerto Rico really packed it in and almost dared Great Britain to take that outside shot. And
Daniel Mercado with a great slide as well to cut it off. Great Britain gets it back, trailing 4-0, trying to find their way into this first quarter. Choosing not to take that shot, Kirkland continues the offense. Good movement in front, but again, nothing clean for Tommy Kirkland.
Talking to the British lacrosse coaches, they said they don't even say the word shooting anymore. They call it finishing.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you shoot, there's a chance you miss. If you finish, you put the ball in the back of the net. I would have liked to see, I think it was Kirkland coming down that wing. I would have liked to see him try to bounce that one in there. They had a good opportunity. I know it was early in the shot clock, but they need to get something on the board here after 4 empty possessions.
Laureano tried to dump it inside to Ramirez. Ramirez not able to hang on to it, and then you got to sort of make the decision there, as you don't want to leave your team hanging the other way. So he just lets the ball go and gets back defensively to settle things up. Tim Collins keeps it moving from the near side. Now to the opposite side, racing down, shooting wide. It was Ryan Hoons.
Another rule difference, it's not the closest to the ball when it goes out of bounds. In sixes, it is much like basketball, the last to touch it. So if you shoot it, it goes out of bounds, that's going to come back. And they're actually playing with an amendment to the sixes rule book. If it hits the post and goes out of bounds, the shooting team does keep possession. That's new, and that's a big change, and I think an important one that rewards. That's much more like the box.
Sean Laureano dodges free, but is denied by Baxter. So Willie Baxter finally feeling his way into this game. And transition opportunity the other way. Couple of fakes, and finally.
Oh my goodness.
That's unreal.
Will Mark with
That's unreal.
Back-to-back doorstop saves. My goodness, Will Mark. That was Ryan Hoons picked that ball up, no one around him. I thought for sure, okay, here they go. They're going to get on the board, but Will Mark says nay.
What a difference it makes for this Puerto Rico program to have a goalie of Will Mark's caliber as Baxter picks up the loose ball.
Here's a look at it. Good shot, good save. Kind of doesn't know where the rebound is. Picks it up. I'm sorry, that was Ben Page Laycock who had the opportunity. I saw him play, and as they, Great Britain.
Finally. 4-1 now. Just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Great Britain goal scored by number 16.
And of course, Daniel Jones, who played for Great Britain at the 2023 World Championships. It was a difficult tournament for Great Britain. Didn't win a game in group play. They're really encouraged about their path for sixes, though, Mitch, because the 2022 World Games, they made it to the semifinals and ultimately battled Japan all the way to a 1-goal game in the bronze medal matchup. Really encouraging result for the sixes program as they move towards the Olympics.
Yeah, an overtime thriller. Lyndon Bunio had 8 goals and 9 shots in that game.
It's unreal. That sounds like Mitch Belisle numbers.
I don't know about that. Maybe blocked 8 shots with my body.
Right. Balker sell off the post.
William Baxter doing his best Will Mark impression there with back-to-back saves.
Yeah, maybe picking up early on that's what it's going to take, given how talented this Puerto Rico team is, loaded with high-level Division I collegiate players. Going to have to up your game in order to shut down this group. Of course, he's competing with Hal Jobang, the two, and there's a third goalie in the program. Loose ball picked up by Laureano, tried to stuff it home, didn't have the angle.
And that looked like Puerto Rico dropped into kind of like England had dropped into kind of like a bit of a man zone, but like really packing it in there. They're getting a little bit of confidence that William Baxter's able to make those outside saves.
William Shirt up top, gives it to Bickerton. Back to the near side, a couple of fakes, dodging right Rosser. Oh, getting free, shooting and scoring Alex Russell.
That's a great top step there by Russell. He catches that, jabs, comes over the top.
Great Britain goal scored by number 5, Alex
Makes it
Russell.
4-2, just a couple of seconds remaining in the quarter. Puerto Rico trying to get a shot off before the quarter's over, fed in front. Oh, how well was that executed? Owen Fasulka just before the horn, his first of the game, and Puerto Rico stretches the lead back out to 5-2 after 1. Hot start for Puerto Rico in this first game of the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Into the first quarter is
Where there's a
Rico
will,
5,
there's
Great Britain
4
2.
saves, as both Will Mark and Willie Baxter made 4 saves in the first quarter. The difference, Puerto Rico got more opportunities, cashed them in. They lead 5-2 after 1. Glenn Clark, Mitch Bilal with you from Indianapolis as the team switch sides here for quarter number 2. What impressed you most about Puerto Rico offensively in that first quarter, Mitch?
I think their balance. They went on that 4-goal run to open things up, and they really were moving the ball well. They continued to maintain their shape. It looked to me like Great Britain was having a hard time finding their spacing. When they did, they were able to find a couple good looks with a nice top step there by Alex Russell. But right now it's been Puerto Rico who just looks a little bit more organized on offense.
Rosser and Daniel Mercado again, and it's Daniel Mercado who comes away with it himself. Now he wants to let it fly. That one denied by Baxter.
Those are the types of situations where players need to, as soon as that shot happens, if you're on the defensive end, you got to take off, because that could be transition going the other way.
Great Britain finally got things going a bit offensively as the quarter went on, trying to carry that over here into quarter number 2. Pomfret has to regroup, that clock running, and looks like a crease.
They're going to say Alex Russell was in the crease there, but I think Will Mark got a piece of that with the top of his stick. That was an incredible save as he had fallen to the turf.
Puerto Rico going the other way, as we mentioned, loaded with talent, loaded with legitimate D1 players, and a lot of encouraging feelings about this Puerto Rico team and what they can build moving towards the inaugural World Sixes Championship. Is from well outside. Kevin Lewis not able to get that to go. Baxter gives chase off the save, but it'll stay with Puerto Rico.
Yeah, because that hit the goalie, then went out of bounds, they're going to get a fresh shot clock and they get the ball back.
Again from outside, that one buried. Brandon Aviles. Talk about D1 talent.
Puerto Rico goal scored by number 43.
Played 1 year at
Brandon
Johns
Aviles.
Hopkins, 4 at Syracuse. Aviles with his first of the day. 6 goals from 6 different goal scorers for Puerto Rico.
And really the first outside shot we've seen go in.
That one hammered off the pipe. Mark able to find it. Daniel Jones denied.
Glenn, as quick as these games go, oh,
Speaking
baby.
of quick. Speaking of quick. How do you like that? And keep that going. That's now 7 goals from 7 different goal scorers. Mercado, Christian Mercado with his first of the day. Very balanced effort from Puerto Rico. And Mark denying Mills Doig inside, getting back into the picture, but not quite. With Puerto Rico, these guys were up and at 'em today. Ready to go. In front 7-2. That one hammered. Baxter not able to come up with it, but it goes out of bounds. And Great Britain gets another opportunity. Had the opportunity to chat with Puerto Rico head coach Alec Jernstead going into this tournament. And you could sense the excitement that he had about this program. As hitting the turf right in front of us was Alex Russell. He's back up and back into the play.
Yeah, we're going to get our first man-up situation here as we see the referee with the raised arm, slow whistle.
Oh, perfect feed, and Russell turns around and drops it in.
I stand corrected. We will not see
Yes,
that penalty.
wave it off.
Because it's a minor infraction, you can get a 30-second, a 1 minute, or an expulsion penalty. That would have been a 30-second, I believe, push or possibly a cross-check, but that was going to be wiped out because of the goal scored.
Russell's second of the day makes it 7-3. First multi-goal scorer for either team today. Alex Jernstedt, the head coach at Grove City in Pennsylvania, entering his 8th season, and he's turned them into a bit of a power at the D3 level. Faking the shot from outside Mealy. Pulls the trigger on the turf and not held on to as Mealy tried to go back and get it himself. It's out of bounds and back to Great Britain. I asked him.
Baxter was fired up there.
Yeah, he
made
was.
A nice play, got a little check, knocked that ball out. I don't know if he was getting fired up with his family in the stands or giving it to the Puerto Rico attackman there, but.
And we're going to get a timeout taken by Great Britain ahead of this possession. As I mentioned, it's talking to Alex Jernstedt. I'm always interested in how a coach gets connected with a program like Puerto Rico. And he kind of laughed and said when he was working for John Danowski at Duke, he saw Coach Danowski working with Team USA and just got interested in the idea of coaching international lacrosse. So a friend of his sent along just a job listing for an interim coach of the Puerto Rico program, and he said, oh, I'm interested in that. Tried to get it. Got denied. Didn't get the job. But the job became available again. He was still interested. And one of the things he talked about is how much he appreciates the way these players care so deeply about their heritage, that it really is a big deal for them. They're not necessarily natives of Puerto Rico, but there are a lot of them players with direct family members that are Puerto Rican, and how much they care about representing that heritage. It's something that you can really feel from this team that there's a great passion for.
Yeah, it seems like a tight-knit crew, and they really have that Puerto Rican, culture inside of them, and you can see in the way they come together. I was lucky enough to get to call the World Lacrosse Box Championships, and same thing. You had that very tight-knit crew and so much pride there, and you can see it on the way they play.
Tough tournament for Puerto Rico at the Box Championships, finishing 25th place in that event in Utica just a couple of weeks ago, flying into the picture, knocking that free and wasting a few more seconds off the shot clock, dodging in front. Oh, Mark with an amazing save.
Lyndon Bunio, 8 goals on 9 shots in the World Games.
He gets it back, not going to be denied this time.
1 for 2 today on that possession alone as he makes up for lost time, or I should say makes up for a Wilmark save.
The London native, Lyndon Bunio, all-time leading box scorer in England history. Bunio cuts it to 7-4. So Great Britain hanging around, not letting Puerto Rico completely pull away in quarter number 2. Good movement, trying to get in front, looking to go behind the back, but crease first is the call. Crease before Brandon Aviles could go around the world there.
Glenn, we got an opportunity to talk with the officials a little bit this morning before actually breakfast, lovely breakfast. Listen to them talk about the rules. I was curious how much physicality they'd allow to play, and so far we've seen a pretty clean game. You can't throw the big body check. Any check that results on someone going to the ground is pretty much going to get called.
There was a 2-on-1 opportunity. Donovan Lacey decides to pull the trigger himself. He's the first multi-goal scorer for Puerto Rico today. And the other way, nope. Going back the other way, 8-4, Puerto Rico in front. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this second quarter. And again, if you're new to sixes, that's another thing you're going to get used to. Is you're going to feel like you're just getting into the quarter, and all of a sudden you're going to look up and say, wait, there's 2 minutes left? How?
And there was an infraction there. I didn't quite catch it, but I'm wondering if he went back into the crease. You're not allowed to leave the crease, get possession of the ball, and then step back in the crease, much like anyone who's watched box lacrosse. It's similar to that. So I'm thinking maybe that was the case, as the hidden ball trick worked beautifully. Wilmark still didn't know where it was, but you see Ryan Hunes holding his head because he had a wide open net. He just missed the gauge.
And just tried to, it seemed like he took something off of that again because he was trying to sell the hidden ball trick. Didn't really sting it, just kind of skipped it wide. Shot won't go the other way, but backup is there before it would go out.
Glenn, it's interesting. Backup is there. You don't need to back up the shots, right, because it's not close to the end line. But having a player back there, you can maybe catch a missed shot like we just saw happen, which is a unique perspective. But how often are you catching an outside shot? Probably not as
correct.
often.
With all that pace on that ball in such little space,
Right. But if you're finishing in tight and you miss and you can stop it from going out of bounds, it might be smart to have that backstop position there. We'll see if many teams utilize the X position.
Under a minute remaining in this second quarter. Daniel Jones fakes, gives. Oh, tomahawked by Russell. This half is his recital. He thinks it's very vital to rock a rhyme that's right on time. A hat tricky is his title with his third of the day.
You wearing your Adidas? I appreciate
that. Yeah, right. Who doesn't love a little Run DMC in the morning? For Kevin Lewis, his first of the day, as Puerto Rico extends the lead back to 9-5. And it looks like Great Britain content to hold for the final shot of the first half. Moved up top to Kirkland. Now from the opposite side, fed it into the middle. The first catch wasn't there, but the second opportunity for Russell can't get it to go. And that's how the first half comes to a close. An early onslaught from Puerto Rico has been the difference in this one. They scored the first 4 of the game, and it's that 4-goal advantage that they hold at the break. Second half coming up here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play. During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, Lacrosse,
for inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
safer,
and wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
for everyone.
They could see themselves play, and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field. That's every coach's dream.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Back at Carroll Stadium on the campus of IU Indianapolis for the USA Lacrosse Experience. Puerto Rico leading Great Britain 9-5 at the half. We want to thank some partners that have helped make the USA Lacrosse Experience possible. Great reception here in Indianapolis, and we are greatly appreciative of those partners like BB Bop, as well as Condado Tacos Tequila and Margaritas, Taylor's Bakery, and Penn Station East Coast subs. Thank you for your support of the USA Lacrosse Experience. Glenn Clark alongside Mitch Belisle, first of 4 games this morning. And we'll have 4 more later this afternoon and into the evening, 4 more tomorrow. Mitch, what stood out to you most during the course of that first half?
They talk about lacrosse as a game of runs. I thought that the runs were the key for Puerto Rico. They came out firing. They had 4-goal run. Great Britain was able to answer back with 2, but then Puerto Rico with another 3-goal run. After that, it was a back and forth trading blow for blow, but those stretches where you go for 3, 4, 5, I think those are going to be the difference makers in games. We saw a little bit in the World Games, Team USA versus Canada. Canada, it was back and forth, but then Canada just went on 4 or 5 long, extended runs where the United States could never get a stop or put a goal in their own goal, and that was really the difference maker. And it's funny, if you can't get those just even 1 or 2 to chip away, it just starts getting out of hand fast, and then you start playing catch up, and that becomes troubling.
Alex Russell with 3 goals for Great Britain in the first half. For Puerto Rico, incredible balance. 9 goals from 8 different goal scorers. The only multi-goal scorer being Donovan Lacey with 2. Will Mark, 10 saves in the first half for Puerto Rico. William Baxter had 8 saves for Great Britain as well in half number 1. Will be interesting to see. We know Will Mark is the goalie for Puerto Rico, but Great Britain, they've got a bit of a goalie competition. We're expecting to see Hal Jobang this weekend. Also, they have a 3rd goalie that's part of the program that is not here with the team as Jack Allen. Let me get that correct. Jack
Russell,
Allen.
I think you're thinking of that.
Not a terrier, I don't believe, yes.
And we are going to see Hal right now. He just stepped between the pipes, so we'll
there's
see
the
it
answer. We are going to see Hal Jobang right now. Jack Allen not with the team this weekend as he is playing at Ohio State. And they decided they needed him back this weekend for their fall ball practices. Teams switch sides once again here for quarter number 3. Puerto Rico gets it quickly, and boy, howdy, what an effort.
Hal Jobang, welcome to the game.
Yeah.
Guy 1-0 with you, just right in the crease, and he makes the save, stands tall.
Daniel Mercado denied after he went right at the cage, coming off that scrum for the opening face-off of the 3rd quarter.
That was the first real pick and roll, I feel like, that almost had success there. I haven't seen as much box-style 2-man games or basketball-style pick and rolling that I thought I would. I think the teams are really using motion right now to try to get an advantage.
Lacey not able to snag it to keep that transition opportunity alive. Puerto Rico does maintain possession. And a bit of a spacing issue there as you saw Aviles cut right in front of Steve Ramirez. I'm not sure who the intended target of that pass was, Mitch.
I think that might have been a steal.
Yeah.
A teammate interception there.
Great Britain gets it back. Looking for the first goal of the 3rd quarter. I think if we're being fair, we would say results not the most significant part of this weekend. It's the experience. It's a great finish in front from Ben Page Laycock. His first of the game cuts it to 9-6, but it is still a barometer to see where you are as a program. I think all of the coaches would probably acknowledge, look, it's the experience, it's getting out there, getting the reps, that matters most. But it's not that they don't want to win. It's not that they're purposely trying not to win. They'd like to get that competition and get those feelings for these players.
Well, and this is a process, right? But the process is to become the best lacrosse team in the sixes discipline you can be. And if you're getting better over the course of the weekend, you would hope that is going to result in goals or saves or defensive stops. As
shot clock expires for Puerto Rico. And on the other end, cashed in. Paige Laycock getting involved here in the 3rd quarter.
Great Britain goal scored by number 3.
His second of the quarter. Cuts it to 9-7 from outside. That one doesn't get through. So Ben Page Laycock coming to life, and Great Britain right back into this game.
Yeah, that was a unique. It seemed like the shot clock had expired, but they were able to slide that one in just before. And Ben Page Laycock, I saw a lot of him at that World Box Championships, and he was a big piece of their offense. He was able to score some goals in games where they weren't able to put a lot of points up. That's a tough turnover there for Puerto Rico. They just throw that one away.
A little sloppy here in the third quarter. A team that looks so sharp coming out of this. We see that pass that was kind of cut off, then Laureano just throws that one away for the turnover. So Puerto Rico got to get it back together. Great Britain trying to take advantage.
Alex Russell's been their go-to guy.
He got free, didn't pull the trigger, keeps it moving. And a great cut, but the feed just a little bit too low. Shirt trying to get in front.
And that's another area, Glenn, I feel like stick work is so paramount for this discipline of the game because they're so tight. There's so many quick passes. You look at the Canada's, the United States, and all these players are playing year-round for so many different organizations. I think there's certainly an advantage there because of that crisp stick work.
Oh, fake and bomb. The look off and then the delivery. What a shot.
Goal scored by number 42,
how about that from Jared Fernandez? Fernandez, who played 1 year at Johns Hopkins after 3 years at Syracuse. His first of the day extends the lead back to 3 at 10-7. Love the fake. And a quick response.
There's Lyndon Bunio getting on the stat sheet for Great Britain. The lefty coming over the top. We talked about he is living in London. He's married a British woman and has the British passport, but grew up in Calgary, Alberta, out in the west mountains of Canada.
Second of the game for Bunio. Jobang trying to hold on to it, and I think ultimately an interference.
So we're going to have a loose ball penalty, calling interference going the other way.
Picked up, brought back over. We haven't seen yet today any issues with clearing. Everybody, and part of that too is the defenses don't want to give up transition. It feels like they are not the traditional lacrosse ride, not a significant part of this game.
Right, well, and I'll be curious. We saw one attempted full court press by Great Britain, but Puerto Rico was able to pretty quickly. It's so hard because you have to put so much pressure, and they can set off-ball screens, but it's very much like basketball with the inbounding. The goalie only has 5 seconds, and he can't cross it over the midline. So we have yet to see a successful full court press yet, but I would not be surprised if United States tries to enact one, or some of these teams put it in later in the weekend.
Maybe teams a little bit more depth too. A couple of fakes trying to get free. Owen Fasulka. Fasulka just transferred to Mount St. Mary's after having played at CCBC Essex outside of Baltimore. Wow. Wow, that is nifty.
The one-hand option to the switch hand to the around the world.
Second of the day for Christian Mercado. Just finished up his career playing at Wagner. Gets his second of the game, makes it 11-8.
Great Britain goal scored by number 3, Ben.
So Paige Laycock gets his third of the game, and then the response from McFall. And this is what we're talking about, how the game can go very quick one way or the other. Paige Laycock with his third of the quarter. McFall with his first of the game. 12-9, and boy, another quick response. Boy, business is picking up here in the third quarter.
Goal scored by number 4, William
First of the day for Will Prescott.
And the PA announcer getting his money's worth here now.
Right? It feels like a tennis match right now, going back and forth and back and forth. And there's another finish. This one from Sean Laureano, his first of the game.
Puerto Rico goal scored by number 23, Sean Laureano.
13-10. 9 combined goals here in this third quarter, and there's still over a minute to play.
Well, and this is where the value of those goals, right, is almost negated by giving up one immediately, right? It's almost like a back and a forth and a back and a forth. But if you can get 2 or 3 together and get a stop or two, then they start adding up, and that's when you pad that lead here. But Great Britain has been able to answer a few times. They got that 2-goal run early and have answered every time since and have chipped away at that 4-goal lead and are now only trailing by 3.
And Bunio was free. They just couldn't find him as the shot clock was getting low.
No cards have been drawn. In
that is
sixes,
true.
They pull out the card much like soccer. You've got the green, yellow, and red as
defender hung up, and Balkersell not able to take advantage of it.
but we haven't seen the green, yellow, or red cards come out. I think we had one yellow on the way, but it was wiped out by the goal.
Off the pipe, off the shot attempt from Rodriguez. Puerto Rico not able to get it back. It's picked up by Bunio.
And there we go. There's a hold.
That one you could see from Muncie.
And that's a green card, so that's a 30-second foul. I think they're going to call him for a hold there. So we see the officials discussing.
Yep.
But he was wrapped all over Bunio.
Steve Ramirez, who played 3 years at Albany, represented Puerto Rico at the Box Worlds a couple weeks ago. The 2023 Field World Championships out in San Diego.
Okay,
Rico
so
penalty on number 19, Steve Ramirez.
It sounds like they gave 2 penalties to Steve Ramirez. I overheard the official saying it's going to be the same player, 2 penalties. So it'll be interesting to see if they stack those or if they make that
with
5-on-3.
With 4 seconds left here, Great Britain's just going to choose to hold, and there will be no face-off to start quarter number 4. As that will be how the quarter comes to a close. They'll have possession, man up to start things off. There was a lot going on in quarter number 3. Could not have been more action. Ultimately, Great Britain only able to chip 1 goal off the lead. They trailed 13-10 after 3 at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Makes it easy to film and analyze your plays. Whether you're a player, coach, or fan,
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play. During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Start of quarter number 4 here at Carroll Stadium. Puerto Rico in front of Great Britain, 13-10. He is Mitch Belisle, Cornell legend, Boston Cannons legend. I am Glenn Clark, guy who knows Mitch Belisle. Mitch, so much happening in that third quarter. I mean, it was just sort of hard to keep up with it, and I think that's the beauty of the sixes format of this sport.
Well, you know what? You look down one end, you see what happens, you maybe make a note. We have our notebooks here taking some stats, and all of a sudden the ball is in the back. And then on the other side, Ben Page Laycock, number 3, you see that man. He made himself known with a hat trick in that quarter alone. But it's a back-and-forth affair. It's almost like goals only really matter when you get 2 or 3 in a row, and that is able to pull ahead. But at the same time, you got to score the first one to start that 3-goal run. So it is key, and I think defensively, that's where I would really like to see. It's kind of like basketball when you see teams really buckle down and get a big defensive stop, and you feel that energy. Be curious to see as we get a little full-court press here. They're cutting off Will Mark because of that penalty. They're still man up.
Yeah, and just a killer turnover there for Great Britain is they are man up, and they decide to hold to start quarter number 4, looking for a big momentum play to start this fourth, and they just throw it away. So Puerto Rico gets it back.
And they're content to just wait out this shot clock for a bit. Yep. Let the penalty continue to tick away.
Oh, what a find. Spectacular. Lacey to Jared Fernandez. Fernandez's second of the game.
Jared Fernandez.
And it's a 4-goal lead again for Puerto Rico, 14-10.
And that was short-handed as well, and now they'll go back to full strength.
Puerto Rico scored the first 4 of the game, and that has been the difference. 14-10, they're still in front. Underneath, no room there for Russell. He scored 3 in the first half.
Love that defense by David Mealy there, all over the gloves of Alex Russell with a little lift check, dislodges the ball, but maybe a little too much as they'll get the ball back here.
By the way, what a story Mealy is. Played, of course, collegiately at Stony Brook. Decided that he wanted to give football a shot at the end.
Puerto Rico 30-second penalty.
Played wide
Number
receiver
9,
for
Brennan
one
Banks.
season for Stony Brook. As the penalty is on Brennan Banks. So another man-up opportunity for Great Britain. 0 for 1 so far today. Good movement inside, but Will Mark again, this time denying Drew Bickerton.
Yeah, Bickerton hanging his head there. He knows he had a golden opportunity with a nice little wheel, but that's the quick strike offense. Great Britain's able to put one in the back of the net on the reset.
Great Britain goal scored by number 13, Drew Bickerton.
First time today, Drew Bickerton on the board.
That's the same Bickerton who was a little disappointed he didn't score,
That's
so
correct.
good to see him get right back in the mix.
Able to get it back. 3-goal game, 6 minutes left. Great Britain's got to start making their move here. Need some stops. Fake inside, and that one denied. Joe Bang still in there.
I love how Joe Banks hugged that pipe and then exploded out to the shooter.
Not going to get that one, however.
One too many, as he made 3 saves in that sequence, but ultimately it was too much.
Puerto Rico goal scored by number 9.
The diving attempt
5,
goes for
Matthew Tlastava.
Matthew Lastava.
That's his first of the game, the Bates all-time leading scorer.
He once had a 13-point game in the NCAA tournament against Amherst. From outside, good hammer shot from Paige Laycock.
Was that a one-handed
Great
between the
Britain
legs
goal scored by
pass to
number
feed
3,
that over?
Ben Paige Laycock.
We said it was going to be a lacrosse laboratory today, and we're seeing everything. Paige Laycock's 4th of the second half, 15-12. And we're going to get a timeout here with 4:54 remaining in the 4th. This is typically in traditional field lacrosse, you're at this point of the game and you say, hey, the great thing about the face-off is that if you score a goal, you can play make it, take it, and you can get it back. Not the case here. You got to get stops. You're going to have to make stops defensively, as we see that again. Boy, that really was impressive now that we look at it one more time. But you're going to have to get stops if you're going to find your way back into a game.
Yeah, I mean, that is where there's really 2 ways to do it, right? It's great defense on your end, or it's that press ride where you're matching up. But that takes a lot of energy. These 8-minute quarters, though, especially this being early, and there's 12 games, each team's playing 3 games. But now is the time to try that press.
Sure.
I think I'd love to see, and England talked about doing this, their relentlessness. You need to have your best athletes out there. You need to match up on every single player, and then you just can't let Will Mark make an easy pass to anyone. And the only thing Puerto Rico can do there is to V-cut hard to get open or set those off-ball screens to try to get open for each other. But I would love to see just all-out full-court press. Worst case, you drop back in if they do get the clear, and then you sub off and you continue to just put that pressure on and make them make mistakes.
Of course, Puerto Rico took the timeout. They still have 1 remaining. As they get it back, trying to ice this away. That shot wide, and so we'll go back the way of Great Britain. British lacrosse trying to work their way back in. Have never been able to climb out of the early 4-0 hole. Have got it back within 2. That's as close as they've been since that point.
They're just constantly moving on offense. That's certainly part of their trademark and what they want to work on. But sometimes I worry there's just no options. But there's an option right there.
Perfectly right to the corner for Jones.
And that's back-to-back goals for Great Britain. Here's where they need to get the ball back or stop. Or get a stop.
Daniel Jones, who plays for Mellor Lacrosse Club, as part of that 2023 World Championship team, cuts it to 2. They get it back, an opportunity to get as close as they've been since the first quarter.
Puerto Rico tried the fake flip. Great Britain was wise to it. Quick save, and now they have a chance here.
Still the better part of 4 minutes remaining. Dodging hard to the left, shooting off side netting. Ryan Hoons. Parent goal.
I like the gender neutrality there, mom or dad goal.
We have learned over the years, my friend. Mistakes will not be made here in 2024. A little bit on that, but not through from Lacey. So Great Britain gets it back again with a chance to make it a 1-goal game.
Dobang just getting the boys going. Let's go there, trying to rally the troops here.
Love the fight from this Great Britain side. I know Phil Collier will be happy about that. That's deflected. So it stays with Great Britain.
And like basketball, the shot clock still is down there. They won't get a fresh shot clock here, though. So they keep the ball, but they only have about 10 seconds here to get a shot on goal.
I know I said Phil Collier. That's, of course, the women's coach. I meant Tom Wenham. Oh, great kick save by Mark. But it does trigger a shot clock reset. Pomfret back at X. Couple of fakes. Trying to get in front. Feeds it low. And, oh, somehow it does. It does go over. I thought that was going to be stopped. Bickerton tried to get it to it before it would be over and back.
Two tired Puerto Rican defensemen. Those extended multiple possession defensive stops will take it out of you. We see 3 Puerto Rico defenders go to the box.
A long possession for them to come up empty, and that might be a dagger.
Puerto Rico goal
Just no one drops off, and Balkersell ultimately decides, all right, I'll take it.
It was kind of like the step in, evaluate what you have. No one's coming. No, I guess I gotta shoot it here.
First of the day for Balkersell. And another over and back thanks to the defensive effort of Daniel Mercado. And Puerto Rico, Great Britain threatened. And it's not over, but leading by 3 with just over a minute to play. Puerto Rico very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're going to have to get a stop here and then score and go all out on the ride. This is where that press is going to have to come fast and furious if they're going to want to make things happen.
Yeah, got to go quick, as you mentioned, as they get it back. But a collision, as slowing that down was Christian Laureano.
Some physical play as we got a delayed penalty. We're going to get a yellow card. That's a major, which means a 1-minute penalty as opposed to a 30-second penalty. Under 2 minutes, the clock does stop. So that is one advantage to Great Britain right now, as the clock does stop for whistles such as this, the officials' time. But now it'll go right back on, as will the penalty.
53 seconds remaining.
30-second penalty.
Gotta go
Puerto
quick.
Rico's number 14, David Meal.
Inside, camped out at the doorstep, but not able to get it, Bunio. And ultimately picks it up, somehow gets it to fall. And I guess the clock did not stop. That's what the official noticed. You pointed out the clock does stop in these situations.
So there's Bunio going all the way tiptoe around the crease and then the dive. And here we have the press. So
third of the day for Bunio, cuts it to 16-14. Now can Great Britain get the ball back?
And they're saying too many men here, and I agree. Puerto Rico should still have the penalty. The penalty does not release with the goal scored, so I'm not sure why. And they are back to 4 now, but that should have been too many men there.
16-14, Great Britain gets it back. Still some time. Trying to pull off a miracle, but Will Mark has no interest in that.
And he's Puerto Rico, throw that up and ice the victory.
Puerto Rico holds on for a 16-14 win here in the first game of the USA Lacrosse Experience. Wow, that ended up being a thriller. 16-14, Puerto Rico picks up the victory. Both these teams will be in action again later on today. Puerto Rico, coming up at 6 o'clock, will take on the U.S. in what might be the marquee game of the weekend, Mitch. And also coming up a little bit later on today, Great Britain will take on Colombia at 3:30. Your big takeaways from this first game of the day?
I think the biggest thing to me was spacing on offense. It felt like Great Britain was trying to play with that relentless pace they talked about, but at times they were getting in each other's way and just didn't have options because they were moving so much. I thought Puerto Rico did a nice job of answering the bell, coming up with some really timely defensive stops down the back end. And it's really going to come down to goaltending. We saw Will Mark making some crucial saves down the stretch. I thought Hal Jobang came in and made some big saves in that second half that allowed Great Britain to climb back into it. But overall, it was some fancy behind-the-back plays, some little plays between the lines, and then gritting it out on defense that allowed Puerto Rico to pull the edge and gain the 2-goal victory.
13 different goal scorers for Puerto Rico. What a balanced effort. 3 players with 2 goals each, Donovan Lacey, Christian Mercado, and Jared Fernandez. For Great Britain, 4 for Ben Page Laycock, 3 each for Alex Russell and Lyndon Bunio, 2 for Daniel Jones, and 1 apiece for Drew Bickerton and Will Prescott. And the goalie play, as you pointed out, particularly of Will Mark, who was fabulous today. Very impressive. We will have a short break, and then when we come back in, these same 2 countries on the women's side, Puerto Rico and Great Britain, coming up at 10:15. That's next. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience. Game number 2 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. The Great Britain and Puerto Rico women take center stage as they play their first games here in Indianapolis. Back at Carroll Stadium, Glenn Clark alongside Mitch Belisle as we get ready for game number 2 of 8 today. Mitch, this Puerto Rico team, kind of similar to the men, a lot of D1 talent on their roster, led by Bree and Sky Carrasquillo, very talented pair of sisters. Head coach Monica Negron, very excited about the group that she has out here in Indianapolis.
I think the big difference is the age, right? A lot of D1 talent or rising D1 talent. A couple of their women are just finishing up college and headed to college next year or are just starting their freshman years. So a very young team, but fast, tall, physical. It should be a lot of fun.
To your point, one of their starters, Lucia Nash, she's just 16 years old, but she's committed to go to Yale. So she is going to be playing very high-level lacrosse in college. For Great Britain, this is a team that went to the World Games in 2022, lost to the USA in the semifinals and Australia in the bronze medal game, but a program that believes that sixes could be the format. One of the things we talked about with the British coaches, there is a little bit more sixes competition in Europe that should help them sharpen as we move ahead towards 2028.
Yeah, especially in those European nations where lacrosse is still growing and developing, there's more opportunities for sixes type experiences because it takes fewer players, right? There's rosters of 12. You get more opportunities to get more games in on a single field with that smaller field size, and they're quicker. So I think the sixes discipline, for the exact reason why they formatted it to become the Olympic version, it's really having success in the European nations, and there's, like you said, more opportunities for teams to train and play and get better at it quickly.
And worth pointing out that it is not the entirety. Great Britain trying to do the Corey Matthews scheme. You probably won't remember that he had to both be at Topanga's 16th birthday party and at Vader's wrestling match at the Spectrum.
I wouldn't remember
on
Boy
the
Meets
same
World.
Night.
Are you kidding me?
And
Boy Meets World was my childhood.
Thank you. I knew
language.
that there were reasons why you were my guy, Mitch Belisle. But they're trying to do the same thing this weekend.
Let me guess, Mr. Feeney messed it up. Either that or Sean. It was Sean or Mr. Feeney's
No, he screwed it up himself. He forgot to take his Vader mask off when he went back to the Sweet 16 party that Topanga was having. Great Britain trying to play both at this event and at the Super Sixes event that's being hosted in Canada this weekend. So some of their players are here, some of their players are there. There's a lot going on for the Great Britain lacrosse program. We are set to get this one underway. So glad that you have joined us for game number 2 of the weekend. Opening draw. Again, if you're new to sixes, unlike traditional field lacrosse, the women's programs play with the same rules as the men's teams in the sixes format.
Yeah, that's something I'm really excited to see, as got the opportunity to watch the World Lacrosse Box Championships and get to see those women play exactly the same style as men on the box rank. And now with sixes a lot closer, still a little bit more limited on the physical contact that they're allowed, but so similar. As we see the first possession blocked.
Going the other way in transition. Fed in front from Great Britain, but taken away. Picked up. Bree Carrasquillo. Now playing from Oregon, where she transferred from Yale. Played there for 4 years. Moves to Herrera. Herrera, the Baltimore native, also playing at Yale.
See, kind of working a spread offense. They haven't really set picks. They're staying wide and spread, using one-on-one.
Herrera darts all the way inside and gets it to fall. Karina Herrera, her first of the day.
Goal scored by number 44, Karina Herrera.
Herrera now a sophomore at Yale, and you can see it can go quickly. That one's saved by Rachel Ramirez, 3-time All-CAA performer at Elon. And we saw her brother Steven playing in the first game of the day for the Puerto Rico men. So Puerto Rico, we saw in that men's game, race out to a 4-0 lead. They're trying to do something similar here on the women's side. Get some distance early. Shot clock expiring. Shot gets off in time, gets the post.
You hear the teams calling out that shot clock. You have 30 seconds to get a shot on cage. That time they got it. If they can regain possession, they'll get that fresh 30.
And a prolonged battle, but it does indeed, well, at least for now, it stayed with Puerto Rico, but instead goes back the other way. Great Britain trying to get on the board for the first time today. Move back towards the middle. Lauren Hart. Lauren Hart playing collegiately at UC Davis. Oh, good spin move, but the shot was deflected on the way in as Savage was denied.
And both teams seeming to, we saw Puerto Rico came out flying in the men's game, but these two teams seeming to feel it out a little bit, trying to understand what the other's doing on defense as we see Puerto Rico streak through to the inside. Yes,
just
sir.
Knifing through. Delaney Rodriguez Shaw.
Puerto Rico goal scored by number 18, Delaney
First of the day.
Shaw.
Now a senior at UMass. She was part of the Sixes team that competed last year at the PALA Championships in Jamaica for Puerto Rico. They did not participate in the World Games.
And Puerto Rico had too many players there. They just sent a woman off. And I was wondering who was going to sub on, but no one did. So there was a little advantage there for Puerto Rico defensively. But
scored by number
Great
12,
Britain still takes advantage.
Southorn.
First of the day for Georgie Southorn. Played at Durham University. Gets Great Britain on the board, makes it 2-1. And now make it 2-2. So Great Britain erases that early advantage. Olivia Wimpenny, her first of the day.
That's 2 turnovers on the forecheck or the ride here by Great Britain as they get it back, looking to go 3 for 3 here on possessions.
And a great cut. No angle there for the shot from Emma Oakley.
Look at this. Pressure from England, and the white jerseys just swarming, but ultimately Puerto Rico comes away with it.
Well, came away with it, but not able to hold on. Sky Carrasquillo had it. You got a pile up.
They're going to call that a delay of game. Or sorry, a failure to advance. Tap in the head.
And so it'll go back the other way for Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico scored the first 2 of the game. Next 2 belong to Great Britain. Turnaround shot won't go inside. Tracked down Perek, Sienna Perek, the London native. Played at the University of Nottingham, the starting goalie today for Team Great Britain.
Tilly Shires wearing the 99, maybe an ode to Paul Rabel there. It might be the blood set jersey, I believe. Maybe
yeah, she normally wears number 4. So I think you might be, that second theory might be correct. Shot wide.
Wayne Gretzky, perhaps? I don't know how big the great one is in England, but maybe she's a big hockey fan.
Tilly Shires played in the 2022 World Championships in the field level.
Look at that speed there by Puerto Rico.
England lost in the semifinals to
Puerto
Canada.
Rico goal scored by number 61, Lucia Nash.
Lucia Nash scored for the first time.
And that was really seems like Puerto Rico is trying to spread out and then just utilize one-on-ones to get to the inside. We haven't seen a ton of quick ball movement or off-ball cuts from them yet. But in talking to their coaching staff, I know she said, you have your plan and then you go out and then you see what happens because you got to be able to adjust.
Monica Negron with a basketball background. Of course, spent a lot of time in Louisville, native of the Baltimore area. But Negron acknowledged the basketball similarities as that's back-to-back for Puerto Rico to extend the lead to 4-2.
Goal scored by number 65,
and that's the first of the day for Brie Carrasquillo.
Quick answer.
See how quickly it goes. Every time we look down for just 1 second, it's going the other way. Torres Anderson with her first of the game. 4-3, just over a minute remaining in the first quarter.
Great Britain's goalie, exceptionally active. That's Sienna Pereg. Willing to jump out and help kind of cover that inside there.
As they get it back, opportunity to try to get it level, and a nice finish from Tors Anderson, her second of the game.
Great Britain goal scored by number 9, Tors Anderson.
4-4. 45 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Ball comes free.
These 3 to 4 goal runs are really crucial.
Picked up the other way. Oh, a good fake, but diving back in. Save made by Rachel Ramirez. She denies Shires. Just over 20 seconds to play in the quarter. See if Puerto Rico will hold. Certainly didn't seem to be the priority. Shot from well outside. And the save made by Perek.
Oh, look at the transition push here by Great Britain.
Got to get the shot off. What a save by Ramirez. Denying Wimpenny at the horn.
At the end of the first quarter, it's Puerto Rico and Great Britain.
And after one, the score is Puerto Rico 4, Great Britain 4. Second game of the day from Carroll Stadium at the USA Lacrosse Experience in Indianapolis.
Make sure to visit the USA Lacrosse retail tent located in the fan zone for exclusive USA Lacrosse Experience tees and the latest official USA Lacrosse apparel, including
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
.com/program.
Tors Anderson with a pair of goals for Great Britain in the first quarter. 4 saves for Sienna Perek. 4 saves as well for Rachel Ramirez. As right now, after one, Puerto Rico 4, Great Britain 4. Glenn Clark, Mitch Belisle with you from Indianapolis, the friendly heart of the Midwest. Mitch, what stood out to you in that first quarter?
It was just a evenly matched back and forth. I thought both teams pushed the pace well. Neither team really broke through with that 3-4 goal run as they traded twos. 2 goals for Puerto Rico, 2 goals for Great Britain, 2 for Puerto Rico. So they answered every time. The big thing, I have not seen a lot of interior pressure. And a part of that, I think the women's game, you're not allowed to just hang out in the arc. Without the arcs here, you could get a little bit more inside play, and then you set those picks, or you continue to move from the inside out. I'll be curious to see if they post up more players towards the inside.
Wimpenny going against Sky Carrasquillo. Puerto Rico comes away with it and moving right in front. But not finishing, Karina Herrera. Oh, no, she did finish. My apologies. Okay, I'm going to pull the curtain back. The sun is an issue for us at this point.
She tucked that one right in that far corner.
And an issue for Rachel Ramirez.
Great Britain goal scored by number 3, Lottie Robertson.
Lottie Robertson gets her first of the game to even it back up at 5 apiece. You were telling me before the day you thought the sun might be an issue for the goalies today. The goalies have really stepped up in both the games we've seen so far. Behind the back, not
action.
Quite.
Those interior cuts, that's what I'd like to see, is at least have 1 to 2 players kind of hang on the inside. They can work together in that pairs set. But I would like to see a little bit more interior pressure. And we'll see if England puts anyone on the crease as they continue to wheel around.
5-5 game. That one saved in over in the far corner. And a little bit high on the shot.
And England, The England attacker had 3 defenders on her. If she had just moved that ball and moved it quick, they would have had a wide open look. And that's in sixes. If you recognize that there's 2 on you, you have to move it very quickly to the opposite side, much like field lacrosse, but even more so in sixes.
Oh, great job of grabbing that loose ball, but Sofia Herrera is denied. And it's Dylan Whittington in at goal for Great Britain here in the second quarter.
With the assist.
Yep. 12, and she finds Southorn. Southorn's second of the day. Makes it 6-5, and Great Britain gets it right back.
And they're going to call a timeout. You get 2 timeouts per half, so with these super quick halves, it's not like you save it for the second half. You might as well use them. Good opportunity here. They've got a 2-goal cushion now and an opportunity to extend that lead a little bit.
6-5, 5:54 remaining in the second quarter. Dylan Whittington does come on for Great Britain from Woking. She plays in the Fly, which is the Sixes League. I heard you talking with Tom Wenham about this, the Fly, and British Lacrosse still trying to figure out how that fits into their program, but that's the Pro Sixes League in the UK. She was drafted this year by Hustle in the Fly and played for them this season. But another great opportunity for these players to be playing more sixes during the course of the year as we move towards the Olympics.
And that, to me, is going to trickle down to the United States. And when we as the collective lacrosse community need to start fostering the sixes program at the young age, so teams and players and coaches and refs are used to it, they know it, and we can continue to tinker and see what works, what doesn't work, so that way when the Olympics hit in 4 years, we have players that really have grown up to a degree with it, because we really have 3.5 years to really do that.
Cut in front and a finish going down through the contact. Tilly Shires.
Great Britain goal.
What a cut there.
For Shires, that's her first of the game.
And that's the timeout paying off as they draw something up. She scores, and they're going to get the foul and the ball back.
It's a chance to stretch this out to a 3-goal lead.
Yellow card issued to
which would be the largest. It's Robles. It's called for the foul.
Oh, I like that play.
No, shot not on target.
I like that play, though. They had 2 cutters come down. The second cutter set a pick. England came off the pick over the top. I think if she had just taken one more step, she might have had an opportunity there, but great pressure there.
Ramirez was in trouble, and you only get 10 seconds to clear it.
With that penalty, though, and the running clock, it's almost like you have kind of free 10 seconds to kill on the penalty. You can take all 5 seconds to pick up the ball. Then you can take 5 seconds to get it out of the crease. But then you got to go across that midline in 5 seconds. So you really get 10 seconds to kill that, but you still got to get the ball over in that 10-second count.
Puerto Rico able to get it back. Now trying to chip away at a multi-goal advantage for Great Britain. Herrera, that's Karina Herrera. Monica Negron talking about how much she's enjoyed having so many sets of sisters within her program. Fired in from well outside by Rodriguez Shaw, doesn't get through. But the rebound picked up by Herrera, and that one denied by Whittington.
What a save inside by Whittington. Brie Casquillo using all of her 5'10" frame to try to fake and go over the top, but what a save.
Wimpenny comes up with a ground ball. Pushes it ahead for Great Britain, approaching the midway point of this second quarter. Great Britain in front of Puerto Rico 7-5. Transition opportunity, but thwarted quickly.
Anna Novell was on the inside wide open. She wasn't able to catch a pass, but what a hustle play to get back and ride that ball back, and now she's working that crease.
Great Britain has seized control here in quarter number 2.
We got a foot race here.
And picked up one-on-one opportunity, racing in and finishing. Great effort all the way home for Lucia Nash, her second of the game.
At the end of this game, will she have more points or more years on the earth?
That's a very good question for the 16-year-old. Playing at Morris Knowles High School and the BBL program in New Jersey.
Fellow Jerseyan like myself.
She turned 16 this summer, so she's only kinda 16.
But quite the lacrosse player and clearly able to compete at the international level. Doing a great job. Already 2 goals on the day. Making her presence known and her speed. You can see that's something that Monica Negron talked about. Is building this team on speed and size.
So green card on Wimpenny. Opportunity here for Puerto Rico to try to get this even. Can't turn the ball over.
Great skip look.
And no angle, however, for the shot. Trying to dunk it home.
Sky Carrillo going to the sky there, but that was a nice look on the skip pass.
Ripper trying to get that ball out in the corner. Shot clock running down, and from outside.
There's Sky Carrillo. That's her first on the day. I expected a few from her, and there's the first of possibly many.
The 6-footer Sky Carrasquillo from Alpharetta, Georgia, ties it up at 7 apiece.
Little pressure from England there. Great quick ball movement by Puerto Rico to break the pressure and get the ball on their offensive end. They've got a 3-on-2 here if they can push.
And getting a little physical now.
And we've got a delayed penalty there.
Henson Vendrell came away with the ground ball. Protects possession for Puerto Rico. The skip pass. And not able to put that home was Libby Staples. Now a junior at UMBC, but it will be another woman-up opportunity for Puerto Rico here with 1:45 remaining in the second quarter.
Yellow card issued to Great Britain's number 6, Emma
As it's
Oakley.
Emma Oakley who picks up the yellow.
Dylan Whittington, I think, has really been great. She's come in and made some nice outlet passes and made some huge saves, especially on those high-to-high shots. Physical play in there.
Checked out the CT and the GB for Wimpenny through the traffic. Huge play, woman down. Ground ball still to be had.
We've got a player that appears to be
Great
injured. Is that
player.
Wimpenny down?
No, that's Shires. Tilly Shires down. It looked like in that mess. Contact might have been, let's see. No, she just got tripped. Yep.
That was the booty bop to the head. That was the, I think she ran into the back end of a Puerto Rico players are both scrapping for that loose ball. But she's still out there, appears to be okay.
Yep, appears to be just fine. Just over a minute remaining in the second quarter. Knifing through Sofia Herrera. Now Brie Carrasquillo trying to move it to the opposite side. You see how Great Britain's extending their defense.
I was just going to say the on-ball pressure really extending on the ball carrier and then pushing out on the adjacents and then packing it in on the backside. I love that. Puerto Rico has been able to find the skips occasionally, but England so quick to recover, it makes it almost impossible for Puerto Rico to get good, clean looks. It's been really effective this half.
Skip back up top. Fired into the middle, but they collapse all over Brie Carrasquillo.
She went for the underhand shovel there. It was really the only option.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like, is just how do I get this ball out of my stick at this point?
We talked about Monica Negron's basketball background. That was like a throw it in the middle to your center. And
right?
It's a turnover there by England.
22 seconds remaining as Puerto Rico gets it back with a chance to try to take the lead here before the half. Pushed ahead. And what a finish. Lucia Nash. She doesn't look like a 16-year-old. That's 3 today.
On the run, down the alley, high-to-high heat. And then big pressure as...
That's how the first half comes to a close. Lucia Nash, what a half
Your score at
She should
halftime,
be at
Puerto
school
Rico
right
8,
now.
Great Britain 7.
3 goals for Lucia Nash, and Puerto Rico is in front of Great Britain 8-7 at the break. We'll be back with the second half. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience from Indianapolis.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play. During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
If they could see themselves play and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field, that's every coach's dream.
Condado Tacos. Back here at Carroll Stadium in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience, we want to take a second to thank our many partners that are helping to make the USA Lacrosse Experience possible out here in the Midwest. Bibibop Asian Grill, as well as Condado Tacos, Tequila, and Margaritas. Also a thank you to Penn Station East Coast Subs, as well as to Taylor's Bakery. I'm Glenn Clark. He is Mitch Belisle at the half. Puerto Rico in front of Great Britain, 8-7. Mitch, this was a real back-and-forth affair for the first 16 minutes of this one, as these two teams throwing punches. Puerto Rico lands the latest blows there at the end of the first half. I think what stands out to me the most, how do you ignore Lucia Nash at 16 years old, looking like a force for Puerto Rico?
Yeah, she was certainly a big piece of it. They did a nice job of pushing transition early, and then it was Great Britain who really extended out defensively. I think put some pressure on Puerto Rico, and they were able to capitalize on their own with a couple transition goals, including Georgie Southron on a wide-open breakaway and some good over-the-top looks for Great Britain. But Puerto Rico, they didn't go away at the end. They were able to chip in 3 of their own, and it was, like you said, Lucia Nash really came to play today. You joke that she should be in school right now. She's taking everyone to school.
Sure is.
On her own, as she is using her speed and versatility. You can see she can just move quickly and get the ball up and out. And does a nice job of hustling back in transition, too. That's the other piece of this, is after you score, there's no time to revel in your glory. You just got to get back and play defense. Look at that on-the-run shot by Nash. Just a thing of beauty there.
Looks like we're going to see a new goalie for Puerto Rico. No, sorry, I take that back. No, it does. It is a new goalie. That's Isabel Goutreau, who looks like she's going to come in for this second half for Puerto Rico. Looking over some of the numbers from the first half, mentioned Lucia Nash with 3 for Puerto Rico. Karina Herrera had 2. Rachel Ramirez, 7 saves in the first half for Puerto Rico. For Great Britain, 2 goalies played. Sienna Perek made 4 saves and allowed 4 goals in the first quarter. Dylan Whittington made 3 saves, allowed 4 goals in the second quarter. You mentioned Georgie Southorn. She and Torres Anderson each had 2 goals. Olivia Wimpenny with a goal and 2 assists, 3 points in the first half. All adds up to 8-7, Puerto Rico in front as we start half number 2. If you missed it earlier, same 2 countries on the men's side. Puerto Rico coming away with a 16-14 victory over Great Britain. in what was a thriller. Coming up next, 11:30 a.m., United States men play their first game of the weekend against Colombia. Then we'll have the United States women against Colombia. A bit of a break in the afternoon, then back here for 4 more games starting at 3:30. Great Britain and Colombia on the men's and women's side. Then the United States and Puerto Rico on the men's and women's side at 6 and 7:15 tonight. And those really stand out as marquee games this weekend that everybody's going to make sure they're with us for here on USA Lacrosse's YouTube page. Puerto Rico going right to left on your internet dial here in quarter number 3. They control the draw with the 8-7 lead, and they waste no time adding to it.
Carrasquillo using their size. That was Bree. Couple sets of sisters on this Puerto Rico team. But Coach DeGrone specifically said, I love Bree and Sky's height because you can throw it in, they can catch it, and they can score, and that's exactly what happened.
Second goal of the day for Bree Carrasquillo to make it 8-6 Puerto Rico right out of the chute. And a good cut towards the middle. Going right back, shot clock expires before Emma Oakley can get that off her stick.
Nice defensive play there. Puerto Rico might have gotten away with one. I did not believe you're allowed to throw it back to your goalie inside their crease there, so I'll have to watch that to see how that is called the rest of the game. Maybe there was a few rule changes I know they were talking through and working on, including if the ball hits the post and goes out of bounds, it is the offensive team's ball. As Great Britain strikes
right
first.
Down the pipe for Georgie Southorn. She joins the hat trick party, her third of the day. And now an opportunity for Great Britain to get it level. And this is what we've been talking about. It's been a back and forth contest between these teams. Back behind Wimpenny from X. Up to Ripper. What a story Alice Ripper is. Whew. We got a tie game.
Wimpenny with the little slow bouncer just puts it in the right spot off a beautiful cut there.
Second of the game for Wimpenny.
Number 11, Olivia Wimpenny.
Makes it 9-9. Alice Ripper was on a collegiate tour with the British team last year, and they made a stop in Chapel Hill to play North Carolina. And while she was there, she liked it so much that she asked Jenny Levy if maybe she could play at North Carolina.
And I love Jenny Levy, her response in an article about it said, all of the England lacrosse women are tall, blonde, and aggressive.
Yeah.
And watching here, she's not wrong, right? It's definitely a bit of a stereotype, but you see these English national team players, and they're all tall and fast and aggressive. And then on the defensive side, looking back at that last possession, it looks like they've dropped into a zone, and that really threw Puerto Rico off. So watch for that zone play as they played super aggressive at the back part of the second quarter. Now they're dropping into a zone as they try to take away transition here. But watch to see how long they keep this zone and how Puerto Rico tries to attack it.
Puerto Rico able to get it back after the turnover from Gautreau on the clear. She just threw it out of bounds.
See, they play like the two low players, one covering the crease, one covering the backside pipe, and then three in an umbrella over the top.
So the point is that Ripper will finish her collegiate career at North Carolina this spring. Liked it so much, she decided she wanted to stay.
And what a cool experience and opportunity for Coach Levy to grow the game and bring players from other countries into that fold at UNC as Tar Heels. A lot of Tar Heels represented on the U.S. women's team.
Good late deflection, sort of closing that gap. Robles to prevent an easy opportunity for Neville.
And we'll see one of Ripper's coaches, actually, Marie McCool, is the assistant coach at UNC. So fun to see coach and player from one team in this event.
A lot of college coaches on the U.S. women's team. Knifing through, shot low, turned aside. Quickly the other way.
Oh,
good find in the middle and delivery from Anna Neville. Off the feed from Ripper.
That is like textbook
goal scored by number 7,
transition as
Anna
Neville
Neville.
follows the play. They roll back, and she just puts too much pressure on that 3-on-2. She has a wide open look in the middle. What a beautiful play there by Great Britain pushing the pace.
First of the day for Anna Neville from London. Played for Hustle in the fly this season. Great Britain erases the 2-goal Puerto Rico lead. Oh, they were that close to having a 2-goal lead themselves. Sophia Wise's shot wide.
And Puerto Rico needs a stop here. They have given up 3 straight. This is where if you give up 3 goals and then you score 1, that's one thing. But if you give up 3 goals and let up the 4th in a row, it really feels like a hole that you got to pressure so much to dig out of as Great Britain's on the run.
Fed in front, wide open, and an easy finish for Emma Oakley for her first of the game.
Great Britain goal scored by number 6, Emma Oakley.
Emma Oakley was part of that team at the 2022 World Games in Birmingham that reached the semifinals, lost in the bronze medal game, and a real chance here for Great Britain to open up a big lead. Whistle behind the play. Just a timeout, it appears.
Yeah, I believe we're going to have a timeout. I couldn't quite see who they pointed to award it. You can call a timeout at a dead ball or when in your offensive zone, so that's going to be a Great Britain timeout there.
Be their first of the second half here with 2:26 remaining in quarter number 3. Great Britain in front 11-9 over Puerto Rico. Head coach Phil Collier has Erica Erb on his staff for Great Britain. We mentioned Monica Negron, the head coach of Puerto Rico, not far removed from her own playing career on the international level. She played on that 2022 team in the World Championships, and she was joking with us that some of the players that she played with that are still on the national team called her the abuela, the grandmother.
She said she was one of 3 abuelas on the team at the young age of early 30s.
Right. And she said she embraced the role. She loved being sort of the leader, the
elder stateswoman.
Yes, if you will.
I've been on that end of things.
You've been that.
It's funny when you get to be the veteran and you look around and everyone's so young. You're like, I thought I was the young one, right? It happens so fast. You almost don't even realize it.
Out of the timeout, Great Britain trying to add to the lead, and will. Excellent finish, knifing through. Georgie Southorn now has a 4-pack.
By number 12, Georgie Southorn.
Oh, and the turnover and the ride.
It's all going Great Britain's way at the moment. And, yeah, there's going to be a foul here.
That's a 30-second infraction. The green cards were 30. Yellow cards worth 1 minute, and then red, that's an expulsion penalty. The one that I was curious about, Glenn, in the women's game is one of those expulsion penalties. If you shoot and it hits a defender above the knee, that's an expulsion penalty. So it's called dangerous propel. We haven't seen that yet. You know, our defender's going to kind of
try to step right
through the.
That's
through
really
the shot.
Interesting.
Obviously a little bit different than the women's field game without the arcs.
Right.
And without the shooting space.
Tori Rankin serving the penalty and just dipping underneath Sophia Wise. Under and up. Her first of the game. Great Britain has scored 6 unanswered goals here in the third. Largest lead of the day, 13-9.
And there's an answer from Puerto Rico they needed desperately.
No goal, still 13-9.
Never mind.
Just over a minute to play. Again, I have to apologize to everybody. The left side of the field is quite the issue for us.
But we bought the obstructed view tickets today, Glenn.
Nobody told us. Oh, another spectacular finish. Great Britain doing everything right here in this third quarter. And Alice Ripper on the board for the first time today.
Oh, spreading the wealth is this Great Britain offense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 unique scorers.
7-0 run for Great Britain. Puerto Rico scored the first goal of the third quarter just seconds in, and it's been all Great Britain and put one more on the board Tors Anderson now with the hat trick.
And I think we're going to have a penalty. He's got the card up. It's hard to see, I think, with the glare. That looks like it's a yellow, so that's going to be a 1-minute penalty. I believe that was on the goalie, so they're going to put the in-home. Yeah, and that's what they're talking through. So the slash was actually on the goaltender for Puerto Rico. So that was Isabel Dutroux got the slash, but then they're going to give it to Robles as the in-home to serve.
Yeah, Robles will serve the penalty, so another woman up for Great Britain, having scored 8 consecutive goals. Absolutely seizing control, great feed, but it seemed like Wimpenny couldn't decide what she wanted to do with that.
It's exactly what I was thinking. That was the old spass. It's a shot pass.
Right.
But it worked out perfectly. It was
did.
A beautiful bounce.
In the end, Lottie Robertson with her second of the day, 16-9. And will they get one more off? No, they will not get one more shot off before the end of the quarter. But what a quarter it was for Great Britain. They outscore Puerto Rico 9-1 in the third, 9 unanswered to end the half. We got one more quarter to go here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Hotel rates for any event you're traveling.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Start of quarter number 4 here at Carroll Stadium. Great Britain in front of Puerto Rico, 16-9. What happened in that third quarter that Great Britain was able to pull away, Mitch?
It was a combination of nonstop, relentless defensive pressure and pushing the pace in transition. Every time they pushed in transition, they had 2-3 runners streaking down at top speed, and they did a nice job, I thought, of either finding the extra pass or taking the extra step in transition to wrap that around the goaltender, and they capitalize on nearly every attempt. As you mentioned, a 9-goal run. Puerto Rico scored the first of the half, but never was able to get a settled offense going. They also dropped back into that zone, which I think completely scrambled the minds of the Puerto Rican offense, and they really never got back into that rhythm once they did get the ball settled.
A couple things we should remind from our conversation with Monica Negron. Like, keep in mind, like half of her roster has never played sixes. And she came into the weekend prioritizing the experience. So for some of those players that we saw in the second half, that might legitimately be the first time they've ever played sixes, as she wanted all these players to get the experience, again, prioritizing that over the results. And Great Britain continues to pile on as that one scored by Georgie Southern, her 5th of the game.
A beautiful skip pass from all the way across as we see the speed of Puerto Rico.
Now, young players for Puerto Rico, inexperienced sixes players. As back to Sienna Parek in goal for Great Britain. She comes away with that one.
England was looking for Tilly Shires on the long outlet. They missed it, and now Puerto Rico trying to chip away on their own.
Losing that after shaking the defender, Karina Herrera, and just stepping in, Parek. But there was a card. There was a penalty.
We've got a 30-second penalty there on Anna Neville.
So a woman-up opportunity for Puerto Rico to try to stop the bleeding, having surrendered 10 straight goals.
Number 7, Anna Neville.
Lucia Nash had a hat trick in the first half. The 16-year-old trying to dodge free.
Puerto Rico only has 4 women on the field. I think that was a mistake. So they're trying to send a fifth out there.
They're
because
racing.
It was funny. It was 4-on-4, yet each team was kind of set up in their 5v4. So Great Britain was playing a box. Puerto Rico was playing their woman up, and neither team really recognized until it was too late.
With the shot clock expiring, the sweep attempt nowhere close. Puerto Rico not able to take advantage. Part self-inflicted wounds. And again, talk about relative lack of experience. Probably plays a role. And we see issues like that.
And this is where it'll be curious to see, does Great Britain, use all 30 seconds? As we mentioned, this is like a proving ground, a testing ground, a lab. So do they want to keep pushing the pace? Do they want to explore new things while they have this lead, or do they try to hold on and taste what it's like to have the victory, right?
Sure.
See what it's like to take the air out of 6 minutes with a lead. I'll be curious to see how they approach this. I have a feeling they're going to continue to push the pace. They'd rather make mistakes at full speed than get the win in a game that realistically is more about learning how they can play.
It's a great question, Mitch, because it is something that, you do need to practice taking the air out of the ball. You do need to do that. And I think maybe ahead of a bigger competition as we move towards the Worlds or the European Sixes, then I think that you're right. They might reconsider that. But
how to win a game, right? You got to practice how to win a game.
Yep. Penalty on Wise.
Nice stick check there by Barek.
Ground ball stays with Puerto Rico. Fed in front. The goal was open. Good finish, Carrasquillo.
And a great check by Parek, but she's got to get back in the goal there. Carrasquillo with a nice reception off a skip pass. Those skip passes, especially in women's lacrosse, if you can get the ball from one side of the field all the way to the other, typically you're going to have a 2-on-1 on that backside.
Bri Carrasquillo, her third of the game, ends the incredible run for Great Britain at 10. And it was a 9-7 Puerto Rico advantage, turned into a 17-9 game. And not able to finish there.
That's a big stop. That's a big defensive stop. That's something to build off of. Puerto Rico, an opportunity to get a stop, go down, play their offense, see if they can put another goal in.
And contact came up high. You can see Olivia Lugo, I think, was looking for a card to come out.
Yeah, I think
and
there
yes,
will
be.
Be. Yeah, Wimpenny with a hard cross check there on the arms. I was thinking about this. These women are going to walk home with some serious bruises on the arms and shoulders. We got a yellow, 1 minute.
Olivia Lugo playing at West Essex High School in New Jersey. She is a commit to play at Brown. Joined the Ivy League, like my buddy Mitch Belisle. Carrasquillo. And whipped in from up top, but save made by Parek.
Yeah, and I don't know that that's the shot that
And
they want to settle for.
Yeah.
I think that was a little inexperienced to what we talked about. Some of these women, this is their first time, probably maybe hadn't played woman up. And you want to find the easy cut, the easy pass on that extra attacker opportunity.
Good move in front, but save made. Gautreau coming away with it. Holding on through contact. Sky Carrasquillo protects possession for Puerto Rico, just past the midway point of this fourth quarter.
Good tight defense by Torres Anderson there.
Question that Monica Negron had coming into this tournament for Puerto Rico, Mitch, was what can we learn? What do you think she's learned about her team through the better part of 4 quarters today?
I think she learned about their ability to strike in transition. I think one area for improvement is their counter transition or getting back and defending. I think that was an area where Great Britain really thrived. And I think the biggest thing is how to attack a zone. That's what they're going to be practicing, or at least talking about between the next games, is how can we, when they drop into that 5-woman tight zone, how can we penetrate the inside and manipulate that zone to find the open looks as opposed to settling for the fading away shot.
Nice low save made by Perek. Under 3 minutes to play. It has been all Great Britain in the second half. They'll take a timeout, set something up here, and this is sort of a practice situation. Hey, let's pretend it's not a 7-goal game. Let's pretend it's a tie game, and we need to execute in this spot. What are we going to do to execute in this spot?
I think that's one area I've been really impressed by Great Britain, both the men and the women, is they've really intentionally used their timeouts as opposed to saving it for, you know, in this game, you don't know if it's going to be a 1-goal game late down the stretch. So why not use one of those 2 timeouts that you have per half a little bit early, or when you think you can get a teaching moment in? So I've really enjoyed what they've done here of taking their timeouts. I think both teams used all, or at least now, yeah, both teams have used all 4 of their timeouts, which is a really good option to make sure you know when to call them, how to call them, what can you do out of them. And last time they called one, they capitalized on the woman up opportunity as well.
17-10, Great Britain in front. Late in the fourth quarter. Again, reminder, next up, USA Colombia men. Looking forward to that one. First opportunity to see Team USA here this weekend. Team USA not the foregone favorite in the sixes discipline on the men's side, the way that they are in the field side. Oh, bad turnover. One-on-one opportunity. Oh, very nice.
Puerto Rico owes their goalie a Coke right there.
No
what
doubt.
a save to bail them out.
One-on-one opportunity the other way, and that one will be finished. Cecilia Vergara.
That's a nice turn of fortunes there, sparked by a beautiful save
Puerto Rico
by
goal
Puerto Rico.
scored by number 2, Cecilia Vergara. Under 2
Her
minutes
first of
left
the
in
day,
fourth quarter. Under
just
2
finished her
minutes.
career at Detroit Mercy.
Not afraid of this Midwest weather here in the fall.
Outside, Perek going low, able to deny Karina Herrera.
England's staying in that zone, you can see, putting pressure behind the ball, but everyone else is kind of matched up at the top of their areas.
Rodriguez Shaw knifes her way through, and she finishes.
Puerto Rico
Second
goal
of the
scored by
day
number 18,
for Delaney Rodriguez Shaw, the UMass senior. And with the penalty, they'll get it back.
Yeah, that's an and one right there.
Cut it to 17-12 with 1:20
Yellow
remaining.
card issue to Great Britain's number 2, Sophia Weiss.
Yellow card on Wise. Rodriguez Shaw does well to go low and get that pass, which was behind her. Good movement. Rodriguez Shaw loses it, however.
The thing that I saw from Great Britain on the extra attacker opportunity was they are cutting constantly through the middle. Right now, there's just too much stationary outside play for Puerto Rico. I want to see more cutters through the middle, replace, cut and replace, get that attacking. You got to penetrate the inside to force the packing in of the defense, and then you can skip through to the outside for the big looks on the top.
Thrown away, but tracked down and saved before it would be over and back. Savage does well to protect possession for Great Britain with the shot clock running down.
And a smart play there. That's the first dump to the corner we've seen all day.
Under 30 seconds remaining, and there's one more for the road for Delaney Rodriguez Shaw. The Longmeadow, Massachusetts native gets her third.
She loves switching over to that
Puerto Rico
left hand,
goal
and it's
scored by
been
number
extremely
18,
effective.
Delaney Rodriguez Shaw.
And Great Britain, let's see if they can add one more. Not that time, and that's how this one comes to a close. Great Britain, that massive third quarter, 10-0 second half run, flips the script on this one, and they open up the USA Lacrosse Experience with a 17-13 victory over Puerto Rico. Mitch Belisle, some final thoughts from you?
I love to see Puerto Rico's fight down the stretch. They went down big, but they scored the final 4 goals of the contest, which I thought really showed their grit. I also really liked Great Britain exploring that zone and doing it in timely fashion that really threw a wrench into Puerto Rico's plan. So it'll be interesting to see, do teams flop in and out of that zone versus man or woman on coverage. But I thought both teams competed hard, and a lot of credit to Puerto Rico for bringing it back and making that a little bit of a tighter game than it looked like when that 9-goal run went off in in the third quarter.
Next up for Great Britain, they play Colombia at 4:45. For Puerto Rico, a showdown with the United States at 7:15. Coming up next at 11:30, we'll have the United States and Colombia men. That will be our next game. We'll be back with you for that. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience. We are on the road to Los Angeles 2028, and the road begins here in Indianapolis. The USA Lacrosse Experience from Carroll Stadium on the campus of IU Indianapolis. He is former Cornell and Boston Cannons legend Mitch Belisle. I am recent second-place bar trivia finisher Glenn Clark, and we are with you for Game 3 on day 1 of the event, and our first opportunity to take a look at the USA men as they battle Colombia. And Mitch, this is a loaded USA roster. There are stars, a lot of the younger stars, Pat Cavanaugh, Liam Entenmann, reigning Rookie of the Year in the PLL, TJ Malone of the Whip Snakes. Great chance for these young players to start putting themselves in the pipeline to be part of that first Olympics team.
Yeah, really unique and cool blend of players from all over the country, all different schools, a lot of strong Notre Dame ties. A couple Yale players, Andy Shea helming this team. We got a little Archers overlap with Tony Resch controlling their defense, but no box players, which I thought was really interesting. It'll be curious to see as we continue down the road. Do they incorporate more of the box guys because the sixes format is so similar with the pick and roll game and the 5v5 format?
Team USA in the white shirts and the blue shorts, moving left to right on your internet dial here in the first quarter. Colombia in the blue shirts, the white shorts, the white helmets for both teams. Colombia moving right to left. And we are underway, and Team USA looking for a fast start, dodging all the way in front and finishing quite quickly. Ryan Tierney gets the Americans on the board.
And that's how you do it.
Number 13, Jake Taylor.
Was it Taylor? It looked like
no, that was Tierney.
Here at the stadium, they announced Taylor, and I said, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that was Tierney. So Ryan Tierney, of course, playing for the California Redwoods, gets USA on the board. The starters for Team USA, Xander Dixon, Ryan Tierney, Michael Sowers, Piper Bond, Cole Kirst, and Liam Entenmann in goal. And the shot clock's going to expire for Colombia before they can get a shot off. Their starters, Robert Mendez, Jacob Haas-Janos, as well as Anthony Corcel, Quinn Guevara, and Alex Concannon. Of course, played for 5 years at Johns Hopkins before transferring to Hofstra. 46 career goals. That shot is wide and goes back the way of Colombia. In goal for Colombia, Oscar Cifuentes out of Tennessee Wesleyan University.
And that was a good stop there for Team USA in their first opportunity. Colombia without even able to get a shot off. There's a big physical dodge and a goal. What a look inside and a beautiful finish.
That is a heck of a moment for Colombia to make a statement early on. Kai Switlik, originally from Sacramento, California, a high school senior at Jesuit in California. And there's Cifuentes denying TJ Malone.
Another Cali kid in net with Oscar Cifuentes.
So a great start if you're Colombia, trying to show that you can play with the best in the world, Team USA. And in the early going, they get a couple of stops, score a nice goal, have a chance to take an early lead. What are your expectations, Mitch, for Team USA? What is it that you want to see from them this weekend? Because, again, they start on the path towards 2028, another shot clock violation for Colombia.
For me, it's all about their substitution patterns and their transition. How can they push the pace in transition? We saw at the World Games, that was an area where they really struggled against Canada in that championship. So I want to see what Coach Shea has taken since that 2022 loss and what they're going to change as they prepare for the Olympics in 2028.
Yeah, that's a big storyline for Andy Shea's team. Oh, fired in from outside. Goal scored by Tierney, his second already. USA back in front, 2-1. We're so used to Team USA in the field level. They haven't won every world championship, but they always seem to be the favorite going in. Obviously won the world championship in 2023 in San Diego, but here in sixes, the first major international competition, the World Games in 2022 down in Birmingham. As Mitch mentioned, they lost to Canada, and that's now a third shot clock violation for Colombia just here in the first quarter.
And it looks like what they're doing substitution-wise is they're playing an offensive shift, getting back and playing a defensive shift, and then subbing off almost wholesale. I've seen maybe one or two guys stay and play, but pretty much play offense, play defense, then get off is what it looks like they're trying right now.
Pat Kavanaugh, that's his first.
Great little look for Brian Tevlin sneaking around the net. He just shoots that one high off the quick stick.
Kavanaugh, of course, Tewaaraton Award winner last year at Notre Dame, back-to-back NCAA champion.
Pat McAfee show.
Yeah, regular.
Guest today, or yesterday, sorry.
Thrown behind, what a snag and a goal for Kavanaugh.
And goal scorer, in fact.
USA goal by number
Kavanaugh, of course, playing for the Boston Cannons in the PLL. 3-1 Team USA in the early going. From up top. Good dodge. Nolting sends it in the middle.
Asher Nolting, that big body, he used it so effectively in the PLL. I was very curious to see how he does defensively, and I'll be curious to watch a lot of these players that are attackmen, what they do, how they stay in play, and if they try to challenge them. And right now, he's covering the ball.
Well, and interesting in putting together this Sixes roster, a handful of players that found some great success in the PLL Championship Series last year, including Asher Nolting, who's good in basically every version of lacrosse that there is, the three-time All-Star. But during the Championship Series last year, 15 goals, 12 assists for Nolting. Save made by Entenmann.
Oh, and great pressure there on the extremely quick break out there. Entenmann immediately looking upfield.
Yep, to say the least, and it leads to a Matt Campbell goal. Campbell's first of the day. Another outstanding performer in the PLL Championship Series a year ago, including 7 two-point goals. Makes it 4-1. USA gets it right back, trying to add to it. Just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Thrown inside, but not quite on target. Looking for Bond. Stays with the U.S. Sowers loses it on the turf.
He looked for cutting Xander Dixon. Xander Dixon was on the receiving end of so many perfect passes from Jeff Teat this year in the PLL. It's almost like anything Teat would throw in would go in. And speaking of going in.
Yep. Going the other way. Columbia able to cut it to 4-2 thanks to Kai Switlick's second goal of the day. Switlick, a high school senior out here playing with some of the best players in the world and holding his own. Kavanaugh feeds it into the middle. It can happen that quickly. Does not take long. And the U.S. extends the lead back out to 5-2 here with just over a minute to play
goal by number 3,
Chris Aslanian. That is his first of the day. Great move in front, getting low. Retort from Columbia. Alex Concannon's first of the day.
Nice little inside roll there by Concannon. It looked like United States is kind of leaving their defenders on an island. They've supported a bit when they've needed to, but they really haven't slid per se. So they're going to say White's in the crease off ball.
Concannon, 79 career points in college. A coup. He wanted to play. He sought out. Has a grandparent from Columbia. He sought out Team Columbia, hoping to become part of the program. And to say the least, Oscar Daniel Castillo-Morales was quite happy to have him.
Absolutely. When you're getting a All-American, you're usually pretty happy about that.
Green card is United States number
So first penalty.
Ryan Conrad's going to the box for a push there. 30 seconds. Columbia will get their first opportunity at the extra man advantage.
Conrad coming over to the Maryland Whip Snakes.
Concannon just lets the cannon fly.
And he cuts it back to a 1-goal game
Columbia
with his second of the day.
Number 42, Alex Concannon.
Quick response, no, won't go for Cole Kirst. You've seen an awful lot of the Kirsts the last few weeks. 2 of them playing in Utica at the World Box Championships. 2 of them on this roster, Cole and Colin. Competitive first quarter. USA in front 5-4 after 1 here in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
USA Lacrosse merchandise right here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Make sure to visit the USA Lacrosse retail tent located in the fan zone for exclusive USA Lacrosse Experience tees and the latest official USA Lacrosse apparel,
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. GameBridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at GameBridge.io.
Two goals each for Alex Kincannon and Kai Switlik for Columbia. 2 for Ryan Tierney, 1 apiece for Aslanian, Campbell, and Kavanaugh. Each goalie making 2 saves in the first quarter. 5-4, USA in front of Columbia after 1. Glenn Clark, Mitch Bilal with you at the USA Lacrosse Experience. And Mitch, I come away very impressed with Columbia in that first quarter.
Yeah, it was all Alex Concannon towards the back half, but Kai Switlik, the high schooler, coming out and playing some serious lacrosse, like you said, against the best in the world. We see Jack Concannon stepping into another one. That one got soaked.
You can see he is unafraid to step down from outside in transition. The U.S. trying to go in a hurry, and that's what they're capable of doing. Makes it 6-4 here to start quarter number 2.
That was a nice 3-on-1 opportunity there, finished off by Justin Anderson, the Las Vegas native.
Anderson's first of the day, playing for the Denver Outlaws, a 2-time PLL All-Star.
Last U.S. goal by number 31, Justin Anderson.
Americans trying to stretch out this advantage here in the second quarter. Again, a reminder, results this weekend not most paramount. They're not giving away a trophy and getting free, not able to finish. Boy, that was a golden opportunity.
Nice little pick and slip there. The 2-man game executed very well by the U.S. lefties over there on that side.
It's the experience and starting to build, starting to figure out what you want your roster to look like moving towards becoming first World Sixes Championships in a couple of years, and then obviously after that, the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. This ball push over in the corner.
Yep, and that's going to be, you see that's going to be a minute foul. So you're not allowed to body check, this was just a big body check, a very legal body check in field, but in sixes you're not allowed to use your body to dislodge someone from their positioning or the ball. And Aslanian, just a great man ball situation in field, but in sixes, that's going to put him in the sin bin for a minute.
So man-up opportunity for Columbia. Concannon thinking about stepping down from up top, and instead they throw it away. So that's frustrating. You get a man-up chance. Not able to convert.
And that penalty time runs with the clock, so you see USA wasn't too eager to pick that ball up. They're going to take as much time as required. You get 5 seconds to kind of secure that ball after goals or on the inbounds. They're going to use all 5 of that. It's almost like free 5 seconds off the penalty.
Still 15 seconds remaining on the penalty, and
what a move there.
Very impressive.
USA goal by number 7.
First time today, TJ Malone on the board. What a pick TJ Malone proved to be in the 3rd round of the PLL draft for the Whip Snakes. Ends up being Rookie of the Year and 2nd team All-Pro in his first pro season out of Penn State.
Columbia goals.
The other way, that's Ryan Tabor. Ryan Tabor for the first time today. Tabor played club lacrosse at Concordia University, Irvine, and he scores to cut the lead to 7-5. Getting free up top, dodging and sending it home, Cole Kirst.
And this is where that kind of box style, 3 righties, 2 lefties, you cycle, you see those 2 righties push down. Cole Kirst sweeps across the top, and now he has options. If the lefties get open, if the righties work that 2-man game after he sweeps, or he takes it himself, he does exactly that and finishes over the top.
Both Kirsts on the field right now as Colin has come in between the pipes in this 2nd quarter. These are the 2nd and 3rd of the Kirst siblings. Shot clock violation for Columbia. Of course, Connor the oldest, CJ then 4th. Those 2 played on the box team this summer in Utica. And Caden, the 5th, still to come for Rutgers. Michael Sowers on the board for the first time today.
Connor Kirst had a heck of a World Lacrosse Box Championships, was named to the All-World team. He scored some huge goals, including the game winner against the Haudenosaunee in the semifinal that sent the United States to their first ever gold medal game, where they ended up falling a little short, but earning that silver for the first time in U.S. box history. Was excited to be part of that experience, and obviously the women team won, winning their first gold.
Hosjano shot high. U.S. gets it back, and penalty appears to be coming. And an EMO for the Americans, leading 9-5 with 3:32 remaining in the 2nd quarter.
Rodriguez is Bojorquez takes the knee on the sideline. They're saying, actually, you got to sit in the chair.
That's the way it works.
They've got the penalty, and it's not even him who's going to the box here. So
it's actually Suarez Rojas.
So we'll see this U.S. power play for the first time.
Suarez Rojas played at Hood College out in Western Maryland.
Columbia yellow issued to number 2.
Extra man look.
Suarez,
it's a 60-second penalty.
Oh, Kavanaugh wide open, but robbed on the inside by Cifuentes.
Battle for the ground ball continues. And was it crease first or was the push first? Crease was the call.
That's a big save there by Cifuentes to spark. Now they're going to take their time, try to kill some of this clock.
Yep, they can kill the better part of the remaining 30 seconds. And we see, instead, they give it right back.
Nice takeaway check there. And that's where just so active with the sticks, Brian Tevlin there. Nothing, not like a big hard swing, just a little poke enough to dislodge the ball there.
Still 10 seconds on the penalty. Oh, and looking, there was an opportunity on the doorstep.
TJ Malone with a little cut through and replace was beautiful, but they
great
get it.
Fake and the perfect dive. Grant Ament getting into the mix.
USA goal by number 16, Grant Ament.
First of the day for the PLL champion with the Utah Archers. And a first team All-Pro this season. Columbia will take a timeout with 2:16 remaining in the first half. USA has extended the lead out to 10-5 with 2:16 remaining in the second. What has the U.S. done better here in quarter number 2?
I think they're spreading the wealth. They're staying space. They're cutting hard, then replacing, and they're moving the ball quickly. They've got 9 scorers for those 10 goals. The only one with double digits is Ryan Tierney, who scored the first 2 goals of the game. So everyone has gotten their touches. They're finding a little bit better spacing, and they're certainly pushing the pace in transition when it's there.
The USA playing, obviously, Columbia right now. The rest of the weekend, they've got a big one tonight against Puerto Rico. That's at 6 o'clock. You'll want to be with us for that. And then tomorrow night, they'll take on Great Britain in the nightcap of day 2, 8 o'clock tomorrow night back here at Carroll Stadium. For Colombia, later on this afternoon, they take on Great Britain. That'll be at 3:30. Then tomorrow night, they'll take on Puerto Rico at 5:15.
You got a chance to catch up a little bit with the coach of Colombia. It was really interesting to hear his take on how they put this team together. It's a mix of them seeking players and players seeking them out.
I really do think that for a program like Colombia that has not been a player on the world stage, right? This opportunity in sixes is, what a turnaround shot. That is not a goal, but it is incredible effort to get just free by Alex Kincannon to get that shot off. And you can see how much offense he can generate quickly. But it's about what sixes does to try to grow the game in places where maybe they have not been necessarily lacrosse hotbeds. That it's way easier to find a small group of players, as Cole Kerr scores his second of the day, way easier to find a small group of players and a smaller field that's not being used for a soccer match. You would take away an entire soccer field for full box lacrosse, or you certainly don't have many hockey arenas, as a coach pointed out in our conversation, to go play box lacrosse. Much more practical to try to play the sixes format and to try to grow the game that way, as Piper Bond gets his first goal of the day.
Yeah, and there's the space issue, and then there's the numbers issue, right? A lot of these countries, there's just not that many players playing, so to get a game or a legitimate practice, to be able to go 6-on-6, you only need to bring together 12 players to get a full field practice or a scrimmage. There's a turnover.
Pat Cavanaugh in transition scores his second of the game, as the U.S. has just completely blown this thing open. They're now outscored Colombia 8-1 here in this second quarter.
Oh, good cut look. I think the Cinderella magic is worn off a little bit for Colombia.
It was an inspired performance in the first quarter, but at some point you just knew the talent difference between these two programs would end up rearing its head, and that has been the case here in quarter number 2. Turnaround shot not on target. Again, if this is your first experience with sixes, there's no race to the end line. You miss a shot, it goes out, it's going the other way. That's Kirst will fling it down. He's in for the second quarter, and that'll be how the first half comes to a close.
Kirst going for the goalie goal there at the end.
Trying to make it happen. U.S. outscores Colombia 8-1 in quarter number 2, and they have the 13-5 advantage at the half. We'll get you ready for half number 2 and take a look at our first half highlights when we come back. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Through the end of the year. Visit www.athleticrepublic.com/USA-lacrosse to learn more. Fans, remember, all nations have a table.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play during National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November. Head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
if they could see themselves play and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field, that's every coach's dream.
Halftime in Indianapolis, Team USA leading Team Colombia 13-5 at the USA Lacrosse Experience. I want to thank our partners who have helped to make the USA Lacrosse Experience possible, including Bibi Bop Asian Grill, Condado Tacos, Tequila, and Margaritas, Penn Station East Coast Subs, and Taylor's Bakery. Glenn Clark alongside Mitch Belisle. We're going to take a look at our first half highlights, see how it is the Team USA built up this advantage. If you weren't with us at the start, it was a great fight from Colombia in the first quarter. They trailed just 5-4 at the end of one, thanks to great plays by Kai Switlick and Alex Kincannon. Things just kind of got away from them there in quarter number 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they did anything too differently. It's just the United States really flexed their ability to change the pace, push and transition, and space out, move the ball quickly. That to me was the biggest thing. As the United States, as we see, it was really one-on-one goals for Colombia, but then for the United States, they continued to share the ball and make that second and that third pass, which ended up in easy dunks. And we talked about this earlier, but England, the British team, they talk about not shooting but finishing. This is a prime example. You see Grant Ament diving across and then sprinting back, but they're getting open looks for that wide open guy right there. See Cole, there's the extra look. Even Piper Bond, more of a defensive player, getting in on the action. But they're having these wide open looks, so it's 1-on-0 with the goalie. So instead of having to shoot the ball, they just look where the goalie is and they finish around him.
I want to have a philosophical conversation with you about how you're building your Sixes team, right? Like, what kind of players do you want? What is it that you're looking for to make a more perfect Sixes group?
Yeah, and I think the question here is, like, if you're looking at the Olympics, right? You're looking at the Olympics, who are we competing with? It's probably Canada. Hopefully it's the Haudenosaunee if they're able to enter that.
Yep.
England is certainly making a push, but how do you beat those teams? And really Canada, who we just faced in the box championships, we saw this in the World's Games in 2022. They play a box style. They play two-man games. They feed the ball inside. They work a lot of off-ball picking and rolling. So we have to be able to defend that. So that's, I think, where you build the core, is that defending a two-man game. So I think some box transition type players, we talked about Connor Kirst, I think would be a great addition here. Guys who have NLL experience, and then you need to be able to score and push the pace in transition. Guys who are sure with their stick, can get back and play defense, but are smart enough to flip that switch and push the pace on transition. Those are the guys I think that I'm going to want. So a mix of like the hybrid kind of box transition player, and then the field offensive guy, and then like a Piper Bond. He's really impressed me today with his size, his ability to defend one-on-one, and then scoring touch there, seeing him pop one in the net as well.
USA wins the opening face-off of the third quarter and doesn't take long. Jake Taylor on the board
USA
for the first time today.
13, Jake Taylor.
Denver native and another two-time champion. The only current collegiate player on the roster this weekend, getting ready for his 6th year at Notre Dame, where he's already won 2 NCAA titles.
And loves to score goals in a myriad of ways, as we get a nice bounce shot there.
Ryan Conrad getting on the board for the first time today.
USA goal by number 15, Ryan
Mentioned
Conrad.
he was very impressive in the PLL Championship Series, playing at that point with the Water Dogs before he was dealt to the Whip Snakes, and making a run all the way to the PLL Championship game.
And that's where, like, so that's a prime example. Asher Knowlting right there, matched up one-on-one against Kincannon. Like, you either have to plan for that and have a slide ready, or you got to change that matchup so he doesn't end up getting run by.
Blanchard Inostosa scoring for the first time today to cut it to 15-6. Columbia getting it back. Team USA, that huge second quarter to open things up. And I feel like, again, the scoreboard really isn't the story for Team USA. It's what kind of progress are they making, as that shot is wide.
I think
Liam
Entenmann got a piece of that, so they'll get a fresh shot clock here.
Exactly right. Back in for this third quarter, Liam Entenmann being asked to try to come up with another one. And what's the call here?
That's an illegal body check. You're certainly not allowed to do that. This could be an expulsionary event. I think it's probably going to be a 1 minute, but
okay.
We'll look for the color of the card. Yeah, you're not allowed to play the body there. Piper Bond just reverted right back to PLL style. So we get a little wind picking up here in the booth.
And nobody got to see the dramatic catch that I made on your notes flying by me. I feel like
you introduced yourself as a second-place bar trivia winner. I think first place.
Instincts. Sometimes.
You talked about your soft hands, your days as a tight
end.
Right.
That's right.
34, Piper Bond.
So Piper Bond indeed serving, it's a 2-minute penalty for Piper Bond. So a huge opportunity here for Colombia to try to scratch their way back into this a little bit.
And there's no release on the goals, so that'll be full-time served.
But a missed shot is the same thing as a turnover at this point. So the U.S. gets it back.
This is an area, you get your 4 best offensive players. You get a Michael Sowers or Grant Amon out here. They're pretty dangerous one-on-one. Even 1-on-2, they're pretty dangerous.
No question. They're unafraid to go. Oh, boy, getting free really well, Amon, but not able to deliver the...
That one hit the post or the goalie. That was either Cifuentes or the orange pipe, but either way, they'll get a reset. That's another 30 they can kill off the clock here.
Stays with Team USA. They don't even really seem to be prioritizing killing the penalty. This seems more to be, from Andy Shea's perspective, an opportunity. Run some offense. Even man down. Let's see what we can do. Amon finds the cutter, making his move and delivering it. Justin Anderson for the second time today.
You saw Anderson kind of wrapping around the crease.
Justin Anderson.
Seemed like he might come and catch that. He did. He kept his feet moving. I loved how he continued his momentum as he caught that and just ran around and past the Colombian defenders for a great shot opportunity that he put in the back of the net.
Man down goal for the Americans.
Looks like they've been running more of a diamond set. So Coach Tony Resch putting a little wrinkle there as opposed to the box, going with the diamond to match up on that 5v5, force those outside shots as Entman's a little ginger.
Don't like the way he walks that one off after coming up with the save. So the U.S. on that 2-minute penalty, that man down situation, outscores Colombia 1-0, despite being man down. Past the midway point of this third quarter, it's been all USA. There's a nice save from Cifuentes, denying Taylor on the doorstep.
Beautiful no look, but Taylor steps in the crease after he shoots it, so the ball is going to stay or go back to Colombia. So not like box, you're not allowed to run through the crease. Much more like the field game. Any touch in the crease, the ball goes to the other team.
We did see the dive earlier.
You're allowed to dive, you just can't make contact with the goaltender.
Exactly. Oh, good movement, but no angle there for Cole Kirst after he came away with it.
Oh, Ryan Tierney puts that right off the back end to Rob Menendez. You like blocking the shots, saving your goalie, but...
Yep. He's a tough guy, Mendez. He was also a football player back in high school. From the South Setauket, New York.
Split time between St. Leo and Albany under Coach Marr, the Great Danes.
2:59 remaining in this third quarter. USA in front 16-6.
I think they were sorting out how much time is on the shot clock. Because it went off a defender, it's not going to be a reset there.
That's correct. Oh, turnaround from Kavanaugh off the pipe. He's able to track down the ground ball himself. And from well outside, Ryan Tierney, that's a tough angle to shoot from.
And he scored one of those early, and I thought, that low to high, it's a high risk, high reward. If you miss it, it's almost guaranteed that the ball's going to the other team there. He scored the first one that time, not so lucky.
Are you still okay with the shot because of how capable of a shooter he is?
I think so, and I think also where we are in this game, where they were in the shot clock right there, is probably not that many other options.
U.S. will get it back. Oh.
We got a
Nope.
30-second penalty on 22 white. That's going to be Michael Sowers.
So another man-up opportunity for Columbia. They were just man-up for 2 minutes, not able to come away with a goal. They scored 4 in the first quarter. They've scored just 2 since. Outscored 11-2 since the end of quarter number 1.
You see this triangle, or sorry, this diamond defense really putting a ton of pressure on the top shooter of Columbia, and they just really don't know how to handle it right now.
Corey Tiest. And Entenmann comes away with it. The other way. Getting free and delivering it. Matt Campbell, second of the game.
Great skip look there.
Goal by number 20, Matt Campbell.
Reigning first team All-Pro with the Boston Cannons. I hear you know a thing or two about that particular team.
Played a few games, had a cup of coffee with the Cannons.
Just a couple over the years.
A couple cups of coffee. 10 years worth of coffee.
So much coffee.
Teeth.
Yeah, right. Headed back. Team USA in the final minute of this third quarter.
They're content to slow this down a little bit, try to run their offense to its full extent.
Aslanian keeps it moving. Oh, dumped inside, too easy. Tierney from Taylor. And for Ryan Tierney, this game is his recital. He thinks it's very vital to rock a rhyme that's right on time. Hat Tricky is his title. 18-6.
We got Run DMC, we got Boy Meets World. It's a game for everybody.
This is a game for the 40-year-olds, is what you're saying.
6 for the world. Still 38, Glenn. Still got a couple more years.
I am not. 41. Thinking about it, stepping down and dropping the bomb. Cole Kirst joins the hat trick party.
You kind of saw Kirst think about it. Evaluate, do I have any other options? No, I do not. I will let this thing fly, and fly it did right to the bottom left corner.
Team USA continues to separate. Kirst's third of the day makes it 19-6 at the end of quarter number 3. One more quarter to go here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Glenn Clark, Mitch Belisle, and an unrelenting sun with you from Indianapolis for the USA Lacrosse Experience. USA men in front of Columbia, 19-6 after 3 quarters. As we talk about, the results are not most paramount this weekend. It's the experience. And I would imagine that there's an awful lot for Andy Shea to like about what he's seen from his group.
Yeah, I think I really like the balance of scoring. 12 different scores. You've got Ryan Tierney with 3 and Cole Kirst with 3, but otherwise it's really been whoever has the ball at the end of those 30-second possessions. They're sharing it well. They're using the full 30s, not forcing passes, but making the extra pass. And that's something that I think is really paramount. You got to make the extra pass, but you don't want to make too many passes or try to get too cute. They're finding that one more for the wide open look on the net, and then they're taking their time around to finish. Even some of the more D-midi types are doing a nice job of looking, making a quick fake, and bearing. And I think that's where the United States is so good at that. It's really gonna prove to be important as they head down towards 2028.
It'll be Columbia ball to start quarter number 4. And I would say the same thing. I would think, despite the score, that there has been just enough for head coach Oscar Daniel Castillo-Morales to be pleased with, given the giant step up in competition for a Columbia program that has not participated in basically any major international competition in recent years.
Yeah, they've certainly looked strong. They've come out, they've done some nice things. And let's face it, they're going against a juggernaut. They've been shorthanded a few times, and then when they've had the power play, they've really struggled because the United States has thrown that diamond and put pressure on them. But I think they've exceeded expectations with some of their one-on-one dodging, some of their finishing, and they played some good defense when able.
And Oscar Cifuentes has done what he can do, but there's only so much that you can do when you're facing the best players in the world as the USA stretches the lead out to 2 touchdowns with Piper Bond's second of the day.
And you just see the crisp stick work of the United States. These are players that have come off a PLL season. Some of them are playing in other Team USA events, so they've just been playing at a very high level for a long time.
I should point out that Columbia did participate in the PALA qualifier a few years back at the field level, and a lot of these players were part of that, so they can fall back on that experience a little bit as they get this group together. But this group very much coming together quickly. Not a lot of time to prepare for this event.
Well, that's you bring that up. These teams, looking towards Los Angeles, they're going to have more time to really put in systems and figure out exactly who their team is. For this event, they had one practice, I believe. Columbia did, at least. The United States had one training camp back in June. So really, this is where they're doing a lot of the learning, adjusting, and these are the first games of the day. So they'll probably take this film, watch a little bit tonight, change some things up, try some different things.
It's going to be over and back. Kincannon couldn't save it, and the U.S. can kill off the remaining 15 seconds of the Piper Bond penalty. Or if they don't want to, they don't have to. Who am I to tell them what they should do with their time? Instead, maybe you just go ahead and score a goal. Matt Campbell joining the hat trick party.
And it's also interesting, the rosters for the Olympics, 10 runners and 2 goalies, 12-person roster. So this roster is a little bit inflated for this event to give more players an option. We've got more scorers right now than we would have players on an actual Olympic roster. So it is unique, and it's going to be one of the most competitive selection processes for that team that'll play in LA.
2-on-1 and an easy finish the other way for Matt Campbell for goal number 4 on the day.
USA goal by number 20, Matt Campbell.
22-6, 5.5 remaining. And interesting, too, that a bit of a younger roster, not college players. We mentioned just Jake Taylor, but a lot of rookies from the pro level this year that are a part of this roster, trying to figure out what it might look like. We noticed that, like, the USA women's roster that you're going to see here in our next game, it's all of the top stars. Like, they're all there. It'll be interesting to see how the USA men's sixes program comes about. Sixes versus field. Who's playing sixes? Who's playing field over the course of the next 4 years?
And box. Don't forget box.
Right,
There's 3 disciplines to pick from, and you got guys like Tom Schreiber who can do a little bit of everything.
Absolutely.
He probably, I would argue, depending on how he holds up physically, would arguably be your first pick on all 3 of those teams, as Asher Knowlton uses his big size to get topside.
Asher Knowlton joining the party, his first of the game, 13th different goal scorer on the day for Team USA to make it 23-6. And yeah, that's a great point. You pointed out that the players from the box team aren't here this weekend, but that doesn't mean that moving forward in this process that we won't see more of those guys ending up here at sixes.
Right. And I think the fact that Utica did take place just over that 10 days, maybe, what was that, a week and a half ago, they probably looked at limiting those selections, knowing those players might have been physically or mentally tapped out after that 10-day experience. So it'll be very unique and curious to see what they do moving forward as they continue to test out who might be on the actual Olympic team. But with 3.5, 4 years left, you still got guys, probably high school players that we don't even know about that might rise to that level.
And it really is interesting to me, Mitch, and I don't know how much you would have thought about this, the number of potential top stars that perhaps, I don't know how enamored they are with sixes in general, but the opportunity that now exists to play in the Olympics, to check that box as something that you accomplish as an athlete, it will be fascinating to see how much that drives some of the top stars in our sport to say, no, I do want to commit to playing sixes. I do want to put myself in the pipeline for 2028.
Absolutely. It is the Olympics, right? There's no bigger stage in sports, and I think the honor of wearing the USA jersey, I've gotten to do it in box and in field. And sixes wasn't a thing when I was doing it, but there's no better feeling than representing your country, and I can only imagine what that would be like on that Olympic stage with all the other sports represented.
Columbia calls their second timeout of the second half. Midway point of the fourth quarter. Defender hung up. Columbia not able to take advantage of it. U.S. gets it back.
And that's where, if you're Columbia and you see two white jerseys going down in your goal, you might as well not even get back, right? You might as well just start breaking back out. And that's where I think the United States has done a decent job of that. Their players, especially their offensive players playing defense, they recognize once that Columbia player is committed to taking that shot, there's nothing you're going to do to help, right? Maybe there's a rebound, but you might as well push the pace and transition. For anyone who watched the World Games in Birmingham, Zach Currier, he's done that for years in the NLL with Christian Del Bianco as his goalie. As soon as that shot's happening, he doesn't care what's going on behind him. He's taking off upfield and looking for the pass.
Shot doesn't get off in time, so the U.S. gets it back.
Oh, Xander Dixon, have yourself a slip pick, my friend.
Very nicely done. Make it 24-6.
USA goal by number 10.
And that's his first
Dixon.
of the game. And now make it 14 different goal scorers on the day for the U.S.
What a save, and then the push.
It is coming that rapidly.
USA
just
goal by number 13,
that quick.
Jake
Jake Taylor's second of the day.
I was looking down the roster. I saw Dixon had not yet scored. They looked for him early. That's his first goal of the game, as Kavanaugh says, you can't do that. It's a moving pick. The ball go to USA, and they'll push the pace immediately with Grant Amon.
Pat Kavanaugh is certainly someone who's pushing himself into that upper echelon, one of the top stars in the sport.
Nice save there by Cifuentes.
Faking the step down. Brian Tevlin trying to get into the mix. One of the few players on the roster who hasn't scored yet for the United States. In fact, I believe Tevlin is the only field player yet to score today. So they got to get him one in the next 2 minutes, right?
2 minutes. 2 minutes
there's
left.
a big hit,
Yeah, that's going to be
big.
At least a minute here.
As Mandel Franco goes down out of Swarthmore College.
They're going to call that a 1-minuter.
Columbia has partnered up with a nonprofit called Lacrosse the Nations. And they're working on not just the sport itself in Columbia, but also teaching values and tutoring and nutrition plans and mental health. As again, sixes, they're trying to use it to grow the game in places that have not traditionally been lacrosse hotbeds.
Lacrosse the Nation is a great organization it's been around for a long time, and I think some strong former teammates of mine from the LA Riptide used to help with that organization, but cool to see its global influence continuing. What a rip.
Nice step down from Vincent Aguero. High school junior out here playing against the best in the world. And Aguero gets his first of the game.
And they're going to take it back here.
Columbia goal by number 11, Vincent Aguero.
We're getting an officials timeout. They're going to talk through things and determine. One of the officials signaling Columbia would get the ball back.
So I'm going to go back to a thought that we were just talking about, is some of the top stars in the game and what they might decide. I did put the question to Paul Rabel when they made the announcement. Any chance that makes you want to think about coming out of retirement? Any chance that you say to yourself, I got one more run in me. I got one more. Who is the basketball player with the famous meme of, I got one more year? I think it was Vince Carter. I got one more in me. I did ask that question to Paul Rabel after the announcement, like, any chance that makes you think about it? And Paul said, no.
Maybe if it was next year or
right.
2 years, right? But
no.
4 years
down
the
down the
future.
road, nope, not happening. And I think he even would say, even if it was next year or 2 years from now, he has exited that part of his life, obviously, running the PLL and the business side of things consuming him at this point. So not going to be one that's going to poke his head into the conversation.
But he'll be involved somehow.
Well, there's no question
such a big
about
part
that.
of the lacrosse landscape as it is.
Columbia gets it back. And it'll be saved, but shot clock running down. Mandel Franco. Skip pass, not held on to by Sheedy. And the U.S. gets it back as we hit 1 minute to play in the fourth quarter. Impressive performance from the U.S. If you weren't with us, it was a battle for a quarter. U.S. led just 5-4 at the end of one. They've outscored Columbia 20-3 since then. Off the pipe.
And that's where I think the United States have really just spread out. And you can see they're just so fast at beating their man one-on-one. And then Columbia's forced to make the decision, do I go and leave someone else wide open? Or do I stay and let someone take that outside shot? And the United States has done a really nice job of every time. Whatever way Columbia gambles, they take advantage. If they don't slide, they shoot and they score. If they do slide, they pass the ball, move it one more, and then bury. So United States really fast decision-making has been extra beneficial.
A fake, and then the save by Entenmann as he denies Kincannon, and that will be how this one comes to a close. Ultimately, a dominant performance for the United States as they take down Columbia 25-7. Mitch Belisle, some final thoughts from you on this one.
I think the biggest thing for me is this United States roster is balanced. They do a nice job of going right, left, spreading the ball. They really worked well to create space for each other, and you could see them play to each other's strengths. When Grant Ament has his man one-on-one, they're giving him space to dodge so he has his hands free. Ryan Tierney finding those soft spots and letting it fly. They're really playing to each other's strengths. I think defensively they also forced Columbia to make some really tough decisions quickly, and that bode extremely well for the U.S. defense.
Coming up later on tonight, USA Puerto Rico. That will be at 6 o'clock. Both teams winners this morning. So a big showdown for that one. Columbia back in action this afternoon at 3:30 against Great Britain. Coming up next at about 12:45, we'll have the USA women for the first time this weekend as they battle Columbia as well. We'll be back with you for that one as you are watching the USA Lacrosse Experience in Indianapolis. Get ready for the final game of the first session here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. On the women's side, Colombia taking on Team USA. He is Mitch Belisle. I am Glenn Clark. It is great to be with you from Carroll Stadium here in Indianapolis. And the word that comes to mind when I look at the women's roster for this event, Mitch, would be loaded. Loaded roster that we're about to see in this game.
Multiple two-time, two-war-time winners. The U.S. women's box gold medal team MVP of that entire tournament. The last 3 years of AU Pro winners. Yeah, I'd say they're pretty good.
Loaded roster, obviously. Household names like Sam Apuzzo, who, of course, won the Athletes Unlimited Pro League this summer, as well as those two-time Tewaaraton Award winners that you mentioned, Izzy Skane and Charlotte North. Oh, and, you know, Dempsey Arsenault's in there. Taylor Moreno is in there. Just a crazy loaded roster. On the flip side for Colombia, again, a program that doesn't have a ton of top-level experience, they're looking to prove that they belong. They're looking to prove that they can get themselves into the picture for qualifying for the 2028 Olympics.
And that's something that they're building both at home in Colombia and then here in the United States. And so they're putting together that approach to try to make sure they're growing the game at both grassroots level and then here in the United States with the Colombian heritage, so that way women are excited to play for this team. And I got to say, so far, by far my favorite uniform combo here with the bright red and the yellow shorts. Very cool.
Really sharp look for the Colombian team. As Mitch mentioned, they are in the red with the yellow shorts, the yellow numerals. They'll be moving from right to left on your internet dial. Actually, flip that. Team USA in the white shorts with the blue numerals, as they are out for the opening draw. Isabel Stockman out there for Colombia. The other starters for Team Colombia, Juliana Kyle, as well as Alex Mazurchak, Oriana Eldridge, Katie DeShannon, and in goal you find Tori Perez. And Team USA wasting no time, but right there, goal number 1 of the day belongs to Sam Apuzzo.
And that was a quick strike off two great examples of ball movement. They get the ball up, out, and then Sam Apuzzo streaking to the cage immediately.
Sam Apuzzo, Cassidy Weeks, Abby Bosco, Dempsey Arsenault, Kayla Wood, and in goal Taylor Moreno for Team USA, their starters, as they get it back, looking to continue to push. What do you want to see from the USA women, Mitch?
Curious to see how they handle the sub game. Right there we're seeing they almost put on a full new complement as Marie McCool just roofs it. But I want to see how they sub, what they do in transition, and then I also want to see how their extra attacker, their woman up looks, because I think they're going to have some opportunities with the advantage. And I want to see what they do. Is it motion-based? Do they have sets? Do they have plays? And how that factors in.
McCool with her first of the day. The Americans get it back, leading 2-0. Now an assistant at North Carolina, where, of course, she was a legendary player, 3-time first-team All-American and an NCAA champion back in 2016. Good find, the cut. No finish this time as Ali Mastriani.
Mastriani, part of that gold medal winning Team 1, the women's box. Quite a bit of overlap here. I believe 6 players in total here, including Allie Kennedy, who was the MVP of that World Championship.
It was a great summer for Mastriani, as she also was a medalist as part of Athletes Unlimited. Of course, those games played at the home of USA Lacrosse, Tierney Field in Sparks, Maryland.
Columbia. Big ball pressure by Marie McCool right there, and really all over the field is USA showing their pressure defense and what that looks like.
And it leads to another Tar Heel, Kayla Wood, picking up the ground ball, bringing it back the other way, and not able to finish Casey Choma.
She's going to corral that one and find the back of the net with the cutter.
Go ahead and get it. 3-0. in favor of the Americans.
Goal by number 21,
and that's the first of the day for Charlotte North. And what more can you say about Charlotte North other than in sixes, there's a non-zero chance we see her score from midfield at some point.
It's so funny. I got to watch these women play in box, and Allie Kennedy was one of them, and it's just, you throw a helmet and gloves on them, they look so much different, and then they come out here, but once they start running and playing, the style is so similar, so you see Allie Kennedy has so much speed right there.
Kennedy's first of the day makes it 4-0, and Columbia just not finding answers right now. Allie Kennedy also had a great summer in Athletes Unlimited, riding that wave here to Indianapolis and the USA Lacrosse Experience. Kennedy around the screen, dumps it underneath. That one denied. As Apuzzo trying to get underneath. Columbia trying to find something to get going. I know you were learning a little bit about the Columbia program before our broadcast.
Yeah, they talked about this is a group that is under kind of new leadership with their coaching staff. They've got some former Columbia national team members on their staff as well. Mitchie Eller's the former United States player. So a good mix of new and original. And they do such a nice job of both growing the game in Columbia at home, and that's a big focus for them, is growing it in Columbia, and then also finding those players in the United States with Colombian heritage.
Dempsey Arsenault gets her first of the day to make it 5-0, and the Americans get it right back in transition, and an easy finish for Marie McCool.
That's her second.
USA goal by number 4, Marie McCool.
You can see this is just where USA just plays such a fast pace, and they're always sending one streaker immediately on the turnover, one streaker downfield. That's something Columbia's going to have to start matching up with. I think they're basically going to want their top player on offense to always be ready to get back in transition.
Another opportunity for McCool, and she's got the first quarter hat trick.
USA goal by number 4,
and the last couple,
Marie McCool.
Far too easy. As the U.S. extends the lead out to 7-0, just under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter.
Well, this is where their Columbia is running so deep into the zone, but then they have 3 players trapped back.
Oh, what a save. There's a moment for Tori Perez as she denies Mastriani. Americans able to get it back. Choma. And this is a settled offense, which isn't something we've actually seen much of today.
No, their second real opportunity. A nice job on that switch there by Columbia to knock down. It was a little slip pick. They looked to the inside in the row. I've liked how they've had a woman at X, and they're trying to kind of flash around from X. It worked. Last time, I don't believe who it was the recipient, caught it, shot it high, goalie made a save. That time they had the kind of the outlet at X, but they don't find it there. Nice defense by Columbia to eliminate that opportunity.
Yeah, Kent was looking for Skane inside, not able to get it there, and Columbia is not going to waste too long. Mitchie Ellers is going to take a timeout here to talk about it. At 1:49 remaining in the first quarter, they trail 7-0. You mentioned Mitchie Ellers, of course, part of the 2009 World Championship team for Team USA. Now an assistant, a volunteer assistant at Villanova. We see some of these transition opportunities for the Americans. McCool, you leave them open, you're going to be in trouble.
And I think you bring up a great point. How many of these clips, there's not a single other red jersey
and it's
other than the unfortunate one of Tori Perez, who's sitting there all alone one-on-one with some of the best shooters in the world.
It's unfair to say leave them open. Obviously, these are transition opportunities. These were not defensive lapses, per se.
Sure.
These were.
But I think that's one thing that I thought Great Britain and Puerto Rico did a nice job in the first game of really eliminating a lot of transition opportunities by having that top offensive player get back and either play D or sub off.
Earlier today, Great Britain beating Puerto Rico 17-13 in our first women's matchup of the day.
Colombia's on the board.
That's what you're looking for, and they are fired up on the bench, just finding their way into the game. First goal of the day for Isabel Stockman.
It looks like they've doubled down a little bit. They settled on defense.
Oh, nice slip and an easy finish. Make it 8-1 now. Just over a minute remaining in the quarter as Ellie Macera gets on the board.
These turnovers high is a really dangerous thing when you've got Allie Kennedy streaking down. Columbia needs to really work on getting that ball low. So even if they do turn it over, at least they can get back and defend.
Second of the game for Kennedy, now 9-1. So Columbia executes out of the timeout, but it's been a battle for them. Another transition opportunity for the Americans, but they're going to hold this one back as Cassidy Weeks didn't like what she saw. Says, let's run some offense. Dodging left, spinning it back in the middle, but throwing it away. It was Izzy Skane. Izzy Skane, 2023 NCAA champion, finished her collegiate career with 376 goals, 107 assists for 483 points.
That's a decent stat
It's
line.
okay. It's okay.
I don't care what sport you're playing. That's a lot of goals or a lot of points.
That'll be how the first quarter comes to a close. All USA here in quarter number one. They're in front 9-1 at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Fans, make sure you check out.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play.
During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
9-1, Team USA in front of Team Colombia as we get ready for the start of the second quarter. Glenn Clark, Mitch Bilal with you from Indianapolis. Lindsay Monday, the head coach of this Team USA Sixes. This is her debut as the Sixes head coach of the Team USA program. And again, everything about looking ahead to 2028, figuring out how your roster, and there will be a World Championship before 2028, but figuring out how you want to shape your roster over the coming years as you move towards lacrosse's return to the Olympics in Los Angeles. And for Lindsay Monday, that'll be pretty cool. USC head coach, coaching in Los Angeles at the Olympics. That'll be a neat experience for her.
Yeah, that maybe a game or two at the Coliseum. I don't know. That might be.
I feel like they announced venues recently, and I don't remember what the venues were. We'll get on that. We're going to put the I-team on that today.
Get our research crew going.
Team switch sides to start the second quarter.
This weather is very USC adjacent.
Right.
Beautiful day here.
Unseasonably warm in Indianapolis. Gorgeous for lacrosse. No question about that. I don't think the players are complaining much about the weather. That one will come all the way back to Perez. And right now you can see they're fired up about the little things. Just getting the ball, getting the clear. It unfortunately isn't going to lead to possession as they turn it over, but
getting some opportunities to get back and play defense again.
Yeah, just looking for anything to be positive about right now if you're Columbia. Kind of building from the ground up.
And it's a great opportunity. These are women who probably grew up idolizing a lot of the players, and in some of the notes from Coach Eller, she talked about you deserve to be on the field with this Team USA roster. So it is tricky and it's hard. It's like you don't want to be in shock and awe because you're playing against your heroes, but you got to go out and compete with them. And I think Columbia, for the most part, has done a nice job of really, when they had the opportunity, pushing hard, pushing the pace, and trying to get the ball on net, and they're playing great physical defense.
Stockman in trouble, finds some help in the form of Mazurchek, but nowhere to go. USA pushing.
Looking for Cassidy Weeks there, but they can't connect on the quick strike offense, which they've been so effective with thus far.
You mentioned how much these Colombian players like to look up to some of these American players. We saw a really neat moment. You were down on the field talking to some members of the U.S. men's team between games, and we saw those two teams pose together for a photo after the game, and I thought that was a really cool moment for those Colombian players who, you know, not to say that none of them are at that level. Obviously, Kincannon is certainly at a high level of play. But for a lot of those guys, what a cool moment that was to share with some of the top stars in the sport.
Yeah, and that's one of my favorite parts about the international game is you get these opportunities. As you hear, Colombia's fired up after a goalie save. But you get the opportunity to kind of meet so many different people, so many, and the lacrosse community is so tight. But then when you bring the international flavor into it, it's so awesome. You saw some, looked like they were trading some Columbia and U.S. gear. So it's a really unique thing to have these international contests, especially friendlies like this, where all the teams are just looking to get better.
Casey Choma gets her first goal of the day. 4-time All-American. Just finishing up a 5-year career at Notre Dame, where she also had 306 career points.
USA goal by
another
number 3,
one
Casey
for Choma. Make it 11-1 as the Americans score the first 2 goals here in quarter number 2. Taylor Moreno remaining in goal.
That was good little save there. Is nice job getting to the goal. I think that was Victoria Orozco.
Kaylee Waters is the other goalie on this USA roster. Another former North Carolina Tar Heel.
This Columbia team, they're actually going to do their national team tryouts this weekend, so kind of doubling up here by having this group of athletes and then bringing more in over the next 3 days or so to find out who their national team will be. So a good opportunity, and then the next round will be in Bogota. So US is on the run again.
And there's been a lot of this today.
USA
That's the second of the day for Ellie Macera. Stretches the lead to 12-1 as we hit the midway point of quarter number 2. Macera played at Stony Brook, finishing her career last year, 2-time All-American. Scored 232 goals during her Stony Brook career.
We have an illegal procedure there. The ball goes back to US, who makes quick work putting it in the back of the net.
And that's been, we could almost sort of repeat that. We could tell the crew, we don't need to bother doing the play-by-play. Just sort of record what it was that Mitch just said and keep playing it throughout the rest of the match.
The big thing that the United States is doing is every time there's any kind of turnover, they're sending 1 to 2 players down, and there's just no match right now from the Colombian defense. I think that's at halftime they're going to have to talk about, let's make sure there's 1 player or 2 players that are immediately sprinting deep. And even if that means giving up less offensive opportunities, that's okay as long as we're taking away, as we get a 30-second minor penalty here.
Abby Bosco, the guilty party. Finished her career at Maryland after transferring in from Penn. 3-time All-American.
Shout out to her nieces. I coach her nieces in lacrosse at home in New
Very
Jersey.
cool.
Yeah, her uncle Mike helps me. He works with the West Orange women's lacrosse, girls lacrosse team, and get to work with his daughters, Cassie and Mackenzie. It's a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Shout out to the Bosco family. Hopefully they're tuning in, watching Abby continue to tear it up.
13-1. That last goal from Charlotte North was her second of the game. as Team USA, as unrelenting as the sun above us so far.
And Colombia looked like they were packing it in there. I thought they did a nice job, but ultimately just too powerful from the outside.
10,
Kenzie Kent gets into the mix with her first of the game.
Kenzie Kent, cool story. Two-sport athlete in college. Maybe as good of a hockey player as she was.
Well, it's not just in college.
Player.
She's actually worn the red, white, and blue in ice hockey as well at the U18 level.
Rima Cool with the drop pass to Ali Mastriani. Now they're just going Globetrotter style.
First of the day for Ali Mastriani.
USA goal by number 12, Ali Mastriani.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 goal scorers on the day for Team USA as it's 15-1 with 2 minutes remaining in the half. And keep it going.
McCool goes for the behind the back, but a big save there.
So Tori Perez making her presence felt. Perez played at Oglethorpe University. Remind me, we figured out what the mascot is for Oglethorpe.
Oh, it's a kestrel.
Yeah.
Stormy Petrel.
Stormy Petrel. That's exactly what
Petrels.
it is. The Stormy Petrels.
Oglethorpe Gothic Revivalist, I believe, is their architecture. Very, that is kind of what they're known for. It's just like almost feels like you're going into a castle when you go on campus. I believe I did a Team USA men's event there.
That's cool.
Back in the day in Atlanta. Lou Corsetti, who's here helping out with USA Lacrosse, he was there. He's a long-time Atlanta resident. He and his wife, Mary Jo, have done so much for the lacrosse community down in Georgia.
Moreno not quite on target with the outlet pass after Mastriani's second goal of the day. Final minute of the first half, 16-1, all America so far.
This is where Colombia's got to get someone low. We got to get the ball deep to make sure if there is a turnover, at least it's happening
and they've
less threatening location.
They've seemed a little tentative to dodge as well. Understandably so, given the defense they're up against, as we see Sienna Powell lose it there.
And that's going to be Abby Bosco going? No. It is going to be Sierra Haas going to the box.
The attacker from Atlanta. So with 24.7 seconds remaining in the second quarter,
number 11,
a woman-up opportunity for the United States. Now it's a 1-minute penalty, and you would say, hey, you could carry it over to the third quarter, but you're also in front 16-1. So my guess is they're not going to think too much about that, and indeed they won't.
Allie Kennedy with the outside rip. They're going to say that deflected off the defender.
Stays with the U.S. That shot wide, and so that one will be a turnover.
Another outside shot. It's interesting on the women's game. If you hit a defender above the knee with a shot, that's a dangerous propel, and that's an expulsionary penalty. So taking those outside shots a little risky if there's anyone in your way.
United States early onslaught and never let up in the first half. They go to halftime with a 16-1 advantage. We'll come back in, take a look at our first half highlights, and get you ready for the start of the second half. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Fans, improve your speed, power, agility, strength, and stamina for a better on-field performance for free through the end of the year.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, Lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
They could see themselves play, and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field. That's every coach's dream.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Stadium, Team USA in front of Colombia 16-1 as we get ready for the start of half number 2. Want to thank some partners that have helped make the USA Lacrosse Experience possible out here in Indianapolis, like Baby Bop Asian Grill, as well as Condado Tacos, Tequila, and Margaritas, Penn Station East Coast Subs, and Taylor's Bakery. Appreciate their support.
I think we had some Taylor's Bakery donuts down in the hospitality tent, and I got to say, I loved them. And so did, there was a couple bees that were snacking on some,
really popular.
Snacking on the last leftover donut. Very popular with the Yellow Jackets.
Taking a look at some of our first half highlights. It has been lather, rinse, repeat today. Transition opportunity after transition opportunity for Team USA, and for the most part, they have made them count.
Yeah, they've really put a ton of pressure on Colombia anytime they've been in their offensive zone. That traditionally was leading to turnovers, and on those turnovers, you saw 1, 2, or 3 white jerseys streaking down the field. They were finding open shots and ultimately putting them in the back of the net. Not once, not twice, but 16 times. Colombia was able to get on the board. They got a couple saves on the back end, and I think defensively you can see they're really working on, all right, let's make sure we get the ball deep. Let's make sure we're taking away that quick straight transition. We'll see how those adjustments come into play in this second half.
Yeah, Isabel Stockman with the 1 goal for Colombia. For Team USA, Marie McCool, 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. Kennedy, North, Macera, Choma, and Mastriani all with 2 goals apiece. Taylor Moreno added 3 saves in the first half as Team USA builds up this 16-1 advantage. This is the final game of our first session here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Session number 2 begins at 3:30 this afternoon. Great Britain and Colombia, the men, followed by the women. And then tonight, the United States against Puerto Rico. The men at 6 o'clock, the women at 7:15. A lot of events around this area tomorrow. Starting in the morning, skills clinics presented by Gate Lacrosse. Adaptive skills clinic right here in the stadium. Queen of the Park on the grass field. The Queen of the Park title games will be here inside the stadium tomorrow afternoon. And then tomorrow, starting at 4 o'clock, 4 more international games. Colombia and Puerto Rico, the women and then the men. And then starting at 6:30, the United States and Great Britain, the women and the men. Busy weekend. Very cool to bring the USA Lacrosse Experience out here into the Midwest, a growing lacrosse region. Indianapolis hosted an NCAA tournament quarterfinal day just a few years back. We can see from where we're sitting off in the distance, Lucas Oil Stadium was the host site for that quarterfinal day just a couple of years back, in Indianapolis growing as a lacrosse hotbed.
Yeah, some great programs here, some club and high schools that are really having a lot of success. Fun fact, Glenn, I lived in West Lafayette, Indiana for 1 year of my life.
How about that? Of course, the home of Purdue.
You got it. My dad was doing an MBA program at Purdue, so we were right down the street at West Lafayette my 3rd grade year. I think that was like I just missed Drew Bledsoe, I believe.
I was going to say, wait.
Quarterback
year. Drew Brees was Purdue.
Drew Brees, yeah. Not Bledsoe. What am I talking about?
And yeah, thank you for that. The University of University of Indianapolis also hosted the D2 championship. So lacrosse very much growing out here in Indianapolis, and great here to be out here for it. Columbia ball to start quarter number 3. Moving now right to left on your internet dial.
And they are shorthanded, so they will be running for their lives here, 4-on-5, as United States not taking their feet off the gas pedal.
I was about to say you're never going to believe that led to another transition opportunity, but Dempsey Arsenault decided to hold it back
Nice job by Columbia to get back on defense to match up, as they have the extra defender right now.
U.S. You wonder if they're making decisions about whether or not they need to keep running in transition. They've proven they can score in transition. And the awkward, like the jump attempt there, and Charlotte North couldn't get it off her stick, but it's not like basketball where you'd be called for traveling.
It fell out of her stick. She caught it and then tried ripping it again. That one just sailed wide. But yeah, it was almost like the fake, but with a little bit of a real shot in between.
Well, and you know that Charlotte North can score from anywhere. We have seen so many within the women's game. I'll say Charlotte North plays a style that's much more like men's lacrosse. Her ability to shoot from distance is almost unparalleled within the sport.
Yeah, and I think you couple just her athleticism, power, skill with the developments in stick technology, and their women are more or less able to cradle it and get that snap of the wrist and that whip so that they can shoot it so hard and so accurately. It's pretty incredible. I think Charlotte North is really one of the pioneers of being able to take those kind of shots.
Dempsey Arsenal hit with the 30-second penalty. That ball is loose, and the in-between ended up being a disaster for Tori Perez. She came out at first but didn't commit to it, and that allowed Cassidy Weeks to score her first goal of the day. Sort of no woman's land once you do that. If you're Perez, you're coming off that, you got to go get that ball.
Absolutely. As Marie McCool takes a seat, gets knocked about a bit.
Penalty is up on Arsenal.
They're debating whether that was over and back. They're going to say because it was a change of possession, and then the U.S. had possession, they went back. They're going to give that to Columbia. And we've got a goalie change for the United States as Kaylee Waters is now between the pipes back there.
Originally from Darien, Connecticut, of course played at North Carolina, was two-time NCAA goalkeeper of the year. Now an assistant at Virginia.
A lot of college coaches on this U.S. women's roster, so no shortage of technical and strategic expertise.
And no shortage of great defense either. Great effort from Mastriani. U.S. will slow it down once again, leading 17-1. Choma flips it over to Mastriani. Out back to the near side, and McCool. And perfect cut, but not able to connect as Choma had come free.
She's going to pick that up and just run away from pressure.
And that's the shot clock. We have not seen, is that the first shot clock violation of the day for Team USA?
Absolutely, and you can hear it in the excitement in the Colombian team. They're cheering. And we talk about the little victories.
Yep.
That's a little win, right? You get a full shot clock defense. That's a nice job by that Colombian defense.
5 minutes remaining. Picked up back behind by Sandora.
Just constant pressure on the hands of all Colombian offensive players when the ball's in their stick. And it's just, right now there's just no answer for that because they're just so athletic. The United States defenders are so athletic and so much pressure on their hands. The Colombian women really have no option but to run away or try to get away from that pressure. And a lot of times it's resulting in turnovers.
Well, and even on that particular transition sequence, you saw Choma was able to get in front, as that one will be easy for Kenzie Kent. What a second of the game.
What a feed, what a catch there. It was like a alley-oop right there.
18-1. But on that previous play, Choma had slipped out in front. She had plenty of space, was ready for an outlet pass to try to get another easy transition goal. And speaking of easy transition goals, how about one getting into the mix for the first time today, Cassidy Spillis.
Continuing to share the wealth here for Team USA on the offensive side.
Spillis, the four-time All-American and all-time leading scorer in Rutgers history. She's wrapping up her career, 266 career goals. Gets her first of the day here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. And that one just sort of pops off the stick.
That is a touch pass to the back of the net right there.
Massera with her third of the day, so she joins the hat trick party. Didn't even catch the ball, just redirected it into the back of the net to make it 20-1. Mitch Yellers will take her first timeout of the second half here with 3:21 remaining in the third. Now, the last time they took a timeout, they drew up a play that led to a goal.
That was the one success story on offense that they've had so far. What I really liked about that last goal that we just saw, the going back to Ellie Macera, just popping that one, gently placing it into the top far corner. I love how she was almost setting a little pick up floor or acting like she was setting a pick and then just slipped to the inside off ball. And that is ultimately what allowed her to have that open look. I think that's what U.S. does really well, and I thought Puerto Rico did a pretty good job of that in their first women's game of really flashing to the middle. And I'm sorry, Great Britain did a good job of, especially when they were a woman up, is flashing to the middle and then continuing to cycle back out into their shape. And I think U.S. does it probably better than anyone. Great Britain did a nice job and had like a nice 3 or 4 goal run that they went on using a little bit of almost like you're hanging in the middle, maybe setting a pick, setting a screen, and then you're flashing to the ball. And it's a slip pick in men's lacrosse, but in women's it's less of a pick and more of a kind of finding that space and then turning and cutting. And with all that motion, they're able to get stuff open on the inside or look for the skip on the backside that opens up those outside shots.
3:21. We haven't, the truth being told, we have not even seen a lot. We still haven't seen a ton of settled offense. And I actually thought a couple of times here in the third quarter, they were purposefully making the decision, don't attack the goal. We want to run an offense. We want to run a set here and see what we can't do.
Yeah, they're going to need to practice
having
some settled offense.
We know we
can
score in transition. We've proven that. No problem.
Yeah, check. The box has been checked officially several times.
Now let's see if we can't run a few more sets.
Now can Columbia get their own transition? They've got a 2-on-1, but they can't get the ball up to the front lines.
Picked up by Cassidy Weeks. She flips it over to Kent. Kent moves it right to the middle. The behind-the-back opportunity won't go for Weeks.
Big save by Tori Perez there as she kicked the right boot out and knocked it away.
Possession continues for Team USA. Late in this third quarter, moved in towards the middle. A lot of attention paid on Dempsey Arsenault. They're able to get the ball free, and ground ball picked back up by Arsenault. And they move it right in front for another slam dunk from Kenzie Kent.
What a touch by Kent there.
USA goal by number 10, Kenzie Kent.
The alley-oop. 21-1.
Doing their best Caitlin Clark impressions with the alley-oop there. We're in fever country here.
I was thinking maybe I might get a jersey while I'm out here this weekend. That's true. The next goal will be the Caitlin Clark goal for Team USA. The top, Mastriani.
That one rings off the pipe and goes wide.
And tracked down in the corner by Choma. To Kuykendall. Haven't seen a lot of Erin Kuykendall. Another former Northwestern All-American. Just finished up her career, 368 points.
Another save by Perez there. That time using her noggin.
Whatever you got to do in order to get it.
They don't ask how, they ask how many, Glenn.
That's correct. They all count the same.
And this quarter, Tori Perez has racked up quite a few, actually. She's looked really spectacular, making some big saves.
Move back to the middle, and that one she can't save. Marie McCool.
USA
fourth of the day.
goal by number 4, Marie McCool.
Well, and part of that, too, being that she's seeing more settled offense. Like, saving those transition opportunities is nearly impossible.
Right, you're almost better off trying to make a quick save, and then if you let it go, with this format and the quick strike offense, you're almost better. Definitely defensively, don't push a fourth or a fifth player down into the offensive zone if your teammate has a breakaway. Just get ready to go the other way for transition and try to use that to your advantage. And if they're going to score, at least get one right back.
15 seconds remaining. Another transition opportunity, trying to go behind the back. McCool not able to finish. Feels like the first time she didn't finish.
She tried it behind the back earlier that also missed. I'm curious if her UNC women
did
are
the same thing
on a break throw the behind the
we
back.
should be all right with that.
You know they're clipping that out and they're putting it on their phone. So next time they throw BTB, oh really? I can't do that. I can't.
No doubt about it. One more quarter to go. USA in front, 22-1 here in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play.
During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
See in the background, that is Lucas Oil Stadium. We mentioned it earlier. Previously hosted an NCAA Division I men's quarterfinal day. Tomorrow night, they're hosting Pink. And I was wondering if, because the U.S. women play at 6:30 tomorrow night, if any of them might try to duck out afterwards, like not even bother to get, just go right over to the stadium to check out Pink after their game tomorrow night.
What is Pink's demographic? I feel like she's pretty, obviously she's selling out Lucas Oil Stadium, so she's a wide range,
it's everybody,
right?
Honestly. I just think it might be a little too late for the men because they play at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Be a little bit tough to get over there afterwards.
You know, maybe they could catch a back half of her set.
Maybe you and I could wander over afterwards. Maybe we could, I don't know, let the crew handle the broadcast for the last game of the day. We could go check out Pink tomorrow night, playing at Lucas Oil Stadium. Big weekend here in Indianapolis. A lot of big events, obviously. It's a big event town. 500, Combine every year. It's hosted Super Bowls, Final Fours regularly.
The 500, U.S. men's and women's team went over to the Indianapolis 500, the
Brickyard
Motor Speedway.
Very
they
cool.
went over there. Saw some pictures on social media. Got to kiss the bricks.
I did that. I visited the Brickyard once, and I kissed the bricks, and then I thought to myself, I didn't do anything. Why am I doing this? I didn't win the Indianapolis 500.
Not yet.
That's a great point, and not with that attitude. Start of the fourth quarter. Team USA in front of Columbia, 22-1. He's Mitch Belisle. I'm Glenn Clark. We've had a great day so far. Team USA men beating Colombia 25-7. Great Britain women beating Puerto Rico 17-13. Puerto Rico men opened up today with a 16-14 win over Great Britain. We got 4 more games coming up today, starting at 3:30. And Team USA says we got more goals to score before then.
USA goal.
We're not done yet.
Cassidy
Spillis with her second of the day. From Tabernacle, New Jersey. Where's Tabernacle in New Jersey?
I'm going to have to plead the fifth
What?
on that one. New Jersey's one of those towns where there's a lot of those smaller towns that I've never heard of. I'm going to guess it's South Jersey. I'm going to go with South Jersey for Tabernacle.
Spillis goes behind the back.
She heard us talking about her. She had to score again
No
and do it in
doubt.
a fancy way.
She's got the hat trick, 24-1. And there's a save from Waters. Long outlet pass. Ooh, I thought Bosco was going to pull that down.
But she does a nice job of pushing it ahead, and big save there.
It has been all Team USA, to say the least. You didn't need to be with us for all 4 quarters to know. Yeah, South Jersey.
Look at that. I don't know my Jersey well, but I know it
Look
well
at
enough.
you.
Tabernacle just due east of Philadelphia in South Jersey.
A settled tally this time for Team USA.
Goal line number 2, Sam Apuzzo.
Sam Apuzzo gets just her second goal of the day.
She started things off in the first goal of the game and now capped it off to this point.
2018 Tewaaraton winner, Sam Apuzzo. She had been a medalist 3 times at Athletes Unlimited Lacrosse. It was very much a bridesmaid, but not the bride situation until this summer as Sam Apuzzo won the title for the first time.
She's one of those multiple college coaches we talked about at her alma mater,
Yep.
BC, over in beautiful Boston, Massachusetts.
Contact up high to the head. It's going to draw the card.
That's a slash. That'll be 1 minute. Marie McCool will cool down on the penalty chair.
Yeah, you've been waiting on that one. You've been sitting on it.
I've stumbled through it. It wasn't flawless.
It
was
wasn't.
certainly
Yeah,
not flawless.
it could have been executed better. But you know what? It's the thought that counts. 25-1. Frankly, the fact that you're even performing at all in this heat and ungodly sun, it's really remarkable. A very hopeful shot. Very, very hopeful shot attempt there from Sienna Powell. And it's going to be a woman down goal for the Americans as Charlotte North adds to her tally. She's got a third.
Credit the assist back there to Kaylee Waters. Goaltenders getting in on the score sheet today.
That transition game has just been superb for the Americans, and that's too easy on the cut. The finish for Kenzie Kent.
USA goal
Her
by
fourth.
number 10, Kenzie Kent.
$27-1. That one will roll into the waiting stick of Waters, who tosses it down, and yep, just like that.
USA goal by number 6, Ellie Macera.
Only Macera now with fourth on the day. That's 3 different U.S. players with 4 goals. McCool, Macera, and Kenzie Kent. And just sort of pushing that in the direction of the goal was Vergara. And she draws.
30-second. Push, technical infraction. They call that a minor in sixes. So they have minors and majors. Minors, green card, 30 seconds. More like a technical foul in field lacrosse. Then you've got the major, that's a minute. Kind of like a personal foul. You cannot get, if you get 3 majors, 3 minutes worth of penalties, you're out of the game. And then you, of course, have the red card, the dreaded red. If they flash a red card, you're out for the rest of the game.
Dunsky. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get out of here.
Until the next game, at least.
Correct,
All these
yes.
teams have 2 more.
They're not going away for the weekend. That's a good point. Allie Kennedy picks it up. Across the mouth of goal. And back the other way. Just over 3 minutes remaining. You know, it's interesting, we were talking about Caitlin Clark earlier, and I'm wondering over the next 4 years, we're going to see more star players that are going to join into the mix. And Caitlin Clark, in the 4 years leading up to the last Olympics, you obviously saw her star rise at Iowa. And yet, that national team had kind of already come together for the Olympics. And you wonder what that looks like for young players now. Might there be a Caitlin Clark type 4 years from now where Lindsay Mundy has to make a difficult decision about whether or not you take the stud younger player or the group of players that have been in the pipeline for a few years and building towards the Olympics.
Yeah, and that was kind of the Brennan O'Neill situation.
That's a great
2 summers ago in
comparison.
San Diego, but they took him,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that was a pretty good decision.
I would say that worked out okay. He did a great job. Was he the MVP, I believe?
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
the best player at the World Championships.
That's a decent little resume builder there. Sam Apuzzo will take her time and walk in for another one.
Sam Apuzzo joining the hat trick party.
USA goal by number 2, Sam Apuzzo.
30-1 is the score.
Under 2 minutes left in the
Kayla
fourth
Wood
quarter,
comes away with
under
the ground
2
ball,
minutes.
pushes it ahead. That one's wide. And you can see any little thing right now
USA
for Columbia
goal by
to
number 1, Cassidy Weeks.
as Cassidy Weeks ends up coming away with the goal, but anything they can get fired up about. Second of the day for Cassidy Weeks. 31-1.
They are not relenting on defense. That's the one thing I think. Certainly the challenge here has been, let's keep the pressure up on defense. Let's see if we can continue that pressure, and then as soon as the pressure is successful, let's get two streakers upfield, as we see Marie McCool just up with two other white jerseys coming with her for a 3-on-1.
And just
textbook.
Sort of going for a walk in the park is what it feels like. Charlotte North, her 4th of the game. Ground ball picked up by Massera into the final minute of the 4th quarter.
McCool.
Why not?
Puts her 5th in.
USA goal by number 4, Marie McCool.
I'm running out of room on this sheet. I'm going to need a new sheet. I don't know if we have a printer around here. 33-1, the 5th for McCool.
With 20 seconds left, we should probably only see 1 to 2 to 7 more tallies for the U.S. The pace they're going right now. And there's a big save
How about
there.
That? Congratulations.
Let's end on a high note here for Columbia defensively.
USA
with
goal
1.8 seconds left. Massera gets one more for the road. 5th of the day. 34-1. There was a big collision. It's going to be called a yellow
card
on Sierra Haas. So it'll show as a 1-minute penalty. There'll be 1.8 seconds of it that will be served. And the United States will get an emphatic 34-1 victory to begin the USA Lacrosse Experience. Never in doubt.
USA goal by number 12.
Oh, they're going to count it. Wow. They're going to count it. 35-1 will be the final score as Mastriani adds her 3rd of the day.
Final, the USA 35
Mitch Belisle,
over Columbia.
Obviously a one-sided affair. Your thoughts on what you saw from the Americans today?
I think they had a recipe for success, and that was high-pressure defense, push the pace in transition. It was extremely successful. Will they continue to work on that against an opponent who plays a little bit, who forces them to make adjustments, or do they keep working on that this next 2 days? I think that is the big question mark that I have, because they excelled at the pressure defense and they excelled in transition. Will they work on other aspects, or do they want to perfect that now and then work on something else at their next training opportunity?
Colombia back in action at 4:45. They'll take on Great Britain and the United States tonight, 7:15 against Puerto Rico. We are going to have a bit of a break. Our next game will be at 3:30 when the Great Britain men take on Colombia. So come back and join us for that here on the USA Lacrosse YouTube page. Thanks to our entire crew for working hard all day. For Mitch Belisle, I'm Glenn Clark. We'll see you later this afternoon. USA wins 35-1 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
600 sticks if Kavanaugh scores here. Okay? If Kavanaugh scores here, it'll be 600 sticks. If he does not, it'll be 500 sticks. Liam, it's whether or not you like the people, whether or not you like the sport, whether or not you like the growth of the game. Go ahead, Matty Kavanaugh. It'll be 600 either way, pal. Hey, congratulations. We appreciate you. We're going to buy 600 sticks. I believe it'll be around $150,000. We just heard. So we will donate those somewhere, and then we will also give 30 people $500 who use the hashtag USA Lacrosse starts now. Something. Right? Is this the first? How many USA do you do the World Cups? The lacrosse road to the Olympics. What are we on right now? This is a campaign towards the Olympics.
Yeah, I think the Olympics are in 2028, so it's kind of the first of many training camps for the next few years. And if I had to guess, they'll probably do the final tryout or create the final roster and say 2027, and then have them train for a full year together. If I had to guess.
Okay, hashtag the lacrosse road to the Olympics. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Screenshot what's happening on the screen right now. Hey, how we doing? Boys. Hashtag the lacrosse road to the Olympics. You can be added to be one of the 30 winners of $500. We'll donate the 600 sticks to spread the game. We can't thank you enough for stopping by. Good luck this weekend. Beat the hell out of Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Great Britain. And we can't be losing to Canada. We can't be losing to Canada for the good of this show. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. See you, Kavanaugh.
treating you well.
Better. Yeah. Although we might have caused an incident. Somebody came in and was like, "We're not paying to use this suite," and I was like, "You have to pay to use." And I said, "Okay, well, what do you want us to do?" She said, "I'm not gonna kick you out." I'm like, "Okay." So I don't know. But
There's no other answer.
it was a woman.
It'll be fun.
I did not recognize.
Right.
That's what I didn't like. We're in the stadium. The suite wasn't being used. I don't understand.
And the
what
door was
that
unlocked.
Right.
I really don't understand what that means. Where you don't pay to use the suite.
And they were storing stuff in here. So.
Yeah.
You're good.
I think we can.
At least you got a clear view of both goals now.
Yeah.
You lose the middle of the field.
Yeah, but that's the part we can talk through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can talk through 35-1, you can talk through anything.
That's also a good point. That was a challenge. 35-1, and you couldn't see half the field. And that'll be high on the list of.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything's good, man. I really
Good.
appreciate it.
Good.
Really
Just making
appreciate
sure.
it. Everybody's been great.
So where you were, that is my perch for Indy 11 matches. So I'm the Indy 11
Yeah, but there's not a 10.
No, I deal with the camera.
Yeah,
and then my issue is we have to have that table at the right angle so I can lean forward and see that corner flat.
I imagine.
Matches.
Yep, I believe that.
Yeah.
And but most of you guys do matches at night, right?
Correct. With the glare.
Yeah. So that's.
I know there are days when it's
No,
hot.
I believe that.
Oh yeah.
But.
And that press box would not be much better.
Yeah. Actually, you know, when USA Lacrosse has a facility in north of Baltimore where we do games, and it's the same. The sun is just hell.
That's what Brian was saying.
Yeah, it's awful. So, you know, I'm used to that.
Yeah.
This was a unique challenge, but I don't know, man. We've all been there. We've all done. You know, uniquely challenging broadcasts in our lives.
And this is not the standard October weather here either.
Yeah, this was unseasonal.
Yeah.
Which for them is great.
And add about 10, 15 degrees on that turf.
Yeah.
So it's actually warm. For them.
You say that, but I don't think I think they'll take this.
Good.
I think they'll take this. We're playing.
Oh, we're
Good to meet you, man.
Pleasure to
Thank
meet
you so much.
You're in great hands
Yeah,
here.
you've done a tremendous job. Tremendous.
Well, you're sounding good.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. What's up, dog?
Victory.
What's up?
How we doing?
I'm all right. So I was just telling the guys, the producers, that there was an awkward moment where a woman I did not recognize came in and was very taken aback by what was going on in here and said, "We're not paying to use this suite." And I said, "Okay."
So we're not like you guys.
She was from USA Lacrosse.
Oh.
I don't know who she was, though. I've never seen her before. She's like, "Did Brian know about this?" I'm like, I think I threw him under the bus.
Your new home? Our new home. Our home away from home.
What you got?
Colombia and England say neither, or Great Britain, neither one of them have any number changes.
Great.
But they do have starting.
Okay.
So let me give you Great Britain first.
Great Britain.
Okay, 1, Dwobing.
Okay.
Number 5, Russell.
Alex Russell, number 5.
Number 8, Rosser.
Okay.
9, Bunyo. 11, Will Shirt.
Okay.
And 12, Tommy Kirkland. All right.
Yep.
And then on the Columbia side, basically they're same starting 5, and then just they change the goalie, but I'll read them now. 1, Mendez.
Yep.
3, Haas. 4, Cruselli. 17, Quinn.
Yep.
42, Concannon. And the goalie is going to be 12, Ian Carvajal. Yeah.
Good deal.
All right.
Thanks,
All
sir.
right, guys, enjoy.
Thanks. Who was the woman that came in? What she look like?
Black,
She was-
white,
Yes.
black or white?
White.
White.
She was stern-ish.
Sternish.
Yeah. And I just said, okay, so what would you like us to do? And she said, well, this is about the view, isn't it? And I was like, yeah. She said, I'm not going to kick you out. I said, okay.
Perfect, because
Okay.
Jordan would fucking lose his mind if he didn't move everything back.
And then she just left. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to say
Problem
this
solved.
this is not going to be my issue. This can be someone else's problem.
The other thing that was starting to happen, it was starting to get a little windy out there.
Oh, papers blowing around.
Which I was, yeah, that one, yeah, and it's nice being a little protected from that. I do like hearing what's going on clearly, which is nice.
Yeah, I like that too. Do you want to prop the door open?
You can hear a little bit, yeah, I can definitely hear what's going on, or I can definitely hear through that crack, but if you want me to open it more, I can. I think what's temp-wise, is it cooler, the AC, or is it the outside air?
I don't know the AC's doing AC.
Oh man,
It's
that
going.
feels nice. Is it nice?
It's nice if you're right underneath the AC.
Right, it's just barely blowing and it's
Yeah.
on full crank. 64 degrees. Yeah, it feels good. It's just not enough.
Somehow you get to hear and you feel nothing. It's the sun, really, is what it is. It's computing liquid. Alright, I'm just trying to pull stats.
Oh, from the previous game?
Yeah.
I was talking to Ryan Boyle. I don't know if you know Ryan at all. He does the PL games.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he and I are business partners for
Oh, okay.
Trilogy Lacrosse.
Okay.
But I was like talking to him. I was like, yeah, I just stopped trying to keep track of stats because it's like then you just can't really do any analysis because you're trying to like write everything down so fast.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of how I've been feeling.
You looking for a plug?
Yeah, there's one over here. I think
Okay.
it should be good.
Yeah. My computer will survive the rest of the day.
Yeah, that should be out of range. I have a long extension. There's a plug here. There's a plug on the other side. We'll be good. Feed it through the chafing dishes. We are not paying for this suite.
I don't even know, and that's what I was talking about with those guys. I'm like, what are you paying for it? We're in the stadium. Like,
Yeah,
I'm so
Is
paying.
IU charging you by the suite?
Yeah, like,
Probably, honestly, though.
I mean, I guess, but to do what? Like,
Yeah.
I could see if you're only using half the stadium and somebody comes over and says, we don't need to staff the other side of the stadium, we don't need to,
Right.
like, I could see if there's a tangible reason.
Right, it's
But
like
what
they
is
probably don't want to pay for like cleaning this up and stuff. It's like we can,
But it was already,
right.
there was already shit
This
in
was the
here.
staging area.
Yeah. Whatever, man. We'll all go down together.
Yeah, I'm still gonna need sunglasses in here.
But it's nice you can step back
Yeah.
a step and be at least somewhat out of the sun. And this, the glare is not as bad over here either.
Well, more than we shouldn't need that for much.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the other part. We don't need it as much. Yeah. My only regret from today is not wearing shorts.
Yep.
You took off the undershirt.
I couldn't.
Good.
Yeah, I was starting to get into like, am I gonna pass out? Booker Corrigan was watching earlier.
Oh yeah, did he comment?
Yeah, he was texting me.
He's a character,
Yeah,
to say the least.
I do some work for him every now and then.
For their Corrigan sports
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Guess his family friends with somebody that was on the Puerto Rico team.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so I walked up to like the student union, and then that was shut down.
Oh no.
So then I walked over to the hospital, which was all really nice walks, but
Really?
I was sweating my ass off. Well, the Columbia stats are pretty easy.
The women's are extraordinarily easy.
Men's too. It's only
Yeah, 7 goals, right?
yeah.
Yeah, the U.S. a little bit more difficult. And I wasn't keeping track of assists, so I'm pulling those. As well.
Yeah. Oh, you are okay.
Yeah.
Just from what Brian sent.
Yep.
Columbia women, but they had one goal. 35 to 0.
Yeah, not great.
Not great. No. Not what you're hoping
No.
to achieve, I guess. That girl, Isabella Stockman, she lives in Bogota full time. Which is
Oh, really?
cool, yeah. tallying right now? Because I have goals tallied. I don't have assists, but I've got goals.
I'm just pulling everything from. I got all the men's.
Okay, let me know if you want me to give you U.S. women. I have all goal totals. I could do the.
I think I might have missed one of the goals. Problem is they just all, because I'm scratching out and rewriting, it just all looks so gross. So I just want to put it back together somewhere. We got a minute still, and then we'll have time between games.
Who do you have for assists from Great Britain?
Great Britain. They had. Russell had 2.
Russell. So 3 and 2 for him?
Yep.
Okay.
Hoons had 2. Bunio had 1 for 4 points.
Bunio had 1, so let's see.
Shirt had 1.
Shirt, okay.
And Bickerton had 2 for 4 points.
Bickerton, he had 2 goals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I had down for 1 as well.
I had him down for 1. Let's give it
Double check that.
If we both had 1.
One second.
Trust us more than I trust
You trust. Oh, boy, you're throwing Brian right under the bus, huh?
If 2 against 1.
You're throwing him right under the bus. Let me double check. Goals. Yeah, he had Bickerton for 2. Hang on, let me see if this math adds up. They scored 14. He had Bunio 3, Paige Laycock 3, Russell 3, Bickerton 2, Jones 2, and Prescott 1.
14.
That is 14.
I had Prescott 1, Jones 2, Bickerton 1. See, I don't think he had Prescott. Did he have Prescott down for 1?
He did. Yes.
I had Paige Laycock 4.
Oh, he has Paige Laycock 3. That's the difference. I had him for 4 as well. We are.
13. It's 3 or 13, so I could see where there would be a mix-up. I'm gonna go with us.
You're going with us?
You want to go with them?
I feel like once it's in the score sheet, it doesn't matter what actually happened.
Are they putting it in a score sheet?
Yep.
Okay, well then fuck.
Yep.
Let's do that. Good call. Sorry, Ben Paige Laycock.
Yeah.
You scored a hat trick.
And he had Jones for 1 and 3 points.
Jones for 1 assist.
Assist, yeah.
Beauty. Alright.
Thought she was coming back.
Coming back for us.
Colombia had 1 assist.
1 goal, 1 assist?
No, the men on their 7 goals had 1. Blanchard Inatrosa, so 2 points.
This is my most fucked up. I need to reprint this because the numbers are in a different spot. And I like.
Oh, yeah, yep. That's too much.
This is for Puerto Rico? No, Colombia.
Yeah, for Colombia.
Blanchard,
Yes. Wait. Yes. Correct. 2 points.
So there's Colombia done. There's Great Britain done.
I'm not sure we even said Ava Kalmar's name because we didn't know she'd come into the game. I feel bad. She did for sure.
She did?
Oh, she definitely did. We just had no idea because we couldn't see anything. So I think
She registered saves?
Yeah.
Because I was like wondering if there was one that I didn't notice it because I knew she was 15. Which is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Puerto Rico. Let's get this. Puerto Rico 14-2, 89-12.
Ava was force.
Sorry, can you read me off the Puerto Rico stats?
Sure. Puerto Rico. Lacey 2-1 for 3.
2. Got it.
Lastava 1-1 for 2.
1-1.
Yep. Mealy just 1 goal.
Yep.
McFall 1 goal. Christian Mercado 2-1 for 3.
Yeah, he's a little meat stick, huh?
Yeah. Fernandez 2 goals. Aviles 1 goal. Fasulka 1 goal. Rodriguez 1-1 for 2. Lewis 1 goal. We are on the road to Los Angeles 2028. We continue with the first game of the second session here at the USA Lacrosse Experience from Carroll Stadium on the campus of IU Indianapolis. Alongside Mitch Belisle, I am Glenn Clark. And our first matchup this afternoon sees the Columbia men take on the men from Great Britain. Earlier today, Great Britain fell 16-14 to Puerto Rico, while Colombia dropped a 25-7 decision to Team USA. So these teams trying to get their first win of the weekend here this afternoon and make sure they don't go 0-for on their trip to Indy. Great Britain in the red shirts, the blue shorts, the white numerals, and white helmets. Colombia in the yellow shirts, the white shorts, the blue numerals, and the white helmets. Colombia moving right to left on your internet dial. Great Britain left to right as we are underway. Mitch, Great Britain really put up a great effort in the first game of the day, and I would think that they would be, at the moment, the better of the two sides. But I think this could be an intriguing battle this afternoon.
Yeah, I was really impressed by some of Colombia's scores against that really tough United States defense. They scored early and often. It was a 5-4 first quarter, so I'll be curious to see what they can do here as they match up against a Great Britain offense that really likes to continually move.
And a great movement there right in front. And it's an easy tally for Alex Russell, who gets Great Britain on the board first.
No, that was a pipe, Glenn.
It was a pipe.
It looked like it went in, but it fired out quick.
Man, we even moved broadcast locations so I could improve this and everything. I thought that was a goal.
That one came out hard off the pipe. I saw the shake of the cage there.
Well, my apologies. Hal Jobang gets the start and goal this afternoon for Great Britain. And a move in front. That one, I'm almost certain, is a goal.
I saw the old onion bag bulge there. Yeah, that was absolutely a goal.
Mandel Franco gets Colombia on the board for the first time this afternoon. They draw first blood here in this matchup. Great Britain looking to answer right back. And another good feed. Is the flag going to come out? Don't see. Of course, it's not flags, it's cards here.
Sure.
I know that.
That was contact that I thought for sure would provide, at least something there. I thought because the player fell down, they would give the 30-second push there.
Pomfret, the one taken down. Now the opportunity for Colombia the other way. A couple of dodges. Tabor shoots high and he scores. Ryan Tabor with his first of the afternoon and a hot start for Colombia. Kind of reminiscent of the first quarter they played against Team USA when they scored 4 goals and were battling them.
Exactly. They came out hot, thought maybe we're going to give United States a run for their money, but then the U.S. kind of started to settle in and spread out. We'll see. I thought Britain did a nice job on the first 2 possessions getting good looks. They just weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, it's a great point. They did get great feeds to the front, just neither one of them turned into a goal. Now back at X, and the feed cuts the middle, shooting and scoring. First of the afternoon for Drew Bickerton. He had 2 goals, 2 assists, and 4 points against Puerto Rico. And Team Great Britain is on the board. Get it right back. Chance to tie things up. Fed down, and the whip. Dan Jones.
There's the outside shot that they've been looking for. That's when you keep feeding the crease, which they've done the last 3 possessions. Then you start to open up those outside skip passes. They do just that, and Daniel Jones, not the Giants quarterback, lets it rip.
Well, we don't.
I shouldn't say we don't know. We don't
right.
know. We probably would have heard.
I feel like that would have been in the news.
Might have come up.
Yeah,
might have come up.
They might have talked about it in the papers. Coming the other way, Corey Tiest. And that one easily taken in. Outlet pass, Mills Doig scores for the first time.
And great recognition by Mills Doig to just cut out as soon as that shot was taken, so that way there was no issues.
Mills Doig puts Great Britain back in front for the first time, that is, this afternoon, 3-2. So 3 unanswered goals for Great Britain after Colombia scored the first 2. How do they respond? Haas Janos sends it to the opposite side, racing in. Kincannon bounces it in. Alex Kincannon. Spent a lot of time talking about him during their first game Finished at Hofstra after 4 years at Hopkins. 46 career collegiate goals. Had 2 earlier today against Team USA. Gets on the board for the first time this afternoon to make it a 3-3 game.
Not the biggest guy. He stands 5'6", but he does a nice job of using his body to get down that alley right there. And I think those alley shots, a little bit different than field. It's a more high risk because if you miss the net or if the goalie saves it, it's going the other way and you're low, so you're not able to get back on defense. But when they go, they look nice.
1 minute penalty on Hostjanos and no goal crease.
So Bunio has stepped on that white line.
So an opportunity for Colombia to work some more time off this penalty. Still the better part of 40 seconds on the penalty to Hostjanos. And did they not get it over?
So you have 10 seconds to get it over that midline.
And so another feed in front, and this one that's going to count for Lyndon Bunio. Man-up goal for Bunio. He had 3 goals, 4 points earlier today. Makes it 4-3, and they get it right back. Penalty does not release, so still man-up right now for Great Britain. A chance to extend further. Feed underneath, and Bunio dives in front and scores.
Bunio using that box extension. He played box at the World Lacrosse Box Championships just a few weeks ago. Became the all-time leader for England box there, and now he's showing why with a little bit of nifty crease work down low.
Second goal of the game for Lyndon Bunio. Makes it 5-3, and they score 2 in the man-up situation. Colombia looking for an answer. Sheedy wraps around, gets in front, shoots wide, and yeah, it doesn't matter. Some old habits die hard. You see Kincannon stick out looking to get some backup, but there is no backup to be had in sixes. You miss the shot, it goes the other way.
Much like basketball, last touch, so if it does touch a defender, it'll go back to the offense, but they lose the shot clock points that they had lost so far, or seconds, I should say.
Great Britain trying to extend the lead. Collins. Yes, sir.
Wow, the catch and the shovel over the shoulder for Tommy Kirkland.
Kirkland's first of the game. Kirkland did not score early today in that 14-goal outburst against Puerto Rico, so his first goal of the tournament. England now in front 6-3, running shot, not on target from Mandel Franco, and very punishing in this version of the sport to be missing shots, essentially the same as turnovers.
Colombia really hasn't run a settled offense. They've kind of tried a quick strike here or there, but they haven't been able to find a little bit of a rhythm where they're moving as we go behind the back there.
Why not? Give it a shot, huh? Style points.
I don't hate it, Daniel
That
Jones.
counts for more, doesn't it?
I don't hate it, DJ.
Colombia now. Got to get it over in 10 seconds.
England's putting a lot of pressure on that ride. We
Far
talked
more
about
than we saw earlier.
The full court press kind of forecheck.
And the shot from wide. That one was tipped, so it's going to stay down here. Hostjanos. And if it hadn't been, and they had given it right back, I think Oscar Daniel Castillo Morales might have thought about wringing someone by the neck. Not seriously, but I can only imagine the frustration of 3 straight possessions leading to missed shots and essentially turnovers. Kincannon from back behind. Kincannon shakes with the fake behind the back.
Yeah, the fake BTB is shoulder-to-shoulder contact. You're not allowed to body check. That was a great example of good shoulder-to-shoulder contact and a nice pickup and feed right there from Corsell to Haslano.
Hostjanos scores the first time today to cut it to 6-4, but Corsell doing so much great work on that play in order to make it happen. 6 seconds left. Great Britain's got to go in a hurry into the middle, and they get it. Michael Pomfret from Bickerton. Pomfret, his first of the game, and Great Britain makes it 7-4 here at the end of the first quarter. Quarter number 2 coming up from Indianapolis. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Lyndon Bunio with a pair of goals in the first quarter. Drew Bickerton with a goal and 3 assists for 4 points. Hal Jobang making 3 saves in quarter number 1. And Team Great Britain has a 7-4 advantage here as we start quarter number 2. I'm Glenn Clark. He is Mitch Belisle. We are happy to be with you and appreciate our hard-working ISC crew making this broadcast possible from the USA Lacrosse Experience in Indianapolis. What'd you like most about what Great Britain did in the first quarter, Mitch?
I think you look at the Bickerton triple apples, the 3 assists. They were sharing the ball. I thought they did a nice job of feeding from behind to cutters coming down, and even from feeding from up top. That is going to open up those over-the-top outside shots. And speaking of outside shots, Alex Concannon firing things up for Columbia right away.
Second of the game for Concannon right off the face-off win. Cuts it back to 7-5. Boy, we have seen that an awful lot today. Face-off wins turning into quick transition opportunities, both on the men's and the women's side. I feel like the more experienced players get with sixes, they're going to have to come up with answers to prevent those transition chances off of face-off wins. What a save.
Big save.
What a save. Ian Carvajal got the start and goal today for Columbia after he played just 4 minutes behind Oscar Cifuentes against Team USA earlier, and he absolutely stones Tommy Kirkland.
It looks like Great Britain's dropped into a zone here, so they're showing a little bit of a different look. Columbia says, you want to drop into a zone? Alex Mandel Franco is a zone buster himself.
No doubt about it. Second goal of the game for Mandel Franco. And Columbia's got to figure out, they start quarters tremendously well. They got to figure out how to sustain the start of their quarters throughout the course of the 8 minutes.
Like a shotgun blast. It
right?
Comes out, boom.
They got back-to-back goals to cut it to a 1-goal game. Chance to tie it up right here. Dodging to the right, getting free, going high. That's a game-tying goal from Blanchard to Inestrosa.
Joshua Blanchard Inestrosa.
He had 1 goal, 1 assist for 2 points against Team USA earlier. He gets his first goal of the afternoon right here. 7-7. 3 straight from Columbia to open quarter number 2. Getting free Collins. Sends it back behind to X. Pomfret. Blocked. Picked up. Ground ball going the other way. Mendez slows it down.
Good defense by Columbia there. They matched up on all those cutters, and England just really didn't have any looks as they tried to feed from behind.
Settled possession here for Columbia. They've scored 3 straight. Blanchard, Inestrosa. Moves it over to Aguero. Young man, Aguero. Rips it wide. We talked about him earlier today. A high school junior. Was able to score against Team USA. Can only imagine what that moment meant for him.
A little miscommunication there by Columbia. 3 Colombian defenders attacked 1 British offensive player. That left a wide open Ben Page Laycock.
First of the game for Paige Laycock. Puts Great Britain back in front 8-7. Paige Laycock had a hat trick early today against Puerto Rico.
I like how Columbia is really trying to stretch out this England defense, give themselves some room, and that room will create opportunities like that for Concannon.
What a finish, and Alex Concannon is into the hat trick party. His 3rd of the game.
Should have done a USA Lacrosse hat giveaway. You know, they could make them rain every game in the sixes format. So fast, so much scoring.
We got to get you in touch with the marketing department. Trying to make that happen. Moving screen.
Indeed. You called it right. Moving pick. That'll go the other way. No penalty, but change of possession. The goal is no good.
So back to Columbia with an opportunity to go in front. 8-8 game. Boy, this one's been entertaining.
This is the sixes, I think, that everyone's so excited about. There's these runs, and then there's the back and forth. There's a little bit of settled, a lot of fast transition. So this is the excitement that the Olympic Committee is trying to put into the games in 2028.
Nearly a turnover. Oh, I thought that was going to be a tough ground ball, but Sheedy not able to come away with it. Instead, indeed, Great Britain going the other way, shooting low and scoring Tommy Kirkland. Second of the game for Kirkland. Puts Great Britain back in front 9-8.
Tommy Kirkland.
And you can see the parallels, why it is that so many people within the sport compare sixes to basketball. And I would even add to it the back and forth nature of scoring, right? Like the in-field lacrosse, a goal can be such a massive moment during the course of the game. Here, it's like, okay, a goal, you just got to get up and go the other way. You don't even get a chance to celebrate it.
You got to play defense first, then you can celebrate. It's really only like the last. Oh,
yeah, that was a tough decision. Carvajal didn't want to fully come out, and he pays the price as Hoons picks it up. And Hoons puts it home, his first of the game. Great Britain extends the lead to 10-8.
And 8 different goal scorers for those 10 goals. So they are showing the depth they have, the ability for everyone to push the pace and put goals in the back of the net.
Kincannon trying to dodge free to his left. Chose not to pull the trigger. That shot blocked on the way in. And it's going to go the other way. Transition chance picked up and put home by Bickerton. The scoop and the score.
And this is where, if I'm Columbia, I might take a timeout. Because every time they come back after huddling up, they score 2 or 3 goals.
Points. Does seem to change momentum a little bit. And wouldn't you know, look at Coach Belisle over here. Right in the mind of head coach Oscar Daniel Castillo Morales, who chooses to take the timeout. His team trailing 11-8, and Great Britain having scored the last 3 goals of the game. It's been entertaining. It's been a lot of fun, this start to our afternoon session. Just giving you an idea of what's ahead for us. Following this one, Great Britain and Colombia women will be up next at 4:45. Then tonight, U.S. and Puerto Rico men, both winners earlier today. They square off at 6 o'clock, and then the U.S. and Puerto Rico women coming up at 7:15. We'll have all of them for you right here on the USA Lacrosse YouTube channel. Thanks to everybody who's checked in with us. If you want to check in, I'm at Glenn Clark Radio on Twitter. Mitch, you are?
At mbelisle85 on X.
If you want to say anything, you can't get me to do it. I don't care. Unless I work for them, unless they pay me, I'm going to call it Twitter. This is going to be
all right.
His mama called him Twitter, I'm going to call him Twitter type of situation. That's the way it goes. I'm 41. I'm an old man. I don't change habits at this point in my life. But if you want to check in, say hello, let us know where you're watching from, and any interesting notes that you might know about these players.
Yeah, I got to imagine we've got some friends down in Colombia, a couple people across the pond tuning in, watching their family and friends playing. It's exciting. I got to meet a lot of families from England over at the World Lacrosse Box Championships as they competed.
Whew. What an effort, and paying the price after the goal. Mandel Franco. And wouldn't you know, out of the timeout, they go score a goal.
And they're probably going to score 2 more. I'm just going to go out and say it. They call timeouts. They come out. Something about the Colombian team rah-rah high five is a 2 to 3 goal bump every time.
Third goal of the match for Alex Mandel Franco. Cuts it to 11-9, 1:40 remaining here in the first half. You mentioned families. Ava Kalmer, the goalie for the Columbia women, we met her father in between games, and he was talking about how special it was for her to go up against some of her lacrosse idols. High school student getting to play against the best players in the world. Love hearing stories like that.
Yeah, it's such a unique opportunity the international game affords.
Stepping down at Case Swiddick with his first of the game.
Swiddick scored 2 in the first half against the United States. He was a surprise jumping out of the gate.
Yeah, speaking of high school students, a current high school senior, quick response back from Great Britain.
Is that Alex Russell's first goal?
It is indeed. To your point, we saw him score 3 and add 2 assists earlier today.
Yeah, he was their leading point scorer in that first game.
Gets his first right here. Cuts it to 12, or adds to it, making it 12-10. Aguero trying to spin back. Oh, cuts it right back. He got a big hit, but he scores.
I thought that was really good defense by Great Britain. They just gave him just enough room to roll back, and then he snuck that short side versus Xiaobang.
Just inside of the pipe. Oh, and what a check. Tabor gets it free, but they can't come up with the ground ball. They'll get it back now, however. Transition opportunity. One-on-one. Oh, and pulling the trigger from outside. And no card. Tabor scores. I thought the hit afterwards might have been worthy of a card. It wasn't. And that'll bring us to the half. Tabor's second goal of the game ties it back up at 12 apiece. The officials are chatting about something.
There was a shot at the very end of the shot clock.
Wow. Wow.
And that was Ryan Huns. And it was you saw him kind of put his hands up, and
I didn't think there was a chance in the world. They counted.
Really get another look at that, but it was kind of right. Seemed like almost everyone had stopped play because they thought the game.
I know a play-by-play guy that had stopped calling the play-by-play. Let's watch it one more time.
Oh, so yeah, they just feed it down low. He's wide open. He takes that shot.
13-12, Great Britain jumps back in front as we hit the half. We'll come back in with our first half highlights and get you ready for half number 2. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play.
During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
If they could see themselves play and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field, that's every coach's dream.
Welcome back to the USA Lacrosse Experience at Carroll Stadium in beautiful IU, Indianapolis. We've got a great game so far. Great Britain scored the go-ahead goal with about 0.0 seconds left, a buzzer beater to end the half after Columbia thought they had tied it up. Or I guess they had tied it up. But then they were able to put that one ahead. It has been a back-and-forth affair, a game of runs, as they say. Great Britain putting together a couple 3-goal runs before Columbia using a well-timed timeout to get back on the board.
You want to thank our broadcast partners for making our broadcast possible?
I do. This would not be possible without their support. So if you are here in Indianapolis, BB Bop Asian Grill is the spot you should hit. Or if you're into tacos, tequila, and margaritas, Condado Tacos is your spot. Penn Station East Coast Subs, they fed us this afternoon for our lunches. And then Taylor's Bakery in the morning for your coffee and your baked goods.
Well done, sir. Look at you. You're going to be... Look out, Anish Shroff. Look out. Might not have that job much longer. Let's take a look at our first half highlights. It has been a wild one. 25 combined goals between these two teams. A couple of times where Great Britain was able to get some separation. They led by as many as 3. Colombia scored the first 2. But it's been a real seesaw affair for the entirety of these 16 minutes.
Yeah, no, like a lot of good ball movement and transition, pushing the pace, counter-striking on transition. And then what I think both teams have done a nice job is just one-on-one when they win their matchups, they're finding the back of the net, whether that's diving across like Lyndon Bunio or whether that's sweeping and then finding the one more pass. You can see a shovel shot there by Tommy Kirkland. But these are two teams that are doing a great job of what England talked about with their coaching staff with us is they're not shooting, they're finishing. And when they're in tight, they're finding ways to put the ball past the goalie without missing the cage.
For Great Britain, Drew Bickerton, 2 goals, 3 assists for 5 points. Bunio with 2 goals. Humes with 2 goals and an assist for 3 points. For Colombia, Mandel Franco with a hat trick. Same for Concannon and Tabor with 2 goals as well. In goal now for Great Britain, Willie Baxter plays for Poynton Lacrosse Club out of Manchester. And back into goal, Oscar Cifuentes, who we saw earlier today against Team USA, the veteran, back in the cage for Colombia to start the second half. That'll be Great Britain ball first, going left to right on your internet dial. They're not able to do anything with it, though, so Colombia gets it right back.
Colombia's looking for another one of those hot starts, whether it's coming out of the quarter breaks, coming out of timeouts. It just seems like every time they huddle up, they come out and they find ways to go on these mini runs.
Concannon fake stepping down, tries to work inside. Oh, had that cut off. He had Aguero waiting at the doorstep, but Baxter able to intercept. In transition, Great Britain had a 3-on-2, but the shot whizzes wide as Holmes had a good look.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him one more of that down. You mentioned it was a 3-on-2. I think Willie's shirt was down on that bottom right corner. If they had made that one more pass, both of the Colombian defenders had popped up towards him, as he's now the leading scorer for this game.
Hidden ball trick here for Colombia. Doesn't get anybody to bite. Blanchard in Estrosa. Now works back to the near side, and Aguero. Aguero dodging left, gets free in front. Great save by Baxter. Baxter played 1 half against Puerto Rico, allowed 9 goals, made 8 saves. Very nice save here early in the second half. Ground ball.
That was a big one. Those alley dodges are so hard. You want to get low because guys are so good at pulling that low, but all the times Britain has gone down the wings, they've tried to shoot that high that is finished on Jobang, but there Baxter able to stay high, stay with the shooter, and keep it out of the net.
Corcel gives it to Tabor. He keeps it moving. Oh, what a rip. Sheedy. And we are tied again, 13 apiece, as Sheedy scores for the first time this afternoon. Colombia continues to answer. Great back and forth affair. Inside. Now dodging back to his right, Collins. That hits the turf, and it's going to go the other way.
Tried to force that into Mills Doig, who just couldn't quite handle it. They were just a little bit too close together there. Spacing is just paramount in this. You got to move, but you got to keep your spacing and the integrity of your shape. And I think that's something that these newer teams are just trying to figure out together, whereas the U.S. team has a good sense of that through their play together in the PLL and some of those different opportunities. And there's another rip there.
Colombia back in front, 14-13. And the young man, Aguero, with 2 now, making the most of this opportunity on a global stage. By the way, that previous defensive possession, tough ground ball for Juan Fernando Bojorquez. We were talking earlier off the air, is that pass too high for Tommy Kirkland? And a turnover for Great Britain. Bojorquez, a Bogota native, came to play at the Illinois Institute of Technology. Played there for 4 years, scoring 9 goals at Illinois Tech.
Just a state over from where we sit today here in Indiana.
I thought Sheedy was going to get that on the bounce. Good job by Baxter to turn that aside.
Baxter really seems to have given Great Britain a bump, and it hasn't showed on the scores sheet because their offense hasn't been able to capitalize, but he's made some big saves and some plays out of the cage already that have been helpful.
Prescott gets free, buries it.
Will Prescott.
First of the day for Will Prescott. He had a goal against Puerto Rico earlier. From London, plays for Spencer Lacrosse Club. And we are tied again, 14 apiece.
One of the few from South England.
Yeah.
Most of these players hailing from Manchester. Is another rip by Concannon. Paints that lower left corner, but one Welsh player on this team, but primarily kind of in that North England, Manchester area.
Number 4 on the game for Concannon, number 6 on the day. Columbia back in front, 15-14, and they get the ball back. Boy, really showing and acquitting themselves well. Now wait, after some discussion, they're bringing everybody back down here. Guess they're saying it was tipped.
A little bit of confusion there as everyone set up on that far side, but
I believe I saw the signal that it was tipped. So Great Britain retains possession. Really quite impressed by Columbia. Oh, down in front, but the block.
What a save there, and that was a beautiful skip look, almost the alley-oop there.
Rosser denied by Cifuentes.
Cifuentes coming up huge.
We talk about how they played in the first quarter against Team USA, battling them. They only trailed 5-4. The way they played in this one, I think that you've got to be thrilled if you're a Columbia lacrosse fan about how your team has acquitted itself at this event.
Absolutely. They've come out and, this is a Great Britain team that at the World Games, they just missed third by a goal in overtime to Japan. So this is a group that feels really good. Theoretically, one of the top 5 teams in the world, and Columbia has been able to come back, and they just seem to find ways to rally despite things looking bleak. When there's a 3 or 4 goal run, they'll find ways to get a stop. They regroup, and they get a couple points, and they are now leading this game 15-14, and that's, I would say, largely based on their winning one-on-one matchups. That seems to be the difference for this Colombian team. Great Britain, when they were moving the ball and finding the one more pass, they were having success. So they need to get back to being spaced out, continually cutting to find open lanes, and then passing the ball while they're moving with their feet. A couple times guys have been shopping, looking for a pass, but they're just stationary. When you do that, it's easy to stay on the gloves and just lock off everywhere else. So I want to see more movement with the ball and then more effective movement off ball.
Great Britain will have 1 timeout remaining here in the second half. 2:29 to play in the third quarter. Trailing 15-14. He is former Cornell, Boston Cannons legend, Mitch Belisle. I am winner of multiple backyard cornhole tournaments, Glenn Clark.
Hey, that's a league now. You could go big time there.
Speaking of big time, Ryan Hoons has been big time today. He drops in his 3rd.
And here's the press by England. We saw that they like to throw this every now and then, and we can see it right here as they successfully press to get the ball back, but it squirts away.
And the BT Beer coming up with the ground ball and going right to the cage. Corsell with his first of the game. Columbia back in front. Boy, Great Britain did everything right there defensively to get that ball back and still had nothing to show for it as Columbia scored anyway.
What a behind the back there for Corsell. He wins that loose ball. You see here he's got 2 on him, and that's an example of when to use the behind the back in lacrosse. You'll have coaches that say don't use it. It works really well if you have a defender in front of you or if you're losing your angle to get your stick back towards the middle of the cage. That was an example. He was losing angle, whipped his stick around, and was able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, create the angle with that more of a defensive midi. That's the more impressive part. Corsell, not much of a goal scorer. It's his first goal of the tournament. In his career at Marquette, he scored 1 total goal. He's matched that today.
Sixes will do that. Make a star out of the best short stick defensive midfielder.
A great find in front, but Cifuentes able to deny Will Prescott.
The fours on Great Britain, the fours on Colombia, battling back and forth. Who is the better wearer of numeral 4?
Ooh, 1-4 to rule them all. Just over a minute remaining. And Baxter comes out to meet that one and deny Mandel Franco. Transition opportunity, getting free in front and delivering, Paige Laycock.
And I saw him play a lot this past fall at the World Lacrosse Box Championships, and that's just an example of he's such a dynamic player. He's not going to beat you with a quick, hard jab step, but he will get underneath and come across, and he does that so well in the box game, and see how it translates to the sixes game right there.
Trying to get free, Aguero, the young man, the high school student, having a nice day. That shot not particularly close, but apparently Baxter got a piece of it.
Yeah, that's the only reason it wasn't close. Baxter knocked it away, and the clock will still run. Columbia's going to have to get there quick if they want to get a look.
Yeah, clock is running. 10 seconds. Got to go. Somebody's got to be barking that out. Aguero's being told he's got to go to the corner. Will they even get a chance here? 5 seconds, and they're not going to get anything out of this. That's how the third quarter comes to a close. What a game this has been. Dare I say so far, the game of the weekend. We go to quarter number 4. Colombia, Great Britain knotted up at 16 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Head to quarter number 4, tied up 16 apiece between Colombia and Great Britain. What a game this one has been. Glenn Clark, Mitch Bilal with you here at Carroll Stadium, IU Indianapolis, the USA Lacrosse Experience. Teams switch sides. Which team have we learned more about so far?
I think the big thing here for me is Great Britain. When they are on, they're just on.
Mm-hmm.
When they play together and they have good spacing. I think a big piece for Great Britain is their timing. They just need to get their spacing and their timing down. And when they do that, it's a thing of beauty. And then when they don't, they seem to lose offensive opportunities. For Colombia, it's one-on-one matchups. They're able to beat their man one-on-one and score. They're athletic. They're physical. And I think that's good. Defensively, I still would like to see more of the full court press by England because it has seemed to work when they take that full court press mentality. We'll see if they enact that at all in this fourth quarter as it's getting hot, but it's their last game of the day, right? So let it all hang out.
Let it all. Yep, exactly right. Rosser not able to connect. Another good shot opportunity, though, off a face-off win. It's one of the big stories to me about the sixes format in general.
Only 3 of them, right?
Correct.
Unless you go to overtime or you have some inadvertent whistle situation, but there's only the first, second,
well, I guess 4,
third.
Yeah, 4. One each quarter. Back behind, Great Britain trying to get back in front. Bickerton from X feeds it up top. Collins. And good work into the middle, but a great extension of the defense as Bickerton wasn't able to get the dunk attempt.
Yeah, that was good spacing, good movement. They found Bickerton right inside, but just a nice save by Cifuentes.
Colombia will slow it down, settle up a bit. It's been a frenetic pace for much of this one. And just bulldodging his way in front, but not able to get it to go. Blanchard Inestrosa.
Tried for the old twister there.
Oh, a rifle. Bickerton, third of the game. Great Britain goes back in front, 17-16.
He'd also dished out 3 assists in the first half alone, so he's sitting at 6 points right now.
Stuffing the stat sheet. And a big rip from Mandel Franco, turned aside, but it'll stay with Columbia. Billy Baxter has been impressive in cage in the second half.
Yeah, fixed his helmet there. That one rang right off the face.
And he'll come up with that one, denying Tabor. Outlet pass. Cifuentes able to stop it, but he couldn't find the ball. He's way out of position. Behind the back. Oh, no!
Save of the day right there, Glenn.
Hoons thought he had a wide open cage to go behind the back. Cifuentes skies right back into the picture.
And you know,
wow!
We were talking about when it makes sense to throw behind the back. I don't think that was one of them. I think if he put that in forehand, that's going in, but he goes behind the back and Cifuentes dives across.
The one benefit I'll give him is he was definitely going away from his strong hand, and here the response on the other end from Columbia. What a turn of events, and that one not finished. Aguero gets his third of the game. I want to go back to that decision from Hoons. It felt like he was going away from his strong hand, and I didn't think it was a bad decision to go behind the back because I thought it might have sort of slowed him down to come back and try to hammer it. Phew.
I just thought Cifuentes was behind him. Here it is. So I thought, see, it looked like he had the wide open net
you know
if Cifuentes was behind him.
There was more room.
But you know, because he went around behind the head, so it went back towards. Hey, you know what? I can't throw behind the back in the game, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But at the same time, that was a beautiful save by Cifuentes.
Unbelievable. 17-17.
Oh, what a handle there by Paige Laycock.
Great
and he
find and the finish. Third of the game for Paige Laycock. Great Britain back in front. 18-17. Got to get rid of it. Cifuentes is about to run out of time. They turn it over on the clear. Ball's back out on the turf. Big ground ball from Russell.
We got a penalty here for, I think that was a slash.
Again, Great Britain goes to that. Full court press. It pays off. Ben Paige Laycock drops the bomb.
But that's going to be a major penalty. So the call is going to stand. That's a yellow card, which means it's a 1-minute major penalty. So the penalty still will take place. The goal is going to be good.
These are big moments right now. Great Britain extends the lead to 19-17 and will have the ball man up. Columbia's got to dig deep here.
You know what they need here, Glenn? They need a timeout. They need to bring the boys together.
Does seem to work for them. If they can get the stop, it might be the perfect time. And that's deflected wide. Still plenty of time for Great Britain. And rifled wide, so they will not capitalize. Hoon's shot not on target. With 38 seconds remaining on the penalty, you would think that Columbia would still, even with the clock running, prioritize running time off the clock here, or running time off the penalty here.
Especially with the 2-goal game. Yeah, you've got plenty of time to get your full complement on once that penalty's over.
They get the big defensive stop they needed. Can they follow it up? Aguero feeds it in front. Oh, off the pipe for Tiest.
I think that was the big right peck.
Oh, you think it? Okay.
Of William Baxter. Chest save, the thwack I heard. I know that sound.
Then it hurt. It hurt for sure.
But you know what? That's a big save right there, so it might not have hurt so bad.
That's a good point. Hurts
we
less.
See the skip and the shot. It bounces out, and that's going to stay Columbia ball.
Only 3 seconds remaining on the penalty.
And we've got a penalty here for Great Britain. We'll see how many. It's a green card, which is a minor penalty, 30 seconds. So 3 seconds until the Columbia. There it is. There's the timeout.
Look at you.
The all-powerful timeout for Columbia.
That's their first timeout of the second half. Rosser serving the 30-second penalty. Columbia will be even strength for 3 seconds, playing 4-on-4, and then their penalty will come up and they will be man up for the next 27 seconds out of the timeout. 3:20 remaining, and it would feel pretty critical that they convert man up in this spot in order to get this back to a 1-goal game, not give both the 2-goal advantage and the momentum of a penalty kill back the other way for Great Britain.
Yeah, with that, I'm wondering, do you try for a quick strike, score, and then press because you know you have
the extra man?
Try to get the 2-for-1 there, but at the same time, if you try for a quick strike and they get the ball back, they're going to be able to kill most of the penalty. So I anticipate they're probably going to let that 3 seconds run off, get into their 5-on-4, try to make something happen. But as our producer Jordan just said, how big is that goal at the end of the quarter, which seemed kind of like a throwaway. We're like, did it really happen? It didn't have, it counted.
Yep,
but those are the kind of goals that you look back and say, that might have been a big turning point.
Difference between this being a 1-goal and a 2-goal game here late. So the penalty is up. Man-up opportunity here for Colombia out of the timeout. They've been really good out of timeouts today. Stepping down, and there's another goal out of a timeout. What is it that they're doing in these magical timeouts?
Sprinkle some dust, some fairy dust.
4th of the day for Mandel Franco. The man-up tally brings it back to a 1-goal game. 19-18. And
I think we've got a little discrepancy. We've got a green card on Great Britain, it appears. And I don't know, you know what the situation is?
They stand down here, so it can't be a green card.
I believe they released Colombia early. Yeah, because the in-home is going, so there was some kind of infraction with the release of that penalty, so he's going to go right back to the box for 30 seconds.
Green card issued to Colombia.
So man-up opportunity here for Great Britain. Thrown away. Yes, indeed.
Bunio was wide open on that back door. I think he tried to finish it before he caught it.
Case Swiddick was hit with the green card. 19-18, Colombia gets it back. They got to kill off.
What a can opener there to win that ball back by Lyndon Bunio. He dropped it on the man-up opportunity and then earns it back on the ride. That's what you love to see. It's when players make mistakes, instead of hanging their heads, go out and you earn the next one back.
Back to even strength. Feed towards the middle. Bickerton decides just to pull it down and keep working the offense. Up top, Russell.
2 minutes to go.
Paige Laycock. Under 2 minutes remaining. Good feed in front. Turning around and delivering. Alex Russell decided not to take the first shot and create a better look. His second goal of the game, a big one. It's 20-18.
You could just see that coming. He had his defender isolated one-on-one. You knew if he rolled back, he would have space, and just a nice job by Alex Russell to make that happen.
Every possession absolutely critical now for Colombia. Aguero gets free, denied by Baxter. Baxter loses it. Oh, but he makes another save. Corcel did an incredibly good job of getting that ball back.
And there's still time with the 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, I think you got to stretch out now, down by 2. You're putting yourself in a position where they get 2 possessions to run 30 seconds off. It's really hard to score 2 goals in 16 seconds or whatever the difference in the math would be, and now it's almost impossible.
Well, this is where this is going to be crucial for teams to work on their press ride in this exact situation, because you need to score and then you need to get the ball back. Colombia is going to take their second time out of the half. That's probably exactly what they're going to talk about. Is, hey, we got to score, but most importantly, after we score, we need this ball back.
Immediately. Pomfret does get the goal that might put it on ice for Great Britain. We'll see. Colombia has been great out of timeouts today, but they're going to need the greatest out of timeout 50 seconds they've ever come up with.
This is a 3-goal, 50-second 3-goal timeout explosion they're coming up with. They're drawing it up on the board. It's a goal. It's a turnover on the ride. It's another goal.
It's another turnover on the ride and another goal.
You know what? I think you could go.
I would say that in general, teams should call that play more often.
I think they should go goal, turnover goal. Let Britain get down, save last second goal. That's what I want to see.
Is there enough time for that?
There's enough time.
I think you're
10,
going to have
12
to get...
10, 12 seconds, you bring that to 38. You get Britain one more possession. That's just enough time for fireworks. And the whole country of Colombia going absolutely bananas down there south of the equator.
You see Oscar Daniel Castillo Morales, what his commands were. Whatever happens here, he's got to be proud of his team's effort. Aguero trying to get free. He's got to let it rip. Baxter's been great in the second half. And if that last goal didn't do it, you'd presume that does, although Baxter well out, and they can defend him out there. That's exactly what they do. Cifuentes comes and then kicks it free to get it back, lobs it downfield, and no, a good chance for TS. He doesn't score.
And Baxter, a little athleticism out of his cage, and Cifuentes says, I can do that too. He jumps out, makes a nice play on it.
Well, and I feel like goalies, this is, like, we talk about the comparison between sixes and other sports. I think goalies in lacrosse are so used to needing to be on their line unless they're running out to help in a clear. I think you're going to need to see more of that with these transition opportunities. You're going to have to come out and take care of that yourself, much like soccer goalies have to do regularly.
Yeah, especially with the pressure and the press ride. You're going to have to do some things, maybe set some picks, work to get your teammates open, draw some pressure to you so you can then dump it off to a teammate.
Give credit to Great Britain. They were nails here in the fourth quarter. When everything was at stake, they got the job done. And Great Britain will pick up their first win here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Clock will stop one more time as...
Yeah, you look back to the beginning of the third quarter. Colombia scored 2 goals, and then every time Colombia scored, Great Britain would answer with 2 goals. So it was 1 goal for Colombia, 2 for Great Britain. 1 goal for Colombia, 2 for Great Britain. So that's where that kind of like 2 for 1, you chip away, you chip away, you chip away. And that is a huge win for Great Britain there.
21-18, Great Britain defeats Colombia. The British lacrosse improves to 1-1 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Colombia falls to 0-2. But I don't think there's anything for Colombia to hang their head about. I think this was an outstanding performance for a program that is trying to find their way into the higher echelon, getting a chance to qualify for the Olympics. I think they're going to feel really good about their performance against a big-time program in Great Britain.
Absolutely. I think defensively, they've got a lot to be proud of. Goaltending-wise, they look great from both of their goalies so far today. The big thing is, offensively, I just want to see a little bit more spacing and timing with their offense. And I think that'll come with more training and more opportunities to compete in sixes. They were excellent one-on-one. Now they got to work on the 2-man game. They got to work on swinging the ball through X and transferring from rights to lefts. But I couldn't be more excited for their future and tomorrow's game. Watch them compete.
4 goals and an assist for Ben Page-Laycock in the victory. In the second half, Willie Baxter, 11 saves. Massive in allowing Great Britain to hang on in this one. In the losing effort, Alex Mandel-Franco had 4 goals. Alex Kincannon had 4 as well, just not quite enough for Team Colombia. We're going to take a break. We come back in. Next up, same countries. The women's side, Great Britain and Colombia at 4:45. That'll be our next game. Again, your final score from this one, Great Britain 21, Colombia 18. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience. And we play our second game of the afternoon session here at USA Lacrosse Experience in Indianapolis as the women from Columbia battle the women of Great Britain. I'm Glenn Clark. He is Mitch Belisle. We are happy to be with you. Great Britain victorious earlier today, defeating Puerto Rico 17-13. For Colombia, it was a struggle, obviously overmatched against Team USA. They fell 35-1. They just want to keep making strides. That was the one thing during that game. Anytime something positive happened, it generated a great response from the bench. They got a long way to go as a program as they try to look ahead towards Los Angeles 2028, Mitch, and just making any sort of positive steps seem to be good things for them. They're going to try to do that today against Great Britain.
Yeah, I think they'll have a lot more space to breathe, so to say, against Great Britain. Great Britain, I think, is still going to be a very tough test for them, but I think there'll be more opportunities for them to get into their offensive sets, to move the ball, to play a little bit of offense, whereas against the United States, they'd never really ever had comfortable looks. Every time they had the ball in their stick, they were being relentlessly chased by some of the most athletic women on the planet. Now, they'll go against a very tough Great Britain team who I think is still going to give them a lot of trouble, but they'll get a little bit more opportunities to get shots on goal, to run through some offensive sets, and hopefully to push the pace in transition. That was the biggest area they hopefully will be able to limit against Great Britain, is that transition against them. That was an area where the United States just poured and poured and poured it on. It was just breakaway after breakaway, led by Marie McCool.
Colombia in the red shirts with the yellow shorts, the yellow numerals. They are moving left to right on your internet dial in this first quarter. Great Britain, white shirts, blue shorts, blue numerals. Early opportunity, but they'll throw it away. Scoop the ground ball back up. Starters for Great Britain, Sienna Perec in goal. And Colombia able to get that ball back with a great ground ball from Emily Vergara. Sienna Perec in goal, Tilly Shires, Anna Neville, Emma Oakley, Torres Anderson, and Olivia Wimpenny. Path cut off.
We got a delayed penalty coming up here.
And that one will be fired in wide off the stick of Torres Anderson. They will go woman up for the first time, however, today.
We've got a yellow card, a major penalty, of course. Not the major that you might think of in box lacrosse or even field lacrosse. It's just a 1 minute penalty.
And it goes against Vergara. So woman up for the first time. Great Britain very early on in this. Colombia's starters were Vergara, as well as Isabella Sandora, Katie Deschamps, Tori Perez in goal, Juliana Kyle, and Isabel Stockman, the starters for Colombia. Great Britain looking to take advantage, knifing her way through, hammering it home, Olivia Wimpenny. And they're on the board here in the first minute.
Wimpenny has been really strong for them. She had 2 goals and 2 assists in their first game, and there's the ride and the putback by Great Britain as they go 2 for 1 on that power play.
Making it seem too easy right now. Lottie Robertson with her first of the afternoon.
They're 2 top scorers from game 1, and then Lottie Robertson rides it right back, and now they'll take a little air out of the ball.
Serious problem for Colombia right now, and it was an issue early today, too. They just weren't getting the ball to the other side of the field. After Team USA was scoring goals, they were giving up transition opportunities. That's not a transition opportunity, but it counts nonetheless. Wimpenny's second already, and it's 3-0 Great Britain.
And this is that relentless press.
Oh, boy.
You can see it, and when they have the extra attacker, that's where it's even more vicious.
Unselfish. Lauren Hart from Emma Oakley. Hart, her first goal of the event.
Remember how I said that Colombia would have more room to operate?
Yeah, the thing
Great
about
Britain?
that is not so much, and they don't clear this one. It's intercepted. The goal's open. No, they're saying because it wasn't a steal.
You've got to bring it back to within 2 meters of the midline, I think, is where the ball needs to start. So that's what they're waiting for, is to reestablish those quick restarts. They're quick, but it's not wherever you are. You got to go back close to a line.
Emma Oakley thought she had a goal. Instead, they just get the ball. Already leading 4-0.
Ooh.
And that one turned aside.
Tilly Shires drops it and goes low to high there, ringing it off the crossbar. We see a zone here from Columbia's defense. So they're trying to pack it in.
Neville trying to dodge free, dumps it underneath. Fed back to Neville. Oh, great find underneath, ducking under. Shooting wide, however, Sophia Wise.
Nice job there by Columbia. That's a big defensive stop for them if they can keep possession now, as they're going to get an over and back call.
Yep. It's always a big if when you present it that way, Mitch. Big, big if. The answer this time was no.
They have yet to have a settled possession on offense. Looking forward to their first opportunity to get their offensive players on their end of the floor. Or field, I should say.
Oh, great save. Tori Perez skying up to get that one. Oh, and what an outlet pass. And it turns into a goal for Columbia. Alex Mazurchek scores for the first time here in Indianapolis.
A beautiful feed there.
All of that was great. It was a great save from Perez. It was a great finish from Mazurchek. Columbia, they did get it back, but it doesn't last long. And easy response for Lottie Robertson.
And you know what, Glenn? I was thinking it really is pretty amazing how I think one area where Columbia, if they have more time to practice, when they're getting that full court press from England, if they send a woman to the bottom of the box and they sub to the top of the box, you can kind of catch that press. At least they can't cover the offensive player coming on, so you can maybe shoot someone out of the box and get open, but that takes timing and practice to get right.
Well, you've seen they've been trying the full court outlet passes. That one turned aside, but it does trigger a reset. Mixed results. The first one worked out really well. This last one, not so much, but trying to throw it right over top of that full court press. Shires swings it wide. Great movement from Great Britain. Jeez. They're just moving the ball so spectacularly well, almost as if there's no defense out there to stop them. Wimpenny scores her third.
The old first quarter hat trick.
Shires, a lot of contact. Not able to get the shot off.
Oh, I think she slowed down thinking maybe that there was going to be a call, but Columbia certainly didn't slow down as Isabel Stockman knocks a stick right out of her hands and then says, "Give me that."
Perez again lobs it forward. They're able to clear. That's been an adventure today. Now, how do they get into their offense? Obviously, it was a struggle against the United States. They have, however, already matched their goal total from that game.
Yeah, and England must have watched that U.S. game as they are putting pressure right on the ball carrier. That's a skill where you counterintuitively, when someone's checking you, you need to run at them instead of running away, because as soon as you run away, they start landing their checks. But if you run at them, you start to force them to have to get back and play defense. This quick ball movement.
A nearly impossible angle for Terra Nova leads to another transition opportunity, this time for Neville. Anna Neville gets her first of the game. 7-1. They've at least cleared a few times. Again, I'm not trying to set the bar very low for Columbia, but we have to be very practical about where these programs are. As Wimpenny adds another.
Yeah, it's about that growth and that development. It's like, can you string together 4 or 5 clears?
And that one won't be a clear, and it'll be an easy score for Sophia Wise.
I would say probably might want to look at taking that time out after the next one and going over, hey, let's just go back to fundamentals and to basics on this clear. Or let's come up with something where we can maybe use different movements. I think utilizing the box for the clear and sending a substitution to the box, someone coming out of the box, sprinting back to get the ball. They do have 10 seconds to get that ball, so I think they can take a little bit more time, but they have to be deliberate about who they're looking for. Right now, I think everyone's just kind of being marked off, and there's no one open. That's a good job right there by Stockman to hunt that ball down out of the box, and that's exactly what I was talking about.
Alice Ripper scores for the first time. Stockman denied. Perec goes low to make the save. 30 seconds remaining in the quarter. It's been all Great Britain. And a little more Great Britain. Tors Anderson. Her first of the game makes it 11-1.
Yeah, the Hail Mary into the pack is not going to be the answer, I don't think.
Shires, that one not on target. Clock continues to run. That'll be basically how the quarter comes to a close. All Great Britain so far in this one. They're in front 11-1. We're in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Lacrosse fans, there's no better time than now to get the latest USA Lacrosse merchandise right here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Make sure to visit the USA Lacrosse
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
4 goals for Olivia Wimpenny, 2 for Lottie Robertson. Tors Anderson with a goal, 2 assists for 3 points. Great Britain with an 11-1 advantage over Colombia as we get ready for the start of the second quarter. Glenn Clark, Mitch Blau with you here in Indianapolis. USA Lacrosse Experience. Sun finally starting to head out yonder.
Our greatest enemy of the day.
Whew. Been the biggest heel since the Iron Sheik.
The all-present Eye of Sauron staring us down here.
Team switch sides to start this second quarter. Columbia comes away with the face-off. It has been a struggle, to say the least. Coach Mitchie Ehlers, former world champion as part of the U.S. women's national team, trying to figure some things out with this Columbia program to get them going in the right direction to be able to qualify for the Olympics. Ooh, losing a defender is a good way to start, but no finish to be had.
Juliana Kyle running over her defender, Pennington, New Jersey native. She plays with triple threat at the George School, so another high school player, the young players getting more experience.
Great Britain able to get down quickly the other way. Hart. Lauren Hart, we talked about her earlier today, played UC Davis. That one's wide from Lottie Robertson, and we'll go back the other way.
I thought something cool about some of these players that we talked about. Alice Ripper, Emma Oakley, that was her idol growing up. Now they're playing on the same team. So some of these teams that have that mix of older and younger players, it's really a unique and amazing opportunity for these players that, especially in the countries where there is a little bit of established lacrosse royalty like England or Great Britain, you've got these women that the girls looked up to, and now they get the opportunity to play with them. Such a cool and unique experience that a lot of us in the United States had. I got the opportunity to play with some of my idols, Casey Powell, players like that, and John Grant Jr. Get to play with and against them.
Yeah, I guess those guys were okay. I guess they were decent. Shot clock violation for Columbia. Does look like they've got the other goalie in, Ava Kalmer, on for Columbia. We talked about Ava a little bit earlier as we saw her father, and her father was talking about exactly what you're discussing. Now, she's not playing alongside her idols, but earlier today got to play against some of those idols, Team USA, high school student. Being able to skip class today to be able to come be part of the USA Lacrosse Experience for Team Columbia.
Her proud dad is down there videotaping right now. You can see him logging some minutes on the iPhone.
Wide smile, and why wouldn't he have a wide smile when she's making saves like that?
I think that video might be a little shaky for him because he got fired up at a huge save there by Ava.
From Harbor Fields, plays for the Long Island Yellow Jackets. She made 4 saves in one half of action earlier today against Team USA. This one would be a little bit more difficult. And not a lot you can do about that, as Anna Neville scores her 2nd of the game.
Yeah, and it just seems like the Colombian team, sometimes there's a turnover or a play and there's just a second of hesitation, whereas England, as soon as that whistle blows, they are picking up the ball and attacking. That mentality is something that just takes a little bit of time and experience with sixes that England, frankly, has had more experience there.
And they are finding the players that are slipping out, like Tilly Shires, who gets that one from Torres Anderson. Shires' 2nd goal of the game. And they do get the clear. That's been a little bit better, I think, with Calmer. And I believe a timeout.
They're going to draw something. I'm going to try to get something going offensively. They haven't had too many settled opportunities, so this will be one where they're going to get their best offensive personnel on, try to draw something up. I'd like to see maybe get the ball through X, get some cutters through the middle, maybe setting the pick. You know, you don't want to do anything too complicated, clearly, because they don't have a ton of time to put it in, but I think at least moving the ball through X to turn those England defenders' heads, cutting crisscross cuts, and then look for the over-the-top. That might be something that is simple enough everyone could get on the same page, but keeps that spacing, and then they have a couple options out of.
First time out of the half taken with 4:49 remaining here in the 2nd quarter. Colombia, again, just trying to get some things moving in the right direction. Not a ton of international competition. Very much a program trying to find its way. You told us earlier, Mitch, about how they're holding tryouts as well. Mazurchek had it, loses it, a lot of trouble on a shot clock violation. That was just going nowhere. Sienna Powell picked it up, running in the wrong direction. Emma Oakley doesn't pull the trigger at first. Instead, England will settle in.
And this is where when you bring the ball behind, you just get, it's like a pressure release valve. You get a lot less of an attempt to dislodge that ball. And the nice part is then you can look for those cutters while the whole defense is trying to match up, see the ball, and make sure you don't sneak around from the backside.
Calmer able to find that. A shot from Lottie Robertson. And that's worth it, probably. I get it. The idea would be that maybe if you're Colombia, whenever you get the ball, you just want to settle up. But scoring has been tough today. On the other side, not so difficult. However, for Georgie Southorn, that's actually her 1st goal of this game after she scored 5 earlier today against Puerto Rico. And just that quickly, how about another? Tilly Shires scores for the first time today.
Looks like we have an injured player, so
we'll get a pause here with 3:25 remaining in the first half. Great Britain on top, 14-1.
Make sure that Victoria Orozco is all right.
Played at St. Thomas University from Jacksonville, Florida.
She's used to the sunshine, right?
Shoo! Obviously, our thoughts with everybody down in Florida. I know it has been a very difficult couple of weeks.
Talking to Lou Corsetti, we mentioned him early in the broadcast with USA Lacrosse. He's loading up a truck after this, driving lacrosse supplies and just life supplies up to North Carolina for some of those communities that have been so hard hit.
2 storms, Helene and Milton. Anna Neville, her 3rd of the day. She's got a hat trick. It's 15-1. And, you know, you bring that up and some people will say, you know, what's lacrosse got to do with it? And the answer is normalcy. For so many people in those communities, they're just looking for something that provides them a sense of normalcy in what have been terrifying and just awful moments, some dealing with true tragedy, mental health. It's unsettling when you go through experiences like that. I remember, gosh, we go back to, I guess it was 2011, 2012, and the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School, and a group of Loyola lacrosse players just choosing to say, hey, how can we help? And getting up in a truck and driving up to Connecticut to set up a lacrosse camp and just say, I don't know how this helps, but if it can help, we want to help. And for the folks up there, it meant the world to them to have people that just wanted to come do something, take their minds away from what was going on. Lacrosse and sport in general can play a role in these moments.
Well, especially such a spiritual connection to the game with its native roots, and get the opportunity to call the box championships and learn so much about the game, the Haudenosaunee people, and how important it is to them. Hopefully they'll be able to be part of the Olympics in 2028. They're going through that process to become IOC recognized right now.
What a save from Calmer, denying Torres Anderson. A high school student out here making plays. Minute and a half remaining in this second quarter. Game that has been all Great Britain from the start. And shooting low, wide. Georgie Southorn.
This is where you gotta come help Ava Calmer.
In trouble, and they're not gonna clear it.
So you got 10 seconds to get it over that midline. You basically got 5 seconds to get it out of the crease, and then another 5 to get it over the line.
Under a minute to play in the first half.
Final minute and a half, number 1. Game number 6 of the day. 2 more games coming up. I'll get you a recap of everything that's happened coming up at the half. Ball knocked down, fed in front. Oh, behind the back. Won't go for Robertson. Opportunity here for Columbia. They got to find the ball, hold on to it, and they can't do it.
Good speed shown there by Alex Mazurchak, but just couldn't hang on. Just a nice trail check by England. This English team is relentless in their pressure on the ball.
Not on target, however. 8 seconds left. Calmer just wants to fling it down the field. And that's what she does as the half comes to a close. All Great Britain. They lead 15-1 at the break. Come back in with first half highlights and get you caught up on everything that you may have missed from day one at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play.
During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
They could see themselves play, and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field. That's every coach's dream.
Halftime here at Carroll Stadium in Indianapolis, where right now Great Britain in front of Colombia 15-1. Glenn Clark, Mitch Belisle with you at the USA Lacrosse Experience. We have wonderful partners that have played a huge role in making the USA Lacrosse Experience possible, and we want to tell you all about them, like Bibby Bop Asian Grill,
Condado Tacos, Tequila, Margaritas,
as well as Penn Station East Coast Subs.
And then, of course, something sweet to let your body know you're full from Taylor's Bakery, made for you since 1913.
I want it to be known that 100% of the times that I have called the USA Lacrosse Experience in Indianapolis, I have enjoyed Penn Station Subs for lunch. Every time I have ever done it, that's what I've enjoyed for lunch.
I'm a frequent Penn Station attendee. Penn Station, Pennsylvania Station, New York City.
Well, close, yeah.
A little different than Penn Station East Coast Subs, but with that said, both offer delicious options for eating.
Getting ready for the start of the second half. Let's take a look at our first half highlights, see how it is that Great Britain has built up this 15-1 advantage. And in the early going, Mitch, it was much of the same. It was transition opportunities, failed clears for Colombia, and Great Britain just really piling on.
Yeah, relentless pressure from the white jerseys all over the field. You can see every time that Colombia touched the ball, there was at least 1 to 2 Great Britain defenders all over them. And then they did a nice job of sharing the ball. You can see sometimes they were 1-on-0 with the goalie and they would take the shot. If they were not, they would always look for that extra pass, and a lot of times that extra pass was the one that would be even easier. But so many opportunities in the ride and in that forecheck, as we mentioned, that just creates those 1-on-0s. And both goalies for Colombia really doing a nice job. We're seeing a lot of goals on them, but they made a lot of saves in between those goals too. So they're keeping this thing tighter than maybe it could be at 15-1. And we'll see if Colombia can put together some offensive sets that they can feel great about in the second half.
Olivia Wimpenny, 4 goals. Lottie Robertson with 2. 3 for Anna Neville. Tilly Shires with 2 goals and an assist for 3 points. And 1 goal, 3 assists, 4 points for Tors Anderson in the first half. Getting ready for the start of half number 2. If you missed anything so far today, earlier on the women's side, Puerto Rico falling to Great Britain 17-13. So Great Britain on their way to a 2-0 start. Also earlier today on the women's side, the United States defeated Colombia 35-1, that is. On the men's side, Puerto Rico beat Great Britain 16-14. Great Britain was able to turn around and beat Colombia 21-18. And the United States defeated Colombia 25-7. Still to come, the U.S. and Puerto Rico, men and women, starting at 6 o'clock. Team switch sides for the start of this third quarter. And Great Britain with the first possession of quarter number 3. Great Britain, a program that wants to not only get things going in the sixes, they want to factor into the medal podium when they get to Los Angeles as a great finish. It's Emma Oakley for the first time in this game.
How about that skip pass through the middle of the defense? That's something that I think Colombia can work on in this half, is getting their sticks up in those lanes. Certainly, it's one of those skills where if you just practice it against a team like this, that's going to be a huge benefit for the future moving forward.
Again, a small thing, but a clear for Colombia. Trying to turn it into an offensive chance. Working to get free. Shot not on target for Juliana Kyle.
England looks like they might be a little bit more packed in on defense, so look for them to try out their zone possibly, see how that works. Like we said, this is the laboratory. This is where you can do things that you're not going to save for the Olympics. You want to try it now, get the kinks out, and see what works and what doesn't. So I wouldn't be surprised if England tries some different tactics, despite being up 15, or maybe because they're up 16-1, but trying new things that you're like, why would you get away from what's working? It's not about that. It's not about winning 32-1 or 32-2. It's about finding out what does and does not work.
Shot clock violation. Back in goal for Colombia, Tori Perez from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, by way of Oglethorpe University.
Go Stormy Petrels.
That's right, Stormy Petrels. I gotta get a T-shirt or something.
Tattoo? Tattoos tonight?
You know what? This might be the moment.
Matching tattoos tonight. Look
We're
out,
doing
Indianapolis
it.
tattoo
Going
parlors.
crazy. Got a recommendation for us? Let us know.
But they got to know petrol.
That's
I don't,
true.
I don't want
That's true. Yeah.
half-rate petrol on my body. And it's got to be stormy.
And they have to be able to do it without me showing them a picture either, right? Like, I've got to be able to say, we want a stormy petrol, and they know. Like, we got you. We got you.
They're like, Oglethorpe? Yeah.
Yeah, all right. No problem. It's going to be hilarious when we find a great save by Perez, but the rebound picked up and put home by Winpenny for her 5th. It's going to be great when we find a tattoo parlor that's actually owned by an Oglethorpe alum. It's like, yeah, obviously, Stormy Petrels, of course.
It's our specialty.
Great Britain gets it back. Winpenny plays for the Blues. Played for Forge in the Fly this season, the Sixes League. It's part of the World Games Sixes team in 2022 for Great Britain. That up top. Their movement has really impressed me in this game.
And they're certainly, Great Britain is definitely looking to move the ball around the outside and work on their off-ball cuts. That is the recipe for this second half. Is let's see how well we can spread out the defense. Let's see if we can find cutting lanes and continue working that 30-second shot clock to find the best look.
Emma Savage gets on the board as the lead balloons out to 18-1. Columbia, I feel like the sets have maybe been a little bit better, a little bit more ball movement.
Yeah, and I think because Great Britain is in that zone, they have a little bit more space to operate, which is certainly helpful as opposed to being peppered by checks the entire time they're carrying in the offensive zone.
Alice Ripper open on the doorstep, but she can't sneak it in, and she's frustrated.
She
had it.
Extra pass there by Winpenny. She had wide open shot, but instead.
Well, and what I liked from Ripper is she could have taken the first shot, but she knew if she threw a fake, she'd get a better look.
I would have liked to see her maybe take a little shuffle step to the right to improve her angle, but it was a great initial fake.
Opportunity the other way. Kyle trying to bully her way in front, loses the ball. And again, Great Britain in transition. This one they'll ease up. Winpenny swings it over to the opposite side. And skipped home.
Goal for number 2.
I mean, that's more like rolling it home, really, from there for Sophia Wise.
That was a nice top step. And the spacing, they're playing almost like a diamond with a player in the middle, so you have those wing dodge opportunities there. And Sophia Wise, nice top step, continues to sweep across, and like you said, you don't have to always shoot hard if you shoot accurately.
For Wise, it's her second of the game. And Columbia, shot clock violation. Gives it right back to Great Britain.
Shot clock violation on Columbia.
Young team for Columbia. Again, they're trying to figure out a way forward as a program, wanting to get into the mix for the Olympics.
Katie Deshan, she has been all over the place. You can see right there, she's on defense with the long blonde hair. She's not the tallest player, but she always seems to be flying around on the field. She's been a bright spot for this Columbia team. Victoria Orozco, I think on the offensive end, a few times she's been able to bowl through the middle and get some looks. So just trying to find some positive, bright spots here on this Columbia team that is, while they've struggled, they have found areas to excel. And then Isabel Stockman has really been kind of their shining star with a goal in each game. I'm sorry, she hasn't scored yet this game.
No, not in this one. That one was Mazurchek in this one. Tilly Shires now has the hat trick. 20-1. And again, deep into the shot clock for Columbia. Just have to force something in the direction of goal. And an easy opportunity the other way. That will be cashed in by Southorn. Her second of the game.
Number 12, Georgie Southern.
And with the shot clock, there's really not much opportunity to not go to the goal. So even when you have that big lead, you can see Great Britain wants to slow down a little bit on offense, but if they have a break, they're going to go to the cage.
Yeah, if it's 2-0, it's almost kind of comical to not.
You can't pull it out, right?
Yeah.
That almost looks worse, to your point.
You don't want to embarrass anyone. You're just trying to play. All the way home. Emma Oakley for the second time today.
Goal for Great Britain, number 6, Emma
Now has
Oakley.
3 goals for the tournament. They get it right back. Shires bearing down. Runs out of angle. Tries to wrap. Nothing there. And they'll settle up. Under a minute remaining in the third quarter. And dropping it low. Scoring.
Goal
That's
number 2,
Southorn again.
Sophia Wise.
Oh, sorry, that's Sophia Wise. She gets her third of the game. Make it 23-1 for Sophia Wise. Played at Exeter University. Part of Forge in the Fly. How did Shires get that to go through all of that contact? Wow.
Goal number 99, Tilly Shires.
Tilly Shires goes airborne, and it just trickles in, and she takes a shot as she goes down.
Number 4 on the day for Tilly Shires, and after 3 quarters, the lead is out to 24-1. We got 1 more quarter to go here in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Fans, scoop up.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Start of quarter number 4 here on a gorgeous sunny day in Indianapolis, the USA Lacrosse Experience. He is Cornell and Boston Cannons legend Mitch Belisle. I am 7th grade spelling bee co-runner-up Glenn Clark. We are with you alongside a great crew from ISC. So get ready for this 4th quarter. Been a tough day for Columbia today. Lost the first one 35-1. Trailing here 24-1. Jordan Shaw did the math on it. We're going to choose not to share it. It's not pretty. But that's where they are. This is the starting point. We talk about this being the beginning of the road to Los Angeles. That's what it is.
Can you imagine we get to the Olympics 2028, Columbia goes on a run, and we can say we were there. We were there at the beginning when they were figuring it out.
They might credit us for starting all of it, perhaps. Torres Anderson scores for the second time today. So they're on the podium. Somebody asks, hey, how did this happen? They say, well,
it was that 2nd grade spelling bee champion,
Glenn Clark. Co-runner-up.
Oh, sorry, co-runner-up.
I don't want to say stolen valor in this situation. Co-runner-up.
His motivational words drove us for 3.5 years, and here we are. But there is a lot that could happen over those 3.5 years, and there's still a lot of countries that are in the same boat as Columbia that
100%.
are just starting out, and this is a group that has really just put together their national governing body, and so they're really starting from truly the ground up. So it's awesome that they're out here, they're learning, they're competing, they're scoring goals. They've scored a goal in both games.
just looking for small victories as they try to find a group that can help them compete to qualify for Los Angeles 2028. Great Britain, they're going to feel good about themselves. They're going to end up improving to 2-0. That one somehow sneaks through.
I think that was the old hockey shot.
I think you're right.
The field hockey route.
I believe they'll give that to Sophia Wise.
And look, it was either Sophia Wise or Georgie Southron were both swatted at it and rolled it in, but nice shot there.
Fourth of the day for Wise, 26-1. Columbia, long road ahead.
And this England-United States matchup tomorrow is shaping up. That should be a nice one.
Should be great. Good opportunity for those two programs to test themselves where they are here in the sixes. And speaking of tests, that's what Ava Calmer should be doing right now. She should be back at school taking a test. Instead, she's here making saves against world-class lacrosse players.
Kick save and a beauty.
Shire's trying to feed it down. Instead, it comes free. Calmer picks it up.
And they're going to get a minor for a push. That's on Orozco.
So a woman-up opportunity here for Great Britain. 30 seconds as we approach the midway point of this fourth quarter. Make sure you're with us for that tomorrow night, 6:30. Great Britain and Team USA women. That one off the stick of Calmer goes for Alice Ripper.
Just a nice left-handed shot there for Ripper. Who's at UNC? We've talked about that.
Yeah, what a story that is.
Earlier broadcast.
If you weren't with us earlier, Alice Ripper visited Chapel Hill, North Carolina last year as part of a U.S. tour with Team Great Britain. And while she was there, she thought to herself, this place seems nice. I might enjoy going to a Biscuitville. I think I'll stick around. Got in touch with Jenny Levy. Said, I know you got a heck of a team, but could you use somebody else?
Someone with international flair. A British accent, perhaps.
That's correct. And a great lacrosse name, Alice Ripper.
And you know what? She did things on the field. Clearly, the Jenny Levy, this wasn't like, I'm just taking a flyer.
Right.
She is quite the player, as we've seen.
Like it's an exchange student program or something like that. Like, we'll let you know.
No, she earned her way onto that national championship roster.
North Carolina is not giving away roster spots. Let's make that abundantly clear. That is a tough roster to crack, and Alice Ripper's got a part of it. She will finish up her collegiate career with the Tar Heels in the spring.
Now Columbia will get the ball after an infraction. They're going to call Olivia Wimpenny, who's been busy scoring goals, 5 of them, in fact. They're going to say she was fouling this time. That'll be a 30-second minor.
7 goals total on the tournament for Wimpenny. Woman-up chance here for Columbia. Trying to, again, we talk about progress. Looking for more goals than they scored in their first game. Instead, they throw it away.
And you got to think that Columbia, they're going to find their Alex Concannon, right? They're going to find their,
a highly skilled Division I experience player who's looking for an opportunity that has family connection to Columbia. Yes, Isabel Stockman did play at Marist, so let's make sure we're not.
Yeah, there certainly is. Don't get us wrong. There's college experience, but kind of that next level, that top Division I scorer, exactly. Yep. And I think the events like this is how word gets out. Oh, Columbia had a team. There's probably women out there playing that had no idea that this was an option for them. Their parents are from Columbia. Their grandparents are from Columbia. They see this. They say, wait a second. This is a path to the Olympics. So this is a great opportunity not only to showcase the sixes, but to showcase the countries and the opportunities that are there for so many lacrosse players across the country.
Emma Savage scored her second of the game, and then that's followed up with a fourth, I believe, for Georgie Southern. Or Southhorn, sorry. Is that her third or her fourth? I
have her down for 3.
All right, we'll go with 3.
Hats are off. The USA Lacrosse hats are flying onto the field from the stands.
Tough to keep up when there's this many. You should see what my board looks like. It is chicken scratch at this point, how many numbers I've had to scratch out and write on there and squeeze into a small amount of space. What I know is it's 29-1 as Columbia takes a timeout here with 2:44 remaining. And somebody would say, yeah, do they think that they can change the result at this point? No, but this is what Mitchie Ellers is doing right now, is she's getting her team together and imploring them, hey, let's treat this like the score was 9-9.
And you see the nod, like there's buy-in there. This isn't a hang your heads. That was positive messaging from Mitchie Ellers, who's been at the top of the sport. She knows what it takes. But at the same time, this is a team that's gone through a lot over the last 2 games, and she's staying positive, saying, hey, let's go out, let's get another little win. Let's get a goal on the board. Let's play our offense. Let's take advantage here.
She wants to see her team execute. Has something positive to feel here late in the game. Stockman, they press out against her. She goes inside, ducking underneath, but not able to sneak it through.
Great ball movement there. Just an excellent trail check there by Olivia Wimpenny, who's been a woman possessed today.
As Eldridge had gotten free. It'll be a shot clock violation. It started off pretty well, but ultimately bogged down. Is there any part of you as a competitor, if you're Great Britain, as that contact comes up high, Orozco again will head over to the sin bin. Is there any part of you as a competitor, if you're on this Great Britain team, where you know what the score was that USA beat Columbia by and you want to try to match it?
You know, maybe in the back of your head you think that, but that's what good coaches are for.
Oh, I know Phil Collier's not thinking about that at all.
Let's focus on the process, and that's what the coach's job is for, is to guide that energy and that competition into a better process-driven system.
Shooting low, scoring. Lauren Hart, her second of the game. Getting ready for her 5th year at UC Davis. She scored 16 goals in her collegiate career.
We've got a card coming out. That's a green. And a yellow. For a slash. So I think that the official just grabbed the wrong card.
So a woman up opportunity again for Columbia here with 1:35 remaining in the 4th quarter. Trying desperately.
So we got 4-on-4 here. So good opportunity for Columbia to get a little more space. See if they can spread out a bit.
Thank you. Yeah, so it was a green on one side and a yellow on the other. Shot not held onto after the initial save was made by Perek. Nelson up top. Nelson feeding towards the middle. Shot clock running down. Got to get a shot off, and just couldn't hold on to it. Under a minute remaining.
Alice Ripper with the ripper.
One more.
Goal number 10 for Great
She joins the hat trick party. Alice Ripper's 3rd of the game. 31-1.
Columbia driving down and looking back to the inside. I like that. That's something I wish they could have gotten a little bit more early, is driving that ball nice and deep and then looking for those trailers.
One-on-one chance put home by Torres Anderson. Her 3rd of the game. 32-1. Final seconds. One more chance for Columbia. And one more turnover. 4-3. Not going to be a last-second shot from Great Britain. They're going to ease it up as they win 32-1 to improve to 2-0 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. What stood out to you most for Great Britain in this one, Mitch?
I think their speed and their aggression on defense. I'm really curious to see when Great Britain and the United States match up tomorrow, do they both utilize that pressure defense that each was so successful against Colombia with, or do they settle back in, especially against that vaunted U.S. offense? Will Great Britain have to settle in a little bit more, or can they push the pace?
That one is tomorrow night at 6:30. Should be a really good one. What's coming up next for us? We go back to the men's side. This should be a good one. Team USA against Puerto Rico. That one gets started about 6 o'clock, so make sure you're hanging out with us for that as we continue along here on day number 1 at the USA Lacrosse Experience. We are on the road to Los Angeles 2028, the USA Lacrosse Experience from IU Indianapolis's Carroll Stadium. Glenn Clark, Mitch Bilal with you as we get ready for a showdown between two teams that have begun the event, both 1-0. Team USA against Team Puerto Rico on the men's side. Mitch, Team USA looked as advertised, maybe a slightly slow start against Colombia before ultimately pulling away for a 25-7 victory. Puerto Rico really impressive in a 16-14 win over Great Britain earlier today. I got to think if you're Puerto Rico, you are licking your chops for an opportunity to try to prove your mettle here tonight against Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a stellar goaltender in Will Mark. Got an opportunity to catch up with him before this game, and he is excited for that opportunity. He's played against a lot of these players, whether it was his 5th graduate year at Syracuse or whether it was his stint in the PLL training camp. But he's excited for an opportunity to play. And then Liam Entenmann on the other side, backstopping this thriving USA offense and defense. But the thing that Puerto Rico feels is they can exploit, depending on how Team USA handles their transition and their substitution, they might be able to exploit using kind of that box style of play offense, then get off and get guys on to play defense if they can get some of these American players trapped on defense.
Jake Taylor wins the opening faceoff for Team USA. The bump, and Grant Ament loses it. But slow it down, bring it back.
Good physical play, a little too physical. They're going to go with a cross check there. We've got a 1-minute major penalty. For those just joining us, there's minors, 30 seconds, more of the technical type foul. Then there's majors, 1-minute penalties. Penalty clock starts once the play starts and continues to run. Goals do not release.
Daniel Mercado serves that 1-minute penalty for Puerto Rico, so an early man-up opportunity for Team USA. Great ball movement, and the bouncer is true for Chris Aslanian. First of the game for Aslanian, second of the event.
Good ball movement there by the United States to find that extra pass, and Aslanian with a nice bounce finish through the middle.
And now they're doubling with the man up, and they get it free. Pat Cavanaugh coming up with it for Team USA. You know Pat Cavanaugh is an offensive player, obviously. How about Pat Cavanaugh playing some D?
You know, he is renowned in his ability to ride the ball back, and that's why right there now he's just doing it on the defensive end.
That's the way it works when you play sixes. Got to do it all. Getting in front, doing it all. Matt Campbell, Boston Cannon, scoring to make it 2-0. So 2 man-up goals for Team USA as the penalty comes up.
Campbell finished that. He had Asher Nolting wide open on the backside. So Puerto Rico sending that second player as support for a slide. Liam Entenmann is wise to that first shot, and he makes 1 for 1 on his first save. But that extra pass, they started doing that against Colombia, and that's when they're so dangerous.
Matt Campbell, his first goal of the game. Wow, sprawling Will Mark. Finds it, covers it up before it could trickle over. Talk about Will Mark earlier today, 13 saves against Great Britain for the former Syracuse Orange. 4-time All-American, twice at both schools, LIU and at Syracuse. Feed to the front, couple of fakes, and whoo! There's Will Mark again. There's that man again.
I asked Will, I said, do you have like a book on each guy, on each shooter? And he said, I feel the best when I'm just clear-headed and reacting. And I thought that was interesting. Every goalie plays a little different. And he said when he got to Syracuse, you know, he talked to Coach Petro, and Petro talked about getting a book. And he said over the years, he's just found that when he is just focused in on each shot, kind of takes that deep breath, that's when he's at his best. Instead of thinking about each shooter, he just plays his game, and we've seen that tonight already with 2 amazing saves.
You know, this is a big moment for Will Mark, and Dan Arestia from USA Lacrosse Magazine brought this up on Twitter earlier. He said, you know, if I were a PLL GM, and I might need, as Team USA will extend the lead out to 3-0.
How about that feed behind the back from Sowers there?
And by the way, for Tevlin, that's got to feel good because he was the only field player to not score earlier today against Colombia. He gets his first of the experience. But yeah, he said if he was a PLL GM and, you know, he might have a need or PLL coach thinking about my goalie spot, I'm extremely interested in that game against Team USA, an opportunity for Will Mark to remind everyone what he's capable of doing against top competition to perhaps find his way back into the pro league.
Yeah, and I think there's no chance that he will not play in the PLL at some point in the future. He's just too good. You watch him play. He's so athletic and jumping around. It's just about getting that opportunity. And in that position where there's only 2 goalies per team for 8 teams, it's just a tough nut to crack. You just got to keep working your butt off and biding your time until that right opportunity arises.
Question is, can Puerto Rico get going offensively? Has been an issue. Shot across the mouth of goal. It was touched by Antiman. So it stays down here. Puerto Rico earlier today got a couple of goals each from Jared Fernandez, Donovan Lacey in that win over Great Britain.
Great check there by the United States to knock that ball out as Aviles was trying to feed that. Sorry, that was Josh Balcarcel that was trying to feed that.
What really impressed us about Puerto Rico in that first game was how balanced they were, how complete of an effort it was from their entire team. Right now they're just trying to get anybody going. Shot wide.
Kavanaugh going a little behind the back.
TJ Malone out there, reigning Rookie of the Year in the PLL. Former Penn State star.
And this is where, so we see Asher Nolting's back on defense. This is where you got to isolate 32. Whenever you recognize you've got a primary attackman on you.
Woo! Listava getting worn down by Piper Bond.
Piper Bond, one of the top short stick D middies, just a little too physical. We saw him drop the boom earlier this week against Great Britain, throwing his shoulder in there.
Boy, that started as really great defense.
Columbia.
Yes,
Columbia.
thank you. That started as really great defense from Bond, and then after the ball came free.
It's a little too much.
Yep. Good movement, man-up opportunity for Puerto Rico. Turnover would be killer.
So this diamond, oh, nice save. This diamond that the United States is playing, they need to draw that point man out, get it down to the low wings, and look for the cross-crease skips.
A reminder, if you are new to sixes, a shot that goes wide or just misses altogether is a turnover. But if the shot is saved and goes out of bounds or deflected on the way through, then the shooting team can keep the ball. Big difference between this and traditional field lacrosse. Flipped over to Bond. Bond dodges through, free in front, and scores.
Nice little two-man game. That was a great play. Xander Dixon flipped it up and then rotated to the top. That's that three-man rotation. He gets into the two-man game with Piper Bond. They create some space for him, and then Bond, as his defender's looking for that pick, he just continues to go underneath, gets across the crease, and finishes. A beautiful take there for 34.
The Baltimore native and former Penn Quaker scores his first of the day and his third here at the Experience. Makes it 4-0. Puerto Rico trying to get things going, but you can't settle for shots like that.
No, those are just too risky. That low angle shot, I mean, you've got to get a little bit more height so that way even if you miss, at least everyone's kind of chasing it back to the back to pick it up instead of just picking it up right on the sideline and moving.
Christian Mercado comes up empty. And not going to be empty the other way down. 5-0 as Lanian scores for the second time today.
Just a nice top step on the run shot. Classic midfield dodge right there.
As Lanian now with 3 for the tournament. 5-0 Team USA. Final minute of the first quarter. And again, just sort of settling.
Their referees are looking. Did Entman touch it? He did not.
Just wide. Team USA ball. Just over 30 seconds remaining.
USA is going with more of the wholesale play offense, play defense, and then get off look. We saw them shift between that and just the up and down run and gun transition.
Looking for Malone in front. Nolting's pass not on target. Tierney holds on to it behind. 10 seconds remaining in the quarter. Nice dodge, getting free and scoring. Tevlin's got his second. And it's flipped down by Will Mark. And an outstanding quarter for Team USA comes to a close. After 8 minutes, the Americans in front 6-0. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Okay, fans, it's now time for a t-shirt toss. Get up and get loud.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. GameBridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at GameBridge.io.
USA Lacrosse Retail Set.
Start of the second quarter, Team USA in front of Puerto Rico 6-0. Glenn Clark, Mitch Belisle with you. We see a little bit of the action from that first quarter. Team USA got off to a quick start. Chris Aslanian, one of his 2 goals. A couple of great moves, and then the finish for Matt Campbell. And it was just party on for Team USA. Will Mark did mix in a couple of very high-level saves on that quarter, but Puerto Rico just never able to get anything going offensively. What is Team USA doing to frustrate them and force them to settle for bad shots?
Just watch every time that Team USA is shooting, their feet are moving and they're on the run, whether or not there's a Puerto Rican defender on them or not. But every time they're continuing their trajectory towards the net, basically just pouring towards the net. And it's really hard, even though Puerto Rico might have a defender near or on them. They're just so good at keeping their head up, looking what's open and putting it around Mark. Mark's doing his best. He's made some big saves on the mid-range shots. But Puerto Rico is going to need to really buckle down and stop the ball one-on-one.
Team switch sides. Team USA attacking left to right. And again, Will Mark stone cold denying TJ Malone. That's been the positive for Puerto Rico. The negative has been the offense. Can that change here in this second quarter? Defender hung up. Donovan, sorry, that's number 1, Joshua Balkersell. And that shot again wide. And again, an empty trip for Puerto Rico.
I believe that was Kevin Lewis there trying to turn, spin, and shoot. Low to high. Sails that one a bit.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it in their first game today. Boy, the legend of Kevin Lewis is something within that Puerto Rico program. He is a leader on that team, a veteran. Of course, played at Lafayette. Was part of their 2023 World Championship team. But was an even bigger part of allowing them to get to the 2023 World Championship team at the field level. Is back in the PALA qualifiers in 2022 with 6 minutes left. They had just one goalie because they did not have Will Mark with them. And their goalie broke his ankle in a tie game against Jamaica. And so they had no goalie to turn to. The man who has said, give me a shot at it. In fact, didn't even request it, just informed.
Tapped coach on the shoulder, right?
Coach
Said, hey,
Alec
Coach,
Jernstedt that he was going into goal was Kevin Lewis. And all Kevin Lewis, who had scored a goal earlier, as that shot is off the pipe for Tierney. All he did was come away with 3 massive saves to allow Puerto Rico to win the PALA qualifier, punch their ticket. And the respect that earned from everyone around Puerto Rico lacrosse. They talk about him in a extraordinarily heralded way.
Well, you know, he did have a lot of goaltending experience.
Yeah, in middle school.
Back in 8th grade.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, made a lot of saves 10 to 12 years prior, maybe 15 years prior.
Jeez, what a story that is.
That's what you want from your captain. He wears the C for this team. And that's what you want, the guy who just says, you know what, I'm going to step in there and I'm going to make it happen. He made those saves. His stat line was 3 saves and 1 goal. We joked. I said that's Blaze Reardon's about the only guy maybe that has a better stat line than that.
And nearly thrown away, tracked down by Lewis. Got to make something happen here late. Ball's back out on the turf. And it was going to be a shot clock violation if Team USA hadn't come away with it.
As Lanian, he has been all over the field, number 3. He's tall, he's fast. The Hobart Statesman can move the ball. He's a lefty too, so he's got that left side. Putting a couple goals on the board already today and winning tough loose balls to boot.
Justin Anderson sends it back behind to Conrad. Up top and a bomb from Matt Campbell.
And that's that continuous footwork, right? Matt Campbell catches it. He doesn't stop. He hard jab steps, continues his motion across the top, and fires it as Puerto Rico will take a timeout, try to get something going for the second part of this second quarter.
Second of the day, 6th of the weekend for the first team All-Pro with the Boston Cannons. Matt Campbell makes it 7-0 in favor of Team USA, who has really asserted themselves both offensively and defensively so far in the game. And if you're Alec Jernstedt, what's the message right now? This has got to be frustrating. You have a great performance earlier. You're thinking, oh, we got something to show. This is our chance. And you look up and it's 7-0 in the second quarter. What do you say to your team right now?
I don't think they're playing bad, right? They're playing against Team USA. Phenomenal group of athletes that are playing lacrosse full-time for the most part. I think the message is offensively, let's stay spaced. When we dodge, let's make sure we're filling and replacing. I think right now they're dodging and they're running into each other a bit. And then defensively, just break down. Right now, as I mentioned, the USA offensive players are continuing their momentum towards the cage. Just keep deflecting them away and trust Will Mark will make those saves if you can stop them from going towards the middle of the field.
Out of the timeout, Puerto Rico ball. Let's see what they drew up. Oh, looking for it in the middle, but not able to connect with Christian Laureano. Behind the play, picked up by Balkersell, and the shot clock.
I think that
was a
moving pick there.
Yep, absolutely.
That was Brandon Aviles, was just moving a little too much there, trying to set that high pick towards the middle.
One of the many high-level college players on this roster. 4 years at Syracuse and another at Johns Hopkins for Aviles. Great tic-tac-toe lacrosse for Matt Campbell. This half is his recital. He thinks it's very vital to rock a rhyme that's right on time. Hat Tricky is his title.
Yeah, there it is.
Third of the day for Matt Campbell makes it 8-0. By this point, I figured we've worked together half as much as I've worked with my other partners. What a save by Entenmann.
We're in the Agogi together right now. We're just training, battling. We battled the sun.
I was raised in the darkness. We weren't. We were raised in the scorching heat here in Indianapolis. See Lastava frustrated after he was denied at the doorstep. And good hounding defense.
A transition opportunity here for Puerto Rico.
Step down and another save from Entenmann as he stones Brennan Banks.
What a save by
Entenmann with a kick save, and then actually, as he was trying to get up, he fell back into the net.
And he's out of position. And finally, Puerto Rico is on the board.
And one, as Puerto Rico is also going to go on the man advantage, as I believe it was Ryan Tierney with the big hit. They're giving him an unnecessary major penalty, 1 minute. So watch this. They pick up the rebound.
Donovan Lacey scores for the first time today and the third time this weekend. 8-1, 2:43 remaining here in the first half.
Puerto Rico's going to take their second time out here.
And maybe sensing that, like, this is their moment to get back in the game, right? Like, if we're going to do it right now, we got the momentum of finally getting on the board, so we don't have to think about the fact that the number says 0 on the scoreboard any longer. And I'm sure you can feel that. Like, even when you're not playing poorly, the longer you look up and you see a 0 on the scoreboard, the more it weighs on you.
You're like, are we ever going to break through? Is this goalie impossible to beat? But now they've cracked that code. They've got a man advantage. They've got a full minute to work through. if they get a reset, obviously, but they need to continue moving the ball. I would like to see, I mentioned, I've seen Team USA exclusively in that diamond instead of a square. They're putting a ton of pressure on the top center. If they can quickly get the ball to the low crease, right or left, and then skip it across, obviously they're going to be wary. I think Entenmann's probably going to be playing that free safety, kind of looking for that skip. But if they can get the ball across the crease before the backside can crash down, I think they'll have a wide open dunk on the back.
We're going to watch this one more time because, and Liam Entenmann, and we saw this earlier today where he came up a bit gingerly, and we're going to see it again here as Liam Entenmann actually ends up going back down on his tuchus after the initial save.
And we see he then goes down again, so he was all over the place.
He's staying on. He's back out there, and he's been as impressive as Will Mark. I mean, Entenmann has been outstanding. Team USA gets the stop, and they'll settle it down. No reason to force the issue. That moment that Puerto Rico might have had to try to build some momentum, not meant to be.
Good lift there. Forces that shot wide.
And shot high from Conrad. 2 minutes remaining in the half. Coming up at halftime, we'll get you first half highlights. Get you caught up on anything you might have missed through the first 6 games here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Pass knocked down, and then the shot deflected. Stays with Puerto Rico.
Penalties released, so they're back to all even here. Puerto Rico unable to capitalize, but they didn't give up any shorthanded goals either. That's a win, and there's a capitalization there.
Laureano. That's Christian Laureano. It's his first of the weekend.
And that's back-to-back goals for Puerto Rico. A little mini run of their own. If they can get a stop here and put 3 in a row together, that's a win heading into the back part of this half.
Kavanaugh hopping around. Swings it wide. Now cutting back the other way, shooting a high, not on target from Kirst. Wasn't touched by Mark. It's just out. And as you talked about, Puerto Rico trying to get that big Mo into the locker room.
And USA does have 2 timeouts left, so in the event that they don't like what they see here, I think they like this. Pat Kavanaugh on a breakaway,
what
essentially.
Wouldn't there be to like? Oh, what a save by Mark. I just said that, Mr. Announcer, man. Spectacular kick save from Will Mark on what should have been a golden chance for Pat Kavanaugh. There is still time here.
And I would say Puerto Rico, take your time, get in your set, and use this full clock. Don't give the United States a chance to get another goal before the end of the half.
Ramirez dodges, not a lot of angle off the pipe. Picked up, 2 seconds, time for a shot. Mark at the horn denies Sowers, and that's how the half comes to a close. From late signs of life for Puerto Rico in the first half, but they trail 8-2 as we reach the break. We're in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
All right, fans, turn.
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play.
During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows The skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
If they could see themselves play and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field, that's every coach's dream.
Welcome back to Carroll Stadium in beautiful Indianapolis, Indiana. We've got Puerto Rico taking on the United States at the USA Lacrosse Experience. And do we have a beautiful night? Wouldn't be able to do it without our sponsors here. Got to give a shout out. They've been keeping us happy. They've been making this exciting and this healthy Asian food from Bibimbap. They are all about well-being. They serve healthy, affordable Asian food because they really care. Penn Station East Coast Subs. We've got the best tacos in the Midwest from Condado Tacos. And, of course, can't forget something sweet from Taylor's Bakery. Tailor-made for you since 1913, keeping our production truck fed in the mornings as they're waking up early to put together all of this technology.
That is beautiful. Gosh. What a... This is why Mitch Belisle is going to have to leave. I'm sorry, Trilogy Lacrosse. Mitch might be gone. He might have a new career simply reading ads. That might be the way that it goes. All right, let's take a look at our first half highlights, see how it is that we got to this point. The United States got out to a great start. Goalie play very high in the first half. Team USA winning that face-off. Chris Aslanian making it count, one of his 2 goals here in the first half. Great finish from Matt Campbell. He had a first half hat trick. Will Mark doing everything he can to keep Puerto Rico in the game, and he can do a lot. But Team USA somehow coming up with more and more answers. Brian Tevlin had a pair of goals in half number 1. Great finish right there for Piper Bond, and then another for Aslanian.
One thing that's interesting, that it seems like their lefties and that left side really was where they had a lot of success from offensively. And maybe that's, as we see here, Will Mark makes the save on that right-hand side. So maybe they are realizing that's a better shooting spot. Again, from the left side on Mark there.
Liam Entenmann made some nice saves in the first half as well. Maybe sick of us hearing talking about all the other goalie. He's like, hey, there are 2 goalies here tonight. If you don't mind mentioning, I've got 9 saves in the first half. Liam Entenmann, 5 for Will Mark in half number 1. Matt Campbell with 3 goals, Aslanian with 2, Tevlin with 2. Adds up to 8-2, which is where we are at the break. The team switch sides. Team USA will be moving right to left on your internet dial. Puerto Rico from left to right, and perhaps as expected, Colin Kirst now between the pipes for the second half for Team USA. Tough act to follow.
They said, Liam Entenmann, you did so well, 9 saves. Congratulations, you get the rest of the night off. And look, that will be the final half.
There are so many good goalies in the USA pipeline that figuring out who's going to be in the mix by the time we get to 2028 in the Olympics, almost impossible to do.
2 goalies. That's it. That's all they can take on the Olympic roster. And only 10 runners, which that number is crazy when you think about it. Talking a little bit to the Puerto Rico coaches, they said that might actually benefit some of these countries like Puerto Rico because they feel like their top 10 is pretty darn good, right? There's just not the depth that U.S. has. You go U.S. 11th, 12th, 13th guy, they're just as good as the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. But for Puerto Rico, their top 10 is pretty spectacular.
Great wraparound goal. Really good effort from Balkersell.
There's one right there, and Balkersell, who just wraps around that tough angle shot. We talked about that, but capitalizes.
That cuts it to 8-3, so Puerto Rico trying to hang around, keep this interesting. Balkersell's first of the game and his second of the weekend.
USA down to 5 in the shot clock. A little miscue there as Grant Ament. I saw Grant Ament getting looked at by a trainer on his hand, and then just right there, he's kind of shaking it and squeezing it as he goes back. So something to keep an eye on.
Worth pointing out, it was a little bit of late momentum for Puerto Rico in the first half, and now trying to carry that out into the second half to fight their way back into this game. Big hole to climb out of. They fell behind 7-0. Back within 5, trying to make it 4, hanging on through the contact.
Contact indeed. I am surprised there was no call there. Big physical and slashes.
And after scoring, Kevin Lewis came over to the bench, fired up. Kevin Lewis comes over to the sideline, trying to get his teammates into the mix.
The legend of Kevin Lewis grows yet again.
8-4, and they get the ball back. Chance to cut it to a 3-goal game. Remember, they trailed by as many as 7. Playing the top team, arguably in the world. At the sixes level, again, the last major international competition would say otherwise, right? The Team USA, if they're not the top, they're the number 2, right behind Canada.
Nice save by Colin Kirst, who stepped between the pipes there.
Ground ball for Ament. He comes through with it, pushes it ahead. Another kick save for Will Mark as he denies Conrad.
That thing came off his foot almost as hot as it went in, with a beauty of a kick save for Mark.
They lost Conrad on the restart, but Conrad lost the ball. And so Puerto Rico has it back with another chance to cut it to 3. Balkersell gives it to Fasulka. Now back to Balkersell. Balkersell trying to dodge free. Switched hands. And this has been taken down. Probably an ill-timed decision there.
They tried to pull it and get underneath, but the USA defense was like, nah, we know what you're doing here.
Sean Loriano gives it right back to Team USA. Up top, Dixon feeds it down. Oh, a rifle.
The fadeaway for TJ Malone there as he catches that and kind of just drifts back into the shot, his first of the game.
For Malone, that is his second goal of the weekend. Makes it 9-4, so a couple opportunities for Puerto Rico to get it back to a 3-goal game. Not able to take advantage, and the U.S. able to find some distance once again. And somehow Kirst was able to hold on the first time. Now the goal was off its bearing, but now let's see what the officials decide here.
I think the goal just got knocked.
Yeah.
Looks like it's a foldable rage cage, so they're just going to fix that goal.
Good goal. Goal will count.
Puerto Rico, Brandon Aviles.
For Aviles, that's his first of the game.
Nice job picking up the garbage in front, depositing it back in the can there.
Aviles, his second of the weekend. 9-5.
Correction. Goal for Puerto Rico was Matthew Schlestava.
Our apologies. It was Lastava, not Aviles, as Mark is able to deny Sowers. Sorry, for Lastava, his first of the game. And his second of the weekend.
Either way, it was the second of the weekend. You were right there.
Yeah, that part I
you were
knew
thinking
definitively.
About that. You were like, that guy
I was like, that
scored
just,
twice.
It just looks like a second of the weekend goal. Tipped by Kirst on the way out. So a reset of the shot clock.
And that'll get a full substitution. So Puerto Rico going more box style, playing defense with a group that really plays more D, playing offense with a group that's a little bit more offensive focused. They think this is an area where they can maybe excel and take advantage in transition.
Lastava feeds it back up top. 2 defenders come over, and that leaves wide open.
Goal for Puerto Rico.
Right in front.
Fasulka was wide open there. Gets his first of the game. This is a score by committee by this Puerto Rico team.
That's what we saw earlier.
Scorers knew. Will Mark gives himself a bop in the head. He was upset with himself.
As Jake Taylor scores for the first time. That shot wide. Puerto Rico trying to go quickly.
This is that run and gun style. We saw a little bit of the U.S. put their foot on the gas last game, and when they did that, it just seemed like that was the back and forth. That was when they really pulled away from Colombia. They were able to push the pace and get moving.
10-6, and that one stopped by Mark as TJ Malone shot low, and Mark took his body with the ball. Coming down the other way, Donovan Lacey swings it back towards the middle. Lacey, 1 year at Maryland after 4 at Sacred Heart. Getting in front, but the shot impacted. Mercado thought he had a great look at that.
I thought that would have been a flag there. Took a couple hard chops, one of which I thought got him in the helmet, but the refs will say let the boys play.
Approaching the final minute of this third quarter. 10-6. Oh, what a find. Nicely done. Campbell from Sowers. Campbell with a 4-pack for the second consecutive game. 8 goals on the day for Matt Campbell. 11-6 Team USA.
And I like how Puerto Rico has been a little bit patient on offense. They've almost the own kick in.
Correct.
You don't see that every time. But I think Puerto Rico's done a nice job of dodging, trying to draw an open man, and then finding the inside guy. And baby,
Dixon
speak
to
about
the
inside.
middle, and another for Campbell.
And that was a howitzer from about 5.
Matt Campbell might want to think about getting some property in Indianapolis. He owns things here. 5th of the game, 9th of the day. And Team USA has stretched the lead back out to 6. Final seconds, trail check comes in. Conrad gets it free. Kirst covers it up, and that's how the quarter comes to a close. Puerto Rico showed fight, started to work their way back into it, but Team USA extends the lead back out to 6 at 12-6 after 3. We're in Indianapolis at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Is the lead out to 12-6 after 3 quarters. Puerto Rico fought back in. Balkersell with that goal. Boy, they had some chances to really close the gap. Team USA able to respond every time. Well, not that time because Will Mark was there, but in general, they were able to respond every time. TJ Malone able to put it home. And the first save made by Kirst, but couldn't come up with the second one. In front and a good finish. The Team USA had some answers late. What a find by Sowers to Campbell. Matt Campbell, 5 goals on the game as the lead is 6 as we begin the 4th quarter. What have you liked most about the performance from Team USA?
I think they've done a nice job of playing balance and not panicking. They've answered the bell when called. It seemed like Puerto Rico was poised to go on a run there. They had two-goal spurts, but both of those were quelled by just good ball movement and great top center shots for US. for USA. And when you have those top center shots, you just have so many options to shoot at, and those were canned by TJ Malone and then Matt Campbell. We saw that last one in the replays, and I thought they just did a really nice job of remaining patient, finding those easy inside, not easy, but those like mid-range looks, and then putting them in the back of the net at crucial moments.
Kavanaugh was still serving a penalty here to start the fourth quarter, but Puerto Rico not able to do anything with that extra man opportunity, so the lead remains 6. Give Will Mark credit. He's done his part tonight. 8 saves. That shot wide.
As Lanian tried to drop his head and then shoot low. Classic fake in lacrosse. You just look like you're going low and keep your hands up high, but just a little too high as that one sails on him. You asked about USA. On the Puerto Rico side, I've really liked how patient they've been on offense. They're using the full 30. They're spreading the ball out, and they're moving it well. Sometimes this USA defense is just too strong and smothering, but at least they're getting good looks, and they're continuing to spread them out and tire them out over the course of the game.
Colin Kirst with 4 saves after entering in the third quarter, and great D there from Aslanian, forcing the shot clock violation. Now in transition, all the way inside. Grant Ament makes it 13-6.
Grant Ament had a defender draped all over him. It was Owen Vasolka was doing a great job of making it impossible for him to shoot that off his shoulder, and Ament twists his hands over the top and then throws the backhand in.
2021 Attacker of the Year in the PLL. On the board for the first time in this game, the second time in this tournament. Another stop from Kirst. Team USA gets it back. They've weathered the storm. Now they're looking to put it away, and shots like that from TJ Malone will help to do just that.
How about that speed of that release? That's like Jeff Teat-esque for anyone who watched the PLL or box World Championships. Jeff Teat is just so quick on his catch and release, and the thing I liked about that is Malone caught that kind of mid-range and then brought it back upstairs. Goalie wasn't expecting it. What a nice lift there on a quick release from Malone.
19 goals, 18 assists, 37 points for TJ Malone in his Rookie of the Year campaign. Slipped to the third round of the draft. The day after the draft, I was joking with Whipsnakes coach Jim Stagnita, like, what are these guys thinking, letting Malone slip like that? And boy, did it work out all right for the Whipsnakes, who didn't have a second-round pick, but their third-round pick proved to be the top rookie in the league this year. And this is a pretty good rookie class this past year.
Yeah, maybe like the rookie class, right?
Yeah.
They got Brennan O'Neill. They got some
Pat
real
Kavanaugh.
studs in there. That is not allowed.
I don't think you're supposed to do that.
A great legal hit in field. Oh, and Michael Sowers gives a little whack.
He's able to get back up. We'll watch all this once more.
Asher Knowlton, great job splitting the double. He feeds it over. I mean, that is like a classic.
Pure body check.
And they're only going to give him a 1 minute there.
Jared
This
Fernandez.
game has probably been, without question, the most physical of the games we've watched. Asher Knowlton just wide open in front. Just kind of got lost in there.
Puerto Rico gets it back, trailing 15-6 after the Asher Knowlton goal. Knowlton, his first of the game, his second of the weekend.
Lacey doing his best Michael Sowers impression while guarded by Michael Sowers.
How about that?
Trying to get that finalizer on the back of the net, but Michael Sowers says, my change of direction is just too quick.
Great movement again for Team USA. The shot, Ryan Conrad was impacted as he shot it, so not a ton on it. Campbell with the fake, draws a second defender, and Will Mark able to deny Conrad.
What a save for Will Mark. He has made some spectacular ones, and that's kind of his MO, right? He doesn't make every save, but the ones he makes are ones that just leave you shaking your head.
Under 3.5 to play. Puerto Rico briefly started to work their way back into this in the third quarter, but Team USA asserted themselves once more. They have been dominant. And they're going to add to it as Ryan Conrad picks up his first of the game. Hard to believe.
Goal by number 15, Ryan Conrad.
Watch it one more time. The scoop and the score. Ryan Conrad to the house for Team USA to make it 16-6. Just talking about the Whipsnicks. What a pickup Ryan Conrad proved to be for them.
Colin Kirst, 4 saves in the third quarter. I thought he has looked really good in this fourth quarter as well. Puerto Rico has yet to crack the code. They were able to put 4 in, but ever since then, he has shut the door. And there's like, it's funny, you've got the soccer box on this side where Puerto Rico's shooting. And when USA was down there, it was really anything inside the top of that arc at the top of the soccer box. Those were great shots. Outside, probably not going to go against goalies this good. And that's the same thing going this way, as that one just deflects off Lacey's stick and kind of trickles over Mark's head.
Ryan Tierney gets his first of the game and his fourth of the weekend.
Oh, nice two-man game there.
And thrown behind Balkersell. He's able to go back and get it. Now hits the turf. He's got to get up and get back into the offense quickly. Balkersell trying to dodge free himself.
5 seconds here on the shot clock.
And a tough shot that won't go for Christian Laureano.
He got good power. It kind of came right over the top. I liked the style of that shot right over the defender, but wasn't able to put that one on cage, unfortunately.
Under 2 minutes remaining. One more to go today. The nightcap here on day one. Same 2 countries in women's lacrosse. Asher Nolding looking for a SC top 10 highlight. Wasn't particularly close.
Went for the corner and missed. Just a bit outside.
Just. Things you can get away with in a 17-6 game where there's no trophy at stake. Thrown away as Fasulka was cutting back towards the ball coming in out of the box.
A good idea, just tough execution there.
Malone slides it underneath. And creating an even better angle to the middle, Cole Kirst.
Goal by number 47, Cole Kirst.
That's his first of the game, using that big frame to get top side.
1 minute to play, 1 minute.
He was a co-captain on the U21 national field team that claimed gold in Limerick, Ireland.
You got any good limericks? I feel like you're a
not
limerick
off the top
guy.
of my head. I don't. I was afraid you were going to ask that.
I
really,
almost heard it in your voice that you're
I think what you knew is that I was intending to ask you to put you on the spot.
I did.
So you wanted to step in exactly right.
Reversed
You know what's really frustrating about that? My 7-year-old son will do that to me, but he'll just say, Uno, I'll say something to him. Like, you know what, man, you're a butthead. And he'll say back, Uno reverse card. That's good.
The butthead, you're in the butthead stage.
Well, I mean, he's 7, so
that's
you
fair,
know,
that's fair.
it's about right. Yeah. 18-6, 102 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Team USA going to improve to 2-0 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. They'll have one more tomorrow night against Great Britain. 8 o'clock, the nightcap of day 2. Want to make sure you join us for that one.
How about this night we've got? Now that there are our mortal sworn enemy, the sun is down behind the trees.
Yeah, now it's wonderful. Couldn't be better.
I mean, this is like golden hour photography. Absolute perfect. Goalies unaffected by the sun.
You want to tell Jordan Shu he's got to come rewire everything so we can sit outside
We'd
now?
like to go back to the other spot, please.
Under a minute remaining.
What a great night for lacrosse. And like you said, we've got one more matchup. So the women will take on Puerto Rico versus United States on the women's side shortly after the end of this game in about 49.7-ish seconds.
Lastava's shot not on target.
That was blocked right there.
And into the stick of Kirst. Team USA looking to add one more. Shot doesn't get through.
Well, Mark looking to add one more save.
Yeah, right. denying Piper Bond. Other way down, Balkersell trying to get free. Team USA's defense has been outstanding. Oh, great spin move, and then around the hook, the BTB are denied by Entenmann. It was a great effort by Lastava all the way through the shot. He does draw the penalty, but 10 seconds left. I think he'd much rather have the BTB goal.
He was looking for it, and a nice job whirling, twirling, getting to the middle. It was on net, but Colin cursed.
Justin Anderson serves the penalty. 10 seconds remaining. Puerto Rico looking for one more for the road, and Colin Curse says, nope, I'd rather you didn't.
That will run it out.
That will be how this one comes to a close. Team USA improves to 2-0 as they defeat Puerto Rico 18-6. Puerto Rico dropping to 1-1. What impressed you most about the Americans' performance tonight?
I think you brought it up just a bit ago, but smothering defense in that second half. There was a couple little spurts by Puerto Rico offensively, and after that, they put the clamps down, and every time there was a dodger, there was tough on-ball pressure and off-ball. They really matched up, locked off, and made sure there were no easy passes for that player. So they did a really great job. Colin Curse played exceptional. And then offensively, they just did enough to make sure they were chipping away, and putting in goals and continuing to extend that lead.
You have talked about this Sixes being a sport of runs. The story for Team USA tonight, they scored the first 8 goals of the game.
And then they finished.
And then Puerto Rico went on a 6-1 run. And then Team USA finished by scoring the last 9 goals of the game.
Puerto Rico scoring sandwich right there.
That's exactly what that is.
Big 8-goal thick pieces of bread on the top and the bottom.
I don't know if they serve Puerto Rico sandwiches at Penn Station subs, but maybe we have just suggested something that they'll put on the menu moving forward. Still to come, Team USA and Puerto Rico on the women's side. 7:15 the start time for that. Come back and join us then, the final in this one. Team USA defeating Puerto Rico on the men's side, 18-6. You're watching the USA Lacrosse Experience. From the friendly heart of the Midwest, Indianapolis, Indiana, the home of the USA Lacrosse Experience. The final game of an 8-game day here at Carroll Stadium as the women of Team USA battle Puerto Rico here tonight. I'm Glenn Clark. He is Mitch Belisle. We've got a great crew from ISC working with us. And Mitch, things couldn't have gone much easier for Team USA earlier today in a 35-1 victory over Colombia. Puerto Rico trying to bounce back after they fell 17-13 to Great Britain. Not going to be easy against a Team USA team that is just absolutely loaded with stars.
Yeah, just top to bottom, incredible talent on this U.S. team. But this is a Puerto Rico team with a lot of young, hungry talent as well, and they have started to come together, playing together in some international competitions. They've been playing, a lot of this group, pretty much half of them played together. They played in that Pala, Jamaica Sixes experience. They've played together on the Puerto Rican national team in Hong Kong on the U20. A lot of them were on that U20 team. That's how young they are. And they just feel good about this group moving forward. Now they're going to have a tall task ahead of them for sure against a tough USA team, but something that they're excited about.
Starters for Team USA completely different for the second game. Marie McCool, who had a McCool 5 goals, 2 assists, 7 points, if I could steal a phrase from my partner. She's joined by Ellie Macera, Ali Mastriani, Charlotte North, Allie Kennedy, and in goal, Kaylee Waters gets the start for the second game. She made 5 saves, playing 1.5 earlier against Colombia. And Puerto Rico going with the exact same starters. Rachel Ramirez in goal, Delaney Rodriguez, Sky Carrasquillo, Bree Carrasquillo, Lucia Nash, the youngster, just 16 years old, and Karina Herrera. And despite being just 16 years old, Lucia Nash, all she did earlier today against Great Britain was a hat trick. So what does she have in store, the teenager playing against the top program in the world? We are underway. Team USA in those blue shirts, blue skirts, the white numerals, attacking left to right on your internet dial here in this first quarter. Puerto Rico, white shirts, blue shorts, and red numerals. They'll be moving right to left when they have it. Wild shot, kind of uncharacteristic.
I think Marie McCool was unsure where the crease was, kind of just turned around and got herself into trouble, but a nice job by the Puerto Rico defense to stay on her stick.
Get an early stop, try to build off of it, find your way into this game. Good atmosphere tonight here at IU Indy. The Team USA squads playing in the 2 night matches. A lot of youngsters down on the track, meeting members of the Team USA men's roster.
And that ball hit something, never quite made it to the net. I'm not sure what it hit, but no one seems to be shaking off any bruises, so maybe it caught a stick on the way.
Team USA sets up offensively. Again, 35 goals earlier today, many in transition, and there's the first of the night's session, and it belongs to Charlotte North.
Charlotte North not afraid of taking the outside shot, and that's why.
Yeah, I hear she's good at scoring goals.
Yes, indoors, outdoors, sixes, you name it, she scores it.
First of the game, 5th of the weekend for Charlotte North. USA draws first blood. Puerto Rico looking for an answer. That shot wide. Backup is there. Sorry, not backup. No backup.
Back up and running the other direction.
Exactly. I'm glad we're finishing each other's sentences now.
All it took was 8 games.
Cool. Not on target. Dug out by Rachel Ramirez. 3-time All-CAA performer, Elon, in her college career. Brings it the other way.
Nice job getting the ball deep and bringing it behind the U.S. net. That's something that Colombia just wasn't able to do against this U.S. defense. The United States put a ton of pressure on Colombia early. It looks like they're sitting back a little bit further as we got our first goal for Puerto Rico.
Vergara scores on the bouncer. I'm going to guess that Kaylee Waters wants that one back.
Yeah, nice little take there and puts it right by her.
First of the game, second of the weekend. Ground ball scooped up by Choma. Possession continues. Puzo keeps moving it. Choma.
Look at how much motion by this U.S. offense. Just continually moving, cycling, cutting to the middle.
Seemingly dizzy up the Puerto Rican defenders. The feedback from a Puzo knocked down. Puerto Rico comes away with it.
There was another save for Rachel Ramirez there.
Puerto Rico going to work, trying to take the lead here in the first quarter. Carrasquillo flips it back over to Rodriguez-Shaw. And she's greeted by a double team and a CT and a GB and a transition opportunity. Dempsey Arsenal finishes it off.
Goal for USA, number 18, Dempsey Arsenal.
Dempsey Arsenal, great. Like you said, that double team, they just pinch. Puerto Rico tried to slide through the middle, but they couldn't. And then Dempsey Arsenal off to the races.
First of the game, second of the weekend for Arsenal, who was once a WPLL champion with the Baltimore Brave a few years back. 2-1. Move to the middle, 3-on-1 opportunity, but a great save from Ramirez as she stones Casey Choma.
And they had a 3-on-1. Abby Bosco smartly just peeled off there. She realized 3-on-1 is no better than 2-on-1. I might as well just get back. And she got back, and that's why she was the 2023 AU Defensive Player of the Year in the AU Pro Women's Professional League, is that savvy, smart plays like those.
Spinning around, Sky Carrasquillo. Go right back the other way. 3.5 remaining in this first quarter. Puerto Rico putting up much more resistance than Team USA's previous opponent. Good start.
Dropped into a bit of a zone here.
And working inside, but not getting it through Macera, however.
Rachel Ramirez was there on the first save, but then Kennedy right there to scoop up the rebound and put it home.
First of the game, third of the weekend for Allie Kennedy. Makes it 3-1. Losing it, Lugo able to hold on. Good run, a couple of great dodges, getting free in front, shooting low but wide. Karina Herrera, Baltimore native, who played at Yale last season as a freshman, scoring 18 goals in her first season in the Ivy League.
Sharing the field with Andy Shea, who's still kind of wrapping up for the men's game. He coaches the men at Yale.
And a great look from outside for someone who has never met a look from outside she didn't like. Charlotte North, second of the game. Team USA gets it right back, leading 4-1, trying to add to it. And yeah, the extension of the stick is the problem there. And it'll be a woman up opportunity. No? Maybe not.
No, I think they are getting the penalty. They were just gently guiding Delaney Rodriguez-Shaw to the penalty box, saying you actually have to sit in the seat.
She tried to sneak back over to the bench. I was like, oh, maybe they didn't call a penalty. It'd be surprising given what I saw.
Just blend in, look cool.
Right, yeah. You can sneak right back out. Nobody will notice.
Good defense there by Puerto Rico. They really clogged up the inside lanes.
And it'll be covered up.
Rachel Ramirez slow to get up there.
Yeah.
She has seen a lot of rubber early.
She had 11 saves in 45 minutes against Great Britain earlier today.
She's probably already close to half that tally in this first quarter alone. I think I've got her down for 4 or 5 saves at a minimum.
Bree Carrasquillo trying to duck through that double team. Moves it out wide.
They are shorthanded, so they're facing double teams pretty much every time they move the ball here.
Yeah, still 9 seconds on the penalty. Nash, wow! From way downtown.
And that is how you beat a double team, Lucia Nash.
Talk about A very impressive teenager, 16 years old, and she can shoot like that.
A nice play there by Ramirez to come out of her crease and disrupt that pass. There was a USA attack woman coming around the goal wide open, and Ramirez just poked enough of it to keep it out of the middle.
Good fake from Kennedy.
But Allie Kennedy just too fast.
Yep, inside and scores.
Goal for USA.
Second of the game for Allie Kennedy. Lead is 5-2. 20 seconds remaining. Rodriguez Shaw has it checked out. But it's going to stay down here. As the call will go against Abby Bosco.
Oh, Abby Bosco almost took a stray there as she's jogging off. There was a green card, so 30 seconds in the box. They're going to call a hold there.
If you're Puerto Rico, do you hold on?
12 seconds, I think down by 3, you go for it here. Especially because you're going to score.
Shot from outside. Boy, they got some shooters on this Puerto Rican side. Tori Rankin. Oh, nearly getting that at the end of the quarter. Casey Choma had an opportunity, but Tori Rankin with the woman-up goal for Puerto Rico to cut it back to a 2-goal game at the end of one quarter. USA on top 5-3 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
Charlotte North with a pair of goals. Allie Kennedy with a pair of goals as well. 3 big saves from Rachel Ramirez in that first quarter. And Puerto Rico putting up some good fight here so far. They trail Team USA just 5-3 after one quarter in Indianapolis.
Can we talk about Charlotte North shooting a little bit more?
I would love to. You know, what really made me stand out, so Lucia Nash, 16 years old. Undoubtedly someone who's been enamored with Charlotte North. Charlotte North over the last 4 years has become one of the biggest stars in the sport. And I remember, I think I've told you before, I'm a huge tennis fan. I was a tennis player. It's a sport that I truly love. And this new group of players like Carlos Alcaraz, one of the things that's said about them is they watched Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer and said, we believe we can do that. That's what we think a tennis player can be. And as I see Lucia Nash at 16 years old take that shot from that far outside, the first thing that comes to mind is the impact of seeing Charlotte North and the way that she shoots and how that's changed the belief that a young woman like Lucia Nash would have about what she's capable of doing on a lacrosse field.
Trailblazers, right? That is, Charlotte North shoots the ball different than pretty much any woman before her, and she's been doing it for a while. You can find it on YouTube. You can go out in your backyard and you can practice it. You can string your stick like Charlotte North, and you better believe that Lucia Nash, who had just had the ball, is doing that, and you can see it paying off as she rips a goal, scoring against Team USA at 16 years old.
Nash has that one saved. And through the traffic, Kaylee Waters gets some room and sends it down as they work the clear. Puerto Rico had a chance to get it back within one there. This has been great fight so far. Long way to go in this one, but a lot to like about the effort and the spirit of this Puerto Rican side. Well, can't leave scorers wide open on the doorstep, and Marie McCool is going to make you pay every time.
Yeah, and that was a zone, and I was just about to say everyone's in the right place except down the backside where Marie McCool sits uncovered, and that's exactly who they found with the pass. She dunks it home.
First of the game for McCool. after 5 earlier today against Colombia. Makes it 6-3.
And a few behind-the-back attempts on breakaways. Getting fancy with some drop passes.
Haven't heard if there were any North Carolina players that called her out for it. Here's a transition opportunity. Oh, what a save by Ramirez.
I was almost going to say Allie Kennedy on a breakaway. That's pretty much automatic, but pretty much would have been the key word there. Words, in fact, as she gets robbed by Ramirez.
Another chance here, this time scooting all the way in and putting it home. Cassidy Spillis with her first. Makes it 7-3.
Spillis just waits out Ramirez that time. Big, hard fake, drops her hands, and then rolls it under. A nice play there by Spillis to wait out that super athletic Ramirez goaltending.
Thrown away. Brie Cartasquillo looking for Libby Staples. Libby Staples, a junior now at UMBC. She scored 12 goals a year ago. And pretty good response from Team USA after Puerto Rico got back within 2. They roll off the next 3 to make it 8-3. For Casey Choma, that's her first of the game and her third of the weekend.
Yeah, in this format, one of the things that I've been really, I don't know about impressed by, but I think is so cool is everyone plays everywhere.
Sure.
And so you get a wide array of scorers. In one game, you could have who you think is your top scorer put up goose eggs, and then the next game they could score 5 or 6. And I think that's such a cool way to play lacrosse. And that's where having the 10-person rosters is so crazy. All 10 players are likely going to score when you get to the Olympic version. There's only 10 runners. You're going to have to be able to have all 10 players score, else you're not going to win games.
No question. It's really hard to have any specialists whatsoever.
But you also need 10 players that can play defense,
That's
right?
correct.
So that's where you have to be, and I think in this setting with 16 players, you're kind of seeing who does really well, but you're still cycling through everyone. I am curious to see as they get closer and closer towards 2028, and they start whittling down these teams, are they going to play with 12 or 14 runners to really see what it's like to be in that smaller pool?
Team USA gets it back, trying to thread the needle as Allie Kennedy had slipped free. Instead, Henson Vendrell comes away with the ground ball for Puerto Rico.
Nice loose ball there by Henson Vendrell, picking up out of traffic, working hard to get her hands and stick away from the pressure.
Trying to put together another run here after Team USA has scored the last 3 to stretch the lead out to 8-3. Cartasquillo looks back behind the X, get deep in the shot clock, and letting it fly, but wide. Rodriguez-Shaw. Team USA so good in the clears. Allie Kennedy, very casual there. Just said if Karina Herrera wants to run by her, she's fine with it. Go right ahead.
U.S. methodical, moving it around the outside, working cutters to the inside.
Kennedy again was free underneath, chose not to pull the trigger. Now they're deep in the shot clock. Oh, great find. Did it get off in time?
No, they're going to say that was
goal.
After the shot clock. So a nice little backhand there. Kennedy kind of flicked it with the back, or rolled over her wrist and then flipped it back in. But nice job, Puerto Rico, limiting it to after the shot clock.
Take it back. They gave it to her. They gave it to her. Make it 9-3. They counted it for Allie Kennedy. I thought I saw the signal of a shot clock violation.
Same here.
But up on the scoreboard. They got it at 9, and Charlotte North adds a 10th. And Charlotte North has a hat trick. The former Boston College superstar, medalist, Athletes Unlimited this summer. Saved in by Carrasquillo, but nobody there to help her out. 5 unanswered goals for Team USA here in the second quarter, trying to add to it. Movement inside, turnaround, bang, Casey Choma.
Movement is the key word there as they move the ball off the ground, up, down, into the inside, and then quick turn and shoot. That's a beautiful job.
Second of the game, fourth of the weekend for Choma. Loose ball picked up, put home by Vergara. So that ends the run for Team USA. They had scored 6 unanswered goals in the second quarter. Vergara with her second of the game. 11-4 with a minute and a half remaining. Can Puerto Rico make this interesting again? Save from Ramirez.
That helps. Ramirez making those big saves helps. Puerto Rico is in a zone. They're making it difficult for U.S. They're basically daring the United States to force it to the inside, then collapsing in on that interior, forcing Team USA to either bounce it back out or try to shoot under pressure. So far, it's been relatively effective. Rachel Ramirez has made some big saves.
Sofia Herrera brought the ground ball up. Shot wide and back the way of Team USA. 40 seconds remaining.
I still want to see more Puerto Rico cutters through the middle or players posting up on the interior. Get a nice flyover there by the flying V of Canadian Geese.
Yeah, right?
A little late, gentlemen.
No Canadian team here. Allie Kennedy. Goal number 4 in the first half. 15 seconds remaining, 11-4. Puerto Rico looking to get one on the board before the half expires. Carrasquillo holding on to it. Nope, has it taken away.
Nice shot of the Geese flying away. Thanks there. If you just tuned in for that, you'd be a little surprised, but we got a beautiful flyover, and that's a save for Rachel Ramirez to end the half, and that's a good one.
12-4, Team USA in front of Puerto Rico. They stretch a 2-goal lead out into an 8-goal lead as they outscore Puerto Rico 6-1 here in quarter number 2. We'll come back in with first half highlights, recap of everything you've missed on day 1, and I've got a question for you, Mitch Belisle. I'm hoping you'll be able to help me out. That's on the way here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Right, still with me? How we doing?
When a child picks up a lacrosse stick, they welcome the wonder of something new. They gain a community and the lasting friendships it creates. At USA Lacrosse, we believe the sport is an opportunity for families to create a lasting connection and make memories that last a lifetime. Catch the fun and bring a friend to pick up and play.
During National Celebrate Lacrosse Week this November, head to usalacrosse.com/celebrate lacrosse to find a clinic near you.
Every player knows the skills you learn on the field can be the foundation for anything you choose to do in life.
Thank you for connecting me to a greater community.
We're growing beyond goals on the field.
And our futures are united.
So thank you, lacrosse.
For inspiring me to be me.
We are better,
Safer.
And wiser together.
And we're building a stronger future
For everyone.
They could see themselves play, and then we can correct it and then bring those corrections to the field. That's every coach's dream.
It is still, we got a 3-2 lead. It is still
It's
wide
a
open.
beautiful evening in Indianapolis. United States in front of Puerto Rico, 11-4. Glenn Clark, Mitch Belisle with you at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Mitch, there's something I've been dying to ask you. We've been doing 8 games today, and you're an expert. So what I want to know is, I'm out in Indianapolis, and I am actually looking for some dinner tonight. I was looking for some Asian food. Could you recommend somewhere I could get some Asian food?
Are you thinking like healthy, affordable Asian food?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, if you're thinking about healthy, affordable Asian food that cares, then Bibimbap is your shop. Asian Grill, that's your place to go. But what about me? I'm not feeling Asian food tonight. I was actually thinking about Mexican. You got any recommendations?
I am so glad you asked, because the one place you have to go for Mexican food, tacos, tequila, and margaritas, is, of course, Condado Tacos, Tequila, and Margarita, where they currently have the Harvest Pear Margarita available for the fall. What are you doing if you don't get over there tonight and try it? The issue that I have is I'm already thinking ahead to tomorrow, and I'm looking at lunch, right? And where am I going to go if I'm in the mood for a submarine sandwich?
I'm pretty sure that we're going to just turn right to our sponsor, who has been keeping us well-fed all day here at Carroll Stadium, and that is Penn Station East Coast Subs. I live on the East Coast. I eat subs probably far too often. My waistline is furious. But you know what? Penn Station East Coast Subs, you pretty much the exact same thing as I have out in Jersey or Long Island right here in the Midwest.
It gets no better than that. I would just, if I could, throw in maybe one recommendation for breakfast tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I only
please.
go to the official bakery of the Indy 11, who, of course, call Carroll Stadium home, and that's Taylor's Bakery. Why would you go, and do you hate everyone you know?
111 years they've been doing this thing.
You think they haven't figured a thing or two out in 111 years?
I think they've got it covered.
Taylor's Bakery is the only bakery that I have ever visited when I have been calling the USA Lacrosse Experience in Indianapolis. How about a couple of quick run through the first half highlights after we just killed off the entire halftime there? Do we have any time left for that? I'm not even sure we do.
We do, and it was the United States on a tear. We talked about Charlotte North guiding the way with shooting missiles from the outside. They also found ways to get it to the inside. Tough defense was a hallmark. They weren't in that super pressure mode that we saw them against England, but the United States were putting a lot of pressure on Puerto Rico, and man, oh man, were they letting it fly from the outside. Charlotte North taking the elevator all the way to the top.
Speaking
and then
from the outside.
Yeah, Nash doing her best Charlotte North impression right there, shooting from the outside as well. Puerto Rico not going down easy, put 4 in of their own. We had 12-4, but the score has been amended. You and I went back and forth. There was a goal that got waved off. In the speed of this game, sometimes mistakes happen, and that was corrected. We got an 11-4 game now. Puerto Rico looking to come back as Marie McCool keeps her cool and puts it 5-4.
So just make it 12-4 all over again. It was Allie Kennedy who had that goal waved off. So she has 3 for the game, not 4. Marie McCool now with 2 on the night, and the lead stretches back out to 12-4. Final game of 8 here on day 1 at the USA Lacrosse Experience is Nash. Oh my gosh, she's 16, Mitch. 16.
She has got a knack for finding the back of the net, shooting from different angles. I like that one. She dropped her hands and kept it low to low. I think Kaylee Waters probably thought she was going to bring it back upstairs, but she keeps it low. So Rachel Ramirez makes a nice out-of-the-crease play to cause that turnover. She's been super active out of her crease.
And smartly darting in to help out and pick that one up. Robles brings it over. Puerto Rico back into their offense, trying to pick away at this significant Team USA advantage. They were within 2 early in the second quarter. The lead is ballooned up all the way to as much as 8 for the Americans. And boy, because of relentless defense,
any opportunity they see the back of the jersey, they'll send that double, and they'll stay on the double until the ball's on the ground.
Dempsey Arsenault doing the work there. And again, the point being, even if you don't come away with the ball, when you have just a 30-second shot clock, if you can junk it up for 8 to 10 of those seconds, you can make it extraordinarily difficult to get off a good look.
Exactly. You're maybe not killing the whole shot clock, but you're chewing it down until there's really nothing worthwhile, even if the other team keeps possession.
A couple of minutes gone by in the third. Henson Vendrell fires it back up top.
USA is now in a little bit of a zone here.
Down to 6 on the shot clock. Rankin across the mouth. Not on target. And back the way of Team USA. Bosco sends it forward. Erin Kuykendall, I believe, Shia and Kayla Wood, the only field players on the roster who have not scored yet.
They're due.
seems certainly like it's beyond time for Kuykendall to get on the board.
Oh, what a play by Ali Mastrioni. Coming around the crease, forehand, and then pivoting and dumping it backhand off the pipe and in. What a goal there. Off a beautiful feed, too. Look at this feed right down and then tiptoeing the crease. Is that Kuykendall with the assist? Give that a point.
It's a point, but Kuykendall actually had... Oh, no, that is her first
That's
point.
her first
You're
point right there.
Right.
And another goal there for Puerto Rico.
A good response. It is Taylor Moreno who's in at goal for Team USA. Tori Rankin scoring for the second time here tonight. Cuts to 13-6. Rankin, transferred from San Diego State, now a junior at Richmond, is going down to get that one. Is Ramirez. Seen a lot of Rachel Ramirez. She played 45 minutes against Great Britain. She's played the first 38. I guess I'm saying 45 minutes. It's not 45. She played 3 quarters.
Oh, nice save there by Taylor Moreno. And up and out quickly. This turf, I noticed this turf, the ball really dies. And look at that, nice save. Good second look at it. The ball really dies. And so on those breakout passes, you can really just loft it up and let it bounce, and then your teammates can run over it, run under it, and catch it off the bounce. Or even if you overthrow it, they can still catch up to it. We've seen that a couple times where goalies are unsure whether they should come out and play it or not.
A hattie for Marie McCool. 8th goal of the event. Makes it 14-6. Cartasquillo. Now coming to the near side, Staples. Vergara bounces it out deep in the shot clock. 2 seconds, and boy, right at the end.
And that was a deflection off of a stick. There's Isabel Henson-Vendrell joins in on the action. It looks like that might have hit a couple sticks on the way, the bink bonk boonk.
Goal for USA, number 3, Casey.
First of the game for Henson-Vendrell, first of the weekend. 15-7. That's wide, and we'll head the other way. Under 3 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Team USA tested a bit in the first half. They had the answers. They've pulled away, and in part because they can fire home rifled shots from Charlotte North. Her 4th of the evening. 4 goals in both games for Charlotte North today. Makes it 16-7. Cartasquillo dumps it into the middle somehow.
Oh, and she was just all caught up inside 2 United States defenders, and they're going to call one of them for a penalty. That'll be Cassidy Spillis going to the box, but Abby Bosco is there for the double team.
Officials have issued a green card to
It's a green
USA.
card, so a woman up opportunity for 30 seconds for Puerto Rico. A lot of attention on Herrera, and they get it inside. Nicely done.
Goal number 65,
For Cartasquillo, that's actually her first of the evening. After she scored 3 earlier today against Great Britain. Woman up tally makes it 16-8.
US are back to even strength here. Puerto Rico playing this zone. Big check there. But just look at that speed as Ellie Macera turns on the Jets, immediately wins it back. That is just where this United States team is scary, how fast they are. And I saw it at the World Lacrosse Box Championships. Allie Kennedy right there, number 30. You are not outrunning her. She single-handedly brought the United States back from down 4-1 to the Haudenosaunee with breakaway after breakaway after breakaway. She scored the game-icing goal to make it 10-7 down the stretch. She's just so fast and so effective. And this whole team has that kind of speed.
Herrera's shot skips wide. USA gets it back. Leading by 8, 16-8, trying to add to it. A couple of fakes. Mastriani keeps it moving. Oh, come on. Through all of that traffic.
For USA,
Ali Mastriani's second.
Ali Mastrani.
Mastriani full? Might
Yeah,
be a stretch there.
I'll
Might
give
be
it
a
to you.
stretch.
Mastrianis. You know what? Maybe we just stop. 17-8. Look, we've been working 8 games today. Give us a break.
We're experimenting too. We're trying some things out. Some might work, some might not.
Rankin not going to be able to get a shot off before the quarter expires. After 3, USA in front, 17-8. We got one more quarter to go here on day 1 of the USA Lacrosse Experience.
Sometimes it's not the moment. It's the moment before the moment. The moment you make a choice. The moment you take control. The moment only you can own. Gainbridge lets you invest on your terms. So you're not only in charge of this moment, but all the moments to come. Start investing now at Gainbridge.io.
I mentioned it's been a long day here at Carroll Stadium. It's been a fun day. Let's make that abundantly clear. We've seen some great lacrosse. We really enjoyed day 1 of the USA Lacrosse Experience. But even when you're having fun, these are long days. We've had a great crew working with us. I just want to take a second to thank all of them. Jordan Shue leading our team, Alex Lovern, David Ken, Kevin Reynolds, Jason Thompson, Dalton Cox, Michael McManus, Braden Foster. Thank you all for all of your hard work throughout day 1 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. And Brian Logue's been keeping us updated throughout the day as well from USA Lacrosse. Thank you so much for all of your help in making our broadcast possible. One more quarter to go tonight between Team USA and Puerto Rico. Americans in front, 17-8. Charlotte North, Allie Kennedy both have hat tricks. Kennedy has added an assist. It's been an impressive performance, impressive showing for Team USA. He is Mitch Belisle. I am Glenn Clark. One more time this evening, one more quarter, and then we'll be back for 4 more tomorrow. If you missed anything earlier today, it started early this morning. Puerto Rico men beating Great Britain 16-14. As Team USA adds on here in quarter number 4. Good ball movement again in the finish from Apuzzo. Remarkably, her first of the game.
Sam Apuzzo, welcome to the show.
5th of the day.
Beautiful low to high riser that gets Rachel Ramirez to drop down, and then she sees it, she's down, lifts it up over her as we got another breakaway from Marie McCool. Behind the back, maybe?
Nope. Maybe she heard us mentioning what would your players think, and she said, I can't do it again. 4th of the game from Marie McCool. 9th of the weekend. Yeah, Puerto Rico over Great Britain on the men's side, 16-14. Second game of the day, Puerto Rico women fell to Great Britain, 17-13. United States men beat Colombia 25-7. There's another transition tally for the Americans. Massera, her first, and her 4th this weekend. United States women earlier with a 35-1 victory over Colombia. And then in our afternoon session into the evening, the Great Britain men defeated Colombia 21-18. The women got a 32-1 victory over the same country. United States men topped Puerto Rico 18-6, and here we are. Final game of the day. 20-8. Team USA in front. Kennedy. Kuykendall. They got to get Kuykendall on the board.
She got that assist. Don't you
Did.
worry about
Looking
Aaron
for a goal,
Kuykendall.
though. Rachel Ramirez staying in for the fourth quarter in this game. Four more games tomorrow. All starts at 4 o'clock. Colombia and Puerto Rico women. Save made by Moreno. Followed by the Colombia and Puerto Rico men, United States and Great Britain women, and the nightcap United States and Great Britain men, 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
I think that Puerto Rico-Colombia men's game is going to be a great one, Glenn. I think we're in for a real treat there. I mean, all the games are going to be good, but that one especially I could see coming down to a last-second goal. Oh, look
Great
at
movement,
that.
the extra pass.
That was everyone get a touch.
And you know what's impressive about that? We've been talking about Kuykendall doesn't have a goal. She could have taken that shot, but she knew that's a better look on the other side.
Just a phenomenal top-to-bottom ball movement goal. Everyone gets a touch, and there they are saying, everyone get a touch of the stick, and let's celebrate together.
Can I ask her,
because
can we
worked
see
together.
that maybe one more time? I just want to, the unselfishness of this from Kuykendall in a situation where we keep talking about she's the only player who hasn't scored a goal through 2 games. She can take that shot. There's no issue. Is anybody complain if she takes that shot whatsoever?
Nope, but she gifts it over for the absolute sure thing for Kenzie Kent, who also hadn't scored in this game yet, but had notched 4 last game.
Yeah, now 5 for the weekend for Kenzie Kent. Assistant at Harvard, 2 sports star in her youth, 21-8. Team USA with 4:52 remaining here in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about this one at the end, but aside from this one, your big takeaways from day 1 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience.
I think for me, the spacing and timing for all teams is really the big differentiator in settled offense and defense. I think if you can space out your offense and then everyone moves in a consistent and coordinated way, you're always going to have good looks. Second thing is always moving towards the middle of the net. That's kind of the same in field, but in this condensed area, if you're moving down the wings, down the alleys, you run out of room so fast. The players that were running towards the goal on their dodges, those were the ones that were getting good quality looks, and I thought the United States did an exceptional job offensively for the men. And then the last piece is the transition game is still pretty hard to know exactly what works and what doesn't, because sometimes as soon as you push transition, it's just going right back the other way. So I think the transition game is still a bit of a to be determined on what's going to be the most effective.
Shoma ahead to Apuzzo. Apuzzo's 2nd of the game, 6th of the weekend, 22-8. He is former Cornell and Boston Cannons superstar Mitch Belisle. Oh, an opportunity, and on the board for the first time this weekend, Kayla Wood. That's what we're talking about. Get everybody into the action.
Kayla Wood jams on the brakes, hits the spin move, and buries another member of that gold medal winning box team. Really a defensive role for her there. Playing more defense here. She's kind of one of those string players where she'll play defense, then come off and an attacker will go on. But getting in on the action, you got to be able to score in transition, and score she did.
Kayla Wood now an assistant at Princeton. Played at North Carolina. Had that ground ball, not able to hold on to it.
Nice pressure by Brie Carrasquilla there.
Rankin comes and gets the GB. Feeds it up top. Lucia Nash swings it back over to the opposite side. Dodging right through for the tally. Carrasquillo for the 2nd time in this game.
Puerto Rico, number 65, Brie Carrasquilla.
Funny, every Puerto Rico scorer has 2 goals. Oh, that can't be true because there's 9.
No, Henson Vendrell has 1.
She's looking for her 2nd.
Yeah, inside, great finish, and Cassidy Weeks scores for the first time tonight.
Cassidy Weeks.
Makes it 24-9.
And USA is back in this kind of hybrid zone, or at least extended zone coverage. Oh, and that's a tough check to the neck there that is absorbed well by Sofia Herrera.
Cannot feel good. Cannot feel good.
It'll be a yellow card, 1 minute. They're going to call a slash there. Could have been a cross check, could have been a slash. Either way, it'll be 1 minute in the chair of despair.
I like it. I like it. How did it take you 8 games to come up with that? That's great.
Appreciate that. I'm big on positive reinforcement, so I appreciate it.
Cassidy Spillis getting an extended talking to about what happened there. Puerto Rico, woman up. Under 2 minutes remaining. Fake. And ducking underneath, but that shot from Herrera denied by Moreno.
Oh, what a handle by McCool, and she tries to feed that across.
Ball still on the turf.
That's going to be a penalty on for a cross check or a double uppercuts, depending on how you interpret that.
Let's go with double uppercuts.
Yellow card issued to number 50 of Puerto Rico, Isabella
Henson Vendrell.
She was a captain on that U20 team that got 5th place. First time a Latin American country's ever finished in the top 5. That was at the U20s.
And for a full selection of USA Lacrosse apparel, visit the
now
USA
junior
Lacrosse
Villanova
store at
scored 1 goal so far in her career. As we get a timeout with 1:28 remaining in the 4th quarter. Team USA in front 24-9. Don't forget, not only the games tomorrow, but if you happen to be in the area here in Indianapolis, it's a busy day on the whole. It all starts at 9 a.m. with a skills clinic presented by Gate Lacrosse, the IUI grass field here near Carroll Stadium, an adaptive skills clinic here at Carroll Stadium, the track area. Queen of the Park on the grass field from 1 to 3, with the Queen of the Park title games from 3 to 3:30 here at Carroll Stadium. And then our games get back underway at 4 o'clock.
I'm looking forward to those Queen of the Park championship games right here on the big stage.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Get the turf warm for the international teams.
Even strength still for a few seconds, and putting it home in the 4-on-4 situation. Charlotte North, her 5th.
She sets it up, takes 2 steps forward to avoid that dangerous propel, and then lets it fly for her goal number 5 of the evening.
25-9 for North. 9 goals now on the first day. If you came here to see Charlotte North today, she's put on the show that you were looking for. 40 seconds remaining. Shot whizzes wide. 9 more seconds, woman up for Team USA as they get it back. Don't imagine they're in much of a rush.
No, they'll try to set up, see if they can find a good look, and then if not, get back and play some defense.
Inside. Boy, that's a dangerous pass from Apuzzo right over top of the goalie. Lofted it perfectly.
And there's your girl.
13
Erin
seconds
Kuykendall.
left, and that was the one. We wanted that one. Kept waiting to see if she would get it into the goal sheet, and she does.
3 seconds. Will they shoot it? Yes.
Gets it off in time. Count it. Casey Choma. 1 more for the road. Hat trick for Choma tonight. And the final score, Team USA defeats Puerto Rico 27-9 to improve to 2-0 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Mitch Belisle, some final thoughts from you on this one.
This was a dominant performance by Team USA, but you know what? Puerto Rico, I thought, did a phenomenal job of handling the pressure. They ran their offense. They were able to move the ball. They dodged hard to the middle. They played a physical brand of lacrosse, and they hung right in there with the best team in the world Granted, scoreboard maybe not so much, but everywhere else I thought they really held their own in what was a super challenging event.
USA back in action tomorrow night against Great Britain. Puerto Rico will take on Colombia tomorrow afternoon. They fall to 0-2 here at the USA Lacrosse Experience. Thank you all for joining us throughout the day. We will be back with you starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for day 2 of the event. For the entire crew, for my partner Mitch Belisle, I am Glenn Clark. Again, your final score, Team USA 27, Puerto Rico 9. You've been watching the USA Lacrosse Experience.